27 years old. No fame, no name. Just a struggling writer stuck between four brutal walls: death, depression, poverty, and love gone wrong. Sounds hopeless, right? But here's the truth. This isn't just about pain. It's about survival. Every empty wallet, every sleepless night, every broken relationship, he turns it all into fuel. While the world looks away, calling him a nobody, he's secretly building something that could shake everything. Because being nameless doesn't mean being powerless. Every story he writes drips with the weight of his battles. And in those words, a fire strong enough to burn through the darkness. This is the story of a man the world forgot, but you won't. Stick around, because what starts in shadows might just end in legend.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Rewrite This Big Life. Chapter 1, Part 1. No money and no recognition. Beep, beep. The phone under his pillow vibrated his body greatly. Jae-gun's two eyes bursted open. He was anxiously waiting for his editor's call. However, it wasn't. It was his closest friend, Park Young-jin. Hyo yawned. What's with you today? Just woke up. Deadline today. Oh, that new contract. Yeah, just got it done. That's good. Come before 7:30. Remember? At Shinshin. His eyes burst open again at his words. What do you mean? 7:30. This idiot forgot again. You know, the college reunion is today. Huh. Jae-gun sighed. He completely forgot. It was the day to meet his literary college graduates. What time is it right now? Don't even have a clock? Better hurry, because it's 5 right now. Whoa. Hey, I have a meeting to go to. See you later. Beep. He took his aching body and went to the bathroom. He needed to hurry. Hush. Freaking cold. The freezing water hit his body hard. He had no choice. He had to save his gas fees. Flopping like a fish, he hurriedly finished his shower. Picking out his best clothes, he quickly left home. Heading to the bus stop, he checked the time. 15 minutes to get to the subway station. 40 minutes to ride the subway. He had some time. Still the same here. He arrived at the meeting place, a nostalgic pub. He remembered when he visited this place. Cheap and delicious, the store owner was really nice as well. Tap. Someone behind him tapped his shoulder. Surprised, he looked back to see a smiling Young-jin. Hey man, don't do that. My heart's weak recently. What are you doing here, not going in? Just filled with nostalgia. Haven't came here in ages. Same, it's been a while. Let's go in. In the corner of the pub, there was a huge corner to hold even 20 people. 18 people said they could come. Most of them were already there and exchanging conversations. Hey, been a while, man. You too. Always sticking around together since college. You dating now? People exchanged greetings. Jae-gun and Jong-jin took their places and replied, Hey, how is everyone? Your face is still the same. Hyojin. Don't make fun of me. I was thinking of getting a facelift because of my skin. Silly you, not even 30 and thinking of nonsense. Don't ruin your pretty face. Same as always, I see. Speaking about pretty, come to me. I'll take care of you today. She gestured with her hands for him to sit next to her. With a face, Jong-jin came in the middle. Hey, don't put all the attention on him. See this poor-looking producer. This poor-looking producer spent a week with a bloody nose trying to think of an idea that just got shoved in the trash can. Oh, you DD, she mocked. Come here too. Have a drink. Smiling, he went next to her with a cup. Mina, the girl across from them, said with wide eyes, You guys starting strong already. Aren't you ready to be dating now? Don't you think, Jae-gun? Yeah, listening to them. I reckon so, he replied seriously. Immediately, Jong-jin and Hyojin crinkled their faces and stared at each other. A smile formed at Jae-gun's lips. Clomp, clomp, a sound of shoes. Ting the sound came up. Everyone looked towards the sound. A man in a suit waved confidently to the crowd. It was another graduate, Oh, Mi Young-hoon. Hey, come here. How's life? How's it been going? The reaction was different from when they got here. There was more cheering, especially from the girls. It's the successful guy. I see you've been rocking them fancy clothes. What do you mean? It's only the beginning. He said stolidly and sat down straight across from Jae-gun. Been a while, hasn't it? He put his hand out. Yeah, it has been, Jae-gun replied awkwardly. He couldn't be calm anymore. Not everyone becomes a writer when they graduate from literary college. As it's a job with risk, people often go elsewhere to find jobs. They might go to a gaming company and write scenarios like Jongjin. In this college, there were barely any writers. In this reunion, there was two. One was Jae-gun, the other was the person right across from him, Mi Young-hoon. Mi Young-hoon recently broke success with his 3 romance novels. One even got a huge award. It was big enough to be considered to be adapted into a drama. Mi Young-hoon was famous among writers. His salary was said to be over the millions already. What have you been doing recently? Mi Young-hoon asked. It felt mocking. It felt mocking to be asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Reading his mind, Jongjin answered for him. What do you think? Of course he's been writing. I see, still writing? He put a strange emphasis on still. Yeah, I'm still writing. You want a drink? He answered back with a false smile. Ah, thanks. I've heard. You've been famous. Congrats. Nah, it's nothing. It's only good enough for a drama consideration. Jae-gun's hand shook when he was pouring the drink. Trying to conceal it, he quickly poured the drink and put the bottle down. What are you writing? Mi Young-hoon asked. Me? I've been writing a martial arts novel for a contract right now. Martial arts? Does that even pay? Does it even give a $1,000 for a book? Even if the genre is considered dead, a good writer can still make it sell, Jae-gun blurted, trying to sound confident. He hated talking about his personal struggles in front of his classmates, but Mi Young-hoon wasn't about to let him off the hook. No, I'm not asking about other writers. I'm asking about you. Do you really think your writing will sell? Mi Young-hoon pressed. I won't know until it's published, Jae-gun replied cautiously. How many copies will they even print? It's not like you're getting paid per chapter. You'd have to churn out a book every day just to scrape by, and even then, money will be hard. Jae-gun's lips tightened. A writer only counts as a writer if he earns from it. That's why people mock the poor ones. Slam. Jongjin slammed his glass down on the table. Hey, Mi Young-hoon, he growled, eyes flashing. Your words have an edge. What are you really trying to say? What hidden meaning? Mi Young-hoon feigned confusion, though his smug smile gave him away. Cut the act. I'm warning you. Don't ruin the mood tonight, Jongjin snapped. Mi Young-hoon hadn't changed since college. Still arrogant, still opportunistic, still impossible to read, especially for women. And Jongjin knew exactly why he was taking shots at Jae-gun tonight. Because of the absent Lee Sui. All right. I was just looking out for a colleague, Mi Young-hoon said mockingly, pretending to back off. The atmosphere grew tense until Hyejin quickly shifted the topic. Is everyone here yet? I don't think Suhi came, someone answered. Jae-gun's ears perked up at her name. The thought of her smile instantly filled his mind. I'll call her, Mina offered, but Mi Young-hoon stopped her with a smirk. No need. She's working late. How do you know that? Are you two dating? Mina asked curiously. He laughed. Of course not. She works for Nexon's mobile team. They're about to release a new racing game, and it needed a romantic storyline. She asked me to write it, so I agreed. What could I do? It was a colleague's favor. The women around him lit up, their eyes fixed on him like he was a celebrity. That's incredible. Now you're even writing game scenarios. Nexon's the biggest in the country. If Suhi asked you, you must really be at the top. Basking in their admiration, Mi Young-hoon leaned back and announced, Well, since she's not here because of me, I'll make it up to you all. Drinks are on me tonight. The room burst into excitement. Amid the noise, Jae-gun reached for a bottle, but Jongjin stopped him. Don't pour for yourself, idiot. They clinked glasses, and as Jae-gun downed the bitter beer, he silently thanked Jongjin. Without him, this night would have been unbearable. Later, the two slipped away to a quiet pub at Jongjin's suggestion. Feels good drinking in peace, Jongjin sighed. Sorry, Jae-gun muttered. For what? You're only here because of me. Don't be stupid. It's because of that show-off Myung-hoon. Jae-gun shook his head. He's right about one thing. A writer isn't really a writer unless he makes money. Shut up. Damn it. Seeing him smirk makes me sick. And it's worse for you, because of Suhee. Jae-gun smiled bitterly. Lee Suhee, the girl everyone admired, kinda everyone, and the one he had secretly loved. Back in college, Myung-hoon had asked her out and got rejected, disappearing for a week. Months later, just before graduation, Suhee confessed to Jae-gun, drawn by his dedication to writing. But he turned her down. How could a broke student juggling part-time jobs even think about love? He couldn't afford it. Even now, he didn't regret it. It wouldn't have lasted. He was just a poor writer struggling to pay rent. Asterisk, asterisk, beep. Asterisk, asterisk. Jongjin's phone buzzed. He grimaced at a photo Hyojin had sent. Everyone else at a wine bar with Myung-hoon, laughing and raising glasses. Damn wine, Jongjin muttered. Look at them, chasing free drinks around him. He shoved the phone at Jae-gun. You like Hyojin, don't you? Jae-gun asked quietly. Was it that obvious? Jongjin admitted with a half-smile. Jae-gun chuckled. Since when? Last time we met. She's strong, energetic. I get pulled to that. Yeah, she's pretty too. Forget it. Let her have her fun with that clown. I'm done. He lifted his glass. Drink up. Asterisk, asterisk, beep. Asterisk, asterisk. Now it was Jae-gun's phone. The caller ID made his face turn serious. It's the editor-in-chief, he said, standing. I'll be back. Don't take long, Jongjin replied. Stepping outside, Jae-gun answered. Hello. Hello, Mr. Ha. The editor's voice came through. I read your preview. Do you have time for a call? Yes, there is no problem. Go ahead and speak. The editor-in-chief faltered a bit and continued speaking. Actually, we're worried about your current project. Is that so? The theme of a peerless martial arts master being transported to a fantasy world is good, but focusing mostly on the fantasy plot is a little. And on top of that, it's not as if the main character is some completely overpowered munchkin. The plot development should be about meeting stronger and stronger enemies and cultivating, but his occupation as a blacksmith is a little too boring. Jae-gun plugged his mouth to stop himself from gasping. As he turned his head and looked in front of him, he saw countless amounts of people showing a happy smile and walking past him. It seemed as if everyone was living a happy daily life, except for him. The words of the editor-in-chief continued. Mr. You always seem to be writing diligently. I know that, but because your writing focuses heavily on not leaving any holes in the plot, you lose out many opportunities to bring out more entertainment in your stories. Yes, if you insist on releasing your work like this, we can do it. However, your guaranteed compensation will be reduced by quite a bit, and you shouldn't expect much sales either. Also, your work might get an early termination. Instead of paper books, publishing ebooks seems to be the better option for you. Jae-gun plopped down to a squat as he felt the darkness clouding his eyes. The editor-in-chief added on with absolute firmness. You probably won't be able to S your previous performance. It might even be worse. To say that I wouldn't be able to do better than previous times. Jae-gun's heart seemed as if it would tear, even though he knew the editor-in-chief was speaking with unbiased objectivism. Please think about it and contact me. There is still time left until the deadline, so you have some breathing room. Yes, editor-in-chief. Thank you very much. I'll get back to you. Jae-gun hid his hurt feelings and intentionally replied with a vigorous voice and ended the call. Then, he opened a cigarette packet with a sigh and bit into it. This is so shity, really. The previous work that the editor-in-chief was referring to was Jae-gun's fantasy novel that was published last year. In the end, the performance of that project was not really well received. The series was finished with 5 books in total, and the total amount of revenue that he received was less than 1,800,000 won. You could say that each book brought in less than 360,000 won. He had to spend a month of writing nonstop to complete a book, so it was a shockingly low income. TL, 1,800,000 won is roughly $1,800. Just take out 3 zeros in at the end for one, and you get dollars for future reference. It was said that because of the increase in popularity for ebooks, The situation for authors became better, but that was a faraway land for Jae-gun. The monthly income that Jae-gun received from ebooks were too embarrassing to even mention. There were many times when the income didn't even go over 10,000 won. Does that even pay? Does it even give 1,000,000 won for a book? The taunting face of Myung-hoon lingered in his thoughts. Jae-gun wrapped his head with both his hands while biting down on a cigarette. It seemed as if each book would not even produce 300,000 won, let alone 1,000,000 won. The guesses of the editor-in-chief were correct most of the time. Should I quit now? He couldn't live with an income of 300,000 won per month. Including his current one-room apartment's rent plus various bills, there was no answer to be had. He had only two choices to make: to get a part-time job in a convenience store like last year and continue writing, or to quit altogether. His age was already 27. There was no money saved in his bank account. A depressing life. Unknowingly, streams of tears fell from his two eyes. He felt as if there would never be a time where he would be able to laugh again. Jae-gun couldn't even wipe the tears that fell from his face as he blankly stood still. Go home safely, Jae-gun said as he got off the taxi. Yoongjin in the back seat was esta set out drunk. Yeah, hiccup. Let's talk tomorrow. Mr. Driver, drive away. Hiccup. The taxi drove off along with Jungjin's slurred speech. Jae-gun put his hands in his pockets and lifelessly walked toward his home. He intentionally got off from a decently far away place from his home. It was because his one-room apartment was a bad place for a car to drive to. To the left of the lonely road was a small river, and to the right was a gloomy mountain. The road that always had a lack of people was walked by Jae-gun alone with a depressed mood. In one moment, Jae-gun's footsteps suddenly stopped. Something unnatural came into his line of sight. He looked back at the road that he came from while second-guessing himself, due to his drunken state. His vision came to a focus in between the slopes of the hill. It was a place where someone's gravestone lied. As if the bereaved family didn't take care of it for a long time, weeds grew in spades, and the grave gave off a ghastly aura. However, the thing that caught Jae-gun's attention was something else. The tombstone that stood still was fallen to the ground. Did somebody take it down on purpose? Maybe the sympathy was due to the alcoholic influence. He felt sympathy for the owner of the desolate grave. On the other hand, he became curious. What kind of life must the owner have lived so the owner was abandoned by his family without a second glance? He saw the grave every day, but it was his first time feeling this. Whatever the case might have been, it was currently not important to Jae-gun. As if he was drawn to the grave, he walked up the hills where there were no roads and approached the grave. Wow, this is bigger than I expected. The gravestone that seemed small from far away was considerably big. He pulled both his sleeves up and grabbed onto the gravestone. Grunt! As he exerted his strength and grunted, the fallen gravestone slowly came back up. Veins began to show on his blood-red face. Krum. The Ma.est Civ gravestone was restored to its previous state. Jae-gun's knees were supporting his hands as he gasped for breath. Blurg. The sound of heaving came out after he exerted his strength after drinking alcohol. Jae-gun threw up a mouthful of spit and then plugged his throat. If he threw up anymore, it seemed like everything he ate for dinner would come back up. Hugh. Jae-gun gathered his breath and looked down at the clothes he was wearing. Both his arms and hand were covered with dirt from the gravestone. Dirt is already on me, so whatever. Jae-gun walked towards the grave and started pulling the weeds that grew too much. They were more grounded than they looked, so it took quite a bit of strength. It would have been good if there was a weed cutter lying around, but of course, there was no such thing. It was the moment when he roughly cleared up the front of the grave and turned around to walk away. Meow. Whoa. GODDMN. Jae-gun fell backwards onto his butt. A cat was sitting there with its tail pointed upward. It was a kitten that had a short, deep blue coat. What are you? Your house cat. Jae-gun asked the cat. Around its neck was a red collar. On it, the Korean characters Rika was inscribed. Rika? Your name is Rika? Meow. Why are you in a place like this? Did you lose your way? Meow. The kitten looked up at Jae-gun and continuously mewed. He felt as if the eye level of the kitten was high. As he looked down, the kitten was sitting on top of some box. It was a ramen box covered in duct tape. What is this now? This is weird. Maybe because this was a world where it was overflowing with bad news, scary thoughts came into his mind first. Jae-gun swallowed a ball of spit, gathered courage, and stretched out his hand toward the box. He steeled his resolve and decided that he would investigate it even more if it was related to a crime. The kitten came down from the box and stood next to Jae-gun. A notebook? After locating the entrance of the box, Jae-gun muttered with a stupefied expression. A notebook was inside the box. You could tell it was an old, worn-out notebook. Aside from the notebook, there was a fountain pen, a mug, and a brown-rimmed pair of GLAs neatly laid inside the box. Do these items belong to your owner? Meow, meow. As if the kitten understood, it raised its head and cried out. Jae-gun carefully reached out his hand and scratched the kitten's neck. The kitten must have liked the sensation of the first time meeting Jae-gun's hands and stuck closer to him. It was at that moment. Well, what? Jae-gun abruptly expanded his eyes and opened his mouth. The moment he touched the kitten, an indescribable sensation traveled through his arm and entered his body. Ugh. What? Did I drink too much? Even his head started aching. Jae-gun wrapped one hand around his head and hollered. Arg, I must have overdrank. I should rest now. You should come to my house for now, too, but I would have to use 2 hands to bring the box. To Jae-gun's words, the kitten silly hopped on top of the box. Seeing this cute scene, Jae-gun momentarily forgot his pain and let out a grin. As he lifted the box up, the kitten was already calmly waiting for him. Your name is Rika, right? Meow. There's nothing to feed you except milk at my house. Is that okay? Meow. As soon as I get up tomorrow, I'll find your owner for you. I'm just a novel writer with nothing to do. Meow. Meow. That night, Jae-gun dreamt his first dream in a long time. An old man in his 60s was there, warmly smiling at Jae-gun. He approached Jae-gun and laid down a piece of advice. Write the stories that you want to write, but you must remember to distinguish between what you want to write and writing to solely make money. Do not forget what you promised to yourself when you decided to pick up the pen. You must always keep in mind what you promised to yourself in the beginning. Jae-gun rubbed his burning head from the hangover and woke up from his slumber. Meow. Rika, who was guarding him by his bedside all night, approached him while meowing. Jae-gun fondled Rika, who was rubbing against his cheeks, and stood up. You sleep well, Rika? I should first take a walk around the neighborhood. And you, play with the toys while I start on my proj. Jae-gun couldn't finish his sentence and closed his mouth. He stared penetratingly at Rika with a face void of tiredness. His 2 eyes were wildly shaking. Rika, I knew you already? Meow. Jae-gun was in a state of extreme confusion. Memories of his daily life with Rika were flooding into his mind. What was the meaning of this when it was his first time meeting this kitten? What? What? The new memories were not just about Rika. His entire body shuddered while he observed the memories one by one. The memory fragments didn't make sense, nor were they organized. A scene of him taking a walk with Rika, a scene of him writing a story somewhere, a scene of a young, angry girl throwing a fit, etc. All of these scenes were running past his mind like the floating clouds outside. A memory of a picture surfaced in Jae-gun's mind. The figure in the picture made Jae-gun recall his dream last night. The old man from the dream. He had completely forgotten about the contents of his dream until just now. The figure was that old man from his dreams who gave him various advices. The memories of the old man were, for some reason, transferred to Jae-gun's mind. Jae-gun sprinted outside of his one-room apartment, wearing mismatching slippers. Behind the huffing Jae-gun was Rika, quickly keeping up with him. The place that Jae-gun arrived at was the grave on the mountain. He looked at the gravestone while gasping for breath, and he immediately froze. Gun-woo, 1952-2012. How could this be? His teeth clattered as he fell down to the ground. The name of the old man that forcefully planted the memories into him was Gun-woo. How could this possibly happen? The memories of another person, and a long-dead person at that, were planted inside his mind. Jae-gun tried pinching his cheeks. He felt the pain for sure. It was not a dream. What? This is... Another memory surfaced in his mind. It was none other than Su Gunwoo Street address. Pyeongchang-dong, Jongno District, Seoul. Jae-gun sounded out the address with his mouth. Pyeongchang-dong was in the same city he was in, and it was not that far from where he was. It was a distance that he could go to in 40-50 minutes by riding the subway. I definitely need to go there. First, Jae-gun came back home and quickly washed his body. Inside a big yellow backpack, he packed the items that he picked up yesterday: the laptop, fountain pen, a mug, and the GLA.S.SCS. After he was done, he held the kitten in his embrace. You come here too. This is probably your home. Meow. Jae-gun boarded the subway while holding Rika. He wanted to use a taxi because of the cat, but due to his financial situation, he had no choice but to use public transportation. Oh, what the hell is this? Bringing a cat inside the subway. I have an allergy too, really. I'm very sorry. I apologize. I'll get off soon. As he was profusely apologizing to the singers, it was soon time to get off. Jae-gun hugged Rika and quickly got off the subway. Let's see, the address is... The villas became numerous as he was nearing the address. All of a sudden, he stopped in front of a place in a narrow alleyway. Meow. Without warning, Rika jumped to the ground and took the lead. Jae-gun treaded behind Rika through the twisting and turning alleyway. Suddenly, the duo stopped in front of a worn-down villa. Jae-gun looked at the engraved address next to the entrance. It exactly matched the address from Su Gunwoo's memories. It was your house after all. You remembered well. Let's go in quickly. Jae-gun walked in front of the villa and pressed the doorbell of Suite 201. After a long while, a man's voice came back through the intercom. Who is this? Ah, yes. Excuse me. Do you possibly know Su Gunwoo? What is the problem? The man's voice turned dark in an instant. Jae-gun cleared his voice with a cough and quickly replied. Actually, his grave is near my house. There's a laptop and various other items as well. I also found a cat and was wondering if these items were yours. How did you find this place? The address was written on a piece of paper inside the box. I think it was something like a delivery sticker. Jae-gun did not tell the truth. He could not tell the crazy story that he inherited the memories of Su Gunwoo and he found this place like that. There was an address written somewhere. There is no way that would happen. Anyways, I don't need those items, so please go back. The man still did not open the door and stubbornly talked through the intercom. Jae-gun was enraptured by a peculiar mood. Jae-gun was sure that the man abandoned these items in the grave from the way he was talking. Excuse me, but what is your relation with Mr. Su Gunwoo? Jae-gun asked through the intercom. He needed information. What was the identity of the old man named Su Gunwoo, who came into his head without warning? He desperately wanted to get to the bottom of this. Slam! The door suddenly opened with a deafening noise. In front of the startled Jae-gun, who took a step back, was a man in his 30s. A red face and a strong alcoholic smell emanated from the man, even though it was currently morning. What are you planning to do with information about my father? Father. That Ned, old man. Sorry, it looks like you wanted to do a good deed, but it's all a waste. I purposefully put them over there. Purposefully? I thought that these belonged to your dad. Aren't the laptop and the GLA.SCS all of your dad's treasures? They're all trash. Do whatever you want with them. Those are garbage that won't sell anywhere. He tried to shut the door. Jae-gun hurriedly held on to the door that was about to close and continued. Wait, what about Rika then? The man looked at me with surprised eyes. Wait, how do you know that cat's name? It's on the collar. Isn't this your cat? I don't know about anything else, but you should at least keep her. The man smiled coldly and lifted his left hand. Only then did Jae-gun realize that his arm was in bandages. That damnable cat was the one who did this to me. I tried to bring her back, but this is what I got. That cat. Leave her on the streets for all I care. Wait. Jae-gun resolutely held on to the door and asked the death-glaring man. One more question. What was your father's job? It was a question asked thinking about Seo Gunwoo from his dreams. The man lowered his head and sighed before he spat out. A writer. Writer? A writer? He was a writer? Yes, a writer. Now, just leave me alone. BLAM. He shut the door. Rika was crying from his shock from his roughness. To think that he was a writer, he supported himself on the rails. He had trouble standing. How could he have inherited the dead writer's memories? Meow. Meow. Jae-gun looked at the crying Rika. He suddenly remembered a theme from an occult book that he once read. A cat could be a bridge between the dead and the living. Rika, you know something, right? Meow. Jae-gun sank to his knees. He had actually waited for an answer from a cat. A cat. He felt as though he lost himself. Is this what a madman feels like? Lost in thought, he arrived home. What? How did I come back? He didn't remember leaving the subway. He didn't remember leaving the bus station. He didn't remember anything. Staggering as he walked, he stepped down the stairs to his room. What could be in the laptop? He was very curious about the writer Seo Gunwoo. He only had some fragments of his memories, and he didn't know very much about him. Before he even took his clothes off, he took out the laptop. When he plugged it in and pressed the power button, it thankfully booted. Wow, this is really old. A hollow laugh came out of him as the laptop finished booting and came to the home screen. The hard drive had only 256 megabytes of RAM. On top of that, the memory SBC had 40 gigs of storage. Also, it was running Windows 98. It was something that people would refuse to use for free. There's nothing in here. He couldn't find any information about the writer. There was no search history, nor was there programs except the common writing one. Jae-gun opened his own computer, and he connected it to the internet. Then, he searched up the name, Seo Gunwoo. There were way too many people. Jae-gun put in Seo Gunwoo's birth and death date. Still, nothing happened. Did he use a pen name? It was a world where writers used a pen name instead of their real name. Even he used one himself. Anyway, since there were no results for Seo Gunwoo, that could only mean two things. Either he used a writing name, or he didn't have any released work. Whining. The phone vibrated his entire body. On the phone screen, it showed Ha Jane. It was his 3 years older sister. Jae-gun didn't pick up the call right away and hesitated. Due to her phone call, reality came rushing back to him. There was no good news to give to her. Even so, she would worry if he didn't pick up. She was one that still considered her 27-year-old brother a child. Jae-gun finally picked up the phone with a sigh. Hey, you picked up? I was just about to hang up because I thought you were sleeping. Nah, I was awake. Did you eat? Of course. Jae-gun suppressed his grumbling in his belly. What did you eat? I ate stuff. Stop asking me. I'm not a child anymore. Of course, little brother. Hey. His sister laughed across the phone. Then with a serious voice, she continued. You're coming home tomorrow, right? Yeah. Good. At least come and see your dad. He's getting up there in age. Okay. What's with your weak voice? Did something happen? She asked worriedly. Jae-gun felt bad, but he just couldn't continue the conversation. Sorry, I'm just at a deadline right now. I can't talk. I'll see you later. Beep. He cut off quickly. It was her sister who supported him writing every time. Therefore, she didn't call again. Sorry. Her sister liked to call herself Gold Miss. However, he knew better. He knew that she didn't have time to date because of trying to keep up with her poor family. This isn't the time for this. Jae-gun turned on the computer and opened the Word program. In his eyes, the book he just wrote came up. What now? It didn't look like a book, but rather a jumbled tour of sentences. He scrolled up to the top. He was going to read it once more. Jae-gun's face started to grow paler as he read on. He didn't think it was perfect, but to think it had this many issues. Mistakes that he didn't see yesterday seemed to come up. At this point, this information is unnecessary. The readers will be bored here. Delete everything. This is a point where the main character learns a new skill and matures. This doesn't have enough. It needs more detail. How could this girl slap the main character like this? Is she crazy? She needs to get on her knees and beg. Tap, 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 tap. His 10 fingers flew around the keyboard. When was it? The last time when he was this motivated. He couldn't even remember. A feeling that he didn't have before urged his fingers on. It felt as if they had wings. Hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Jae-gun couldn't feel the flow of time. Sweat fell down his face. His 10 fingers had grown red from the heat. Tap. Hiya. Jae-gun sighed as he typed the last line. As he looked around, it was already dark outside. There was a bright moon outside of the window. What? How? How long have I worked for? The clock read over 7. He didn't even remember when he started. Jae-gun remembered his sister's call and checked the call history. It showed about 11. 8 hours? What? Why am I like this? He was completely in the zone to the point where he hadn't rested his fingers at all. There was never a point in time before where he had put this much effort into writing. Really, he completely forgot about everything except for writing during that time. This is fun. This book has changed so much after these edits. Jae-gun exclaimed as he looked over the book. He had no basis for the confidence, but he was confident nevertheless. This was something that the producers would like. It was the first time he had this feeling. Jae-gun sent the book to the editors by email. After he had sent it, he heard Rika's growling. Rika, I'm sorry. You must be hungry. It wasn't just Rika. Jae-gun was also starving. He hadn't ate anything at all today. As he was going to have to walk because he had some things to buy, he put on some clothes and left. It's 45,000 won. What? It is that expensive. On the pet store's counter, Jae-gun was surprised as he asked the clerk. The clerk smiled and replied, For that amount of food, it is pretty cheap. It would be cheaper if you purchase it online, but there's not that big of a difference. It's a bit more expensive than I thought. So are you going to buy it? Yes. Here. His hand shook as he gave the money to the clerk. What could you do if you were poor? Imagine how much food he could buy for 45,000 won. See you again. Jae-gun left the store in a half-shocked state. Rika, who was in his arms, looked at him with her 2 bright round eyes. It was as if she was asking what's wrong. Is that a making fun of me look? Meow. I get it. What do you know? It's fine. My sister always used to say, don't save money on food. Live with plenty of food. Since you're now family, let's go. Let's go eat some ramen at home. Jae-gun moved his body back home. I ran out of eggs. I should buy some on the way home. Put 2 eggs in the noodles and bam. A freakingly good meal. Adding rice on top of that would fill me up. Don't need anything else. Whining. His phone in his pocket vibrated. As he thought it would be from his best friend Young-jin or his sister, his eyes suddenly widened. What's the occasion calling this late? To think that he would get a call back as soon as he uploaded his updated story. What for? This couldn't be good, he thought. Hello. Mister. Huh. Did you revise this in one day? What? Yeah, I did. Is there something wrong? He trailed off at the end with a worried voice. Was this going to be a talk about how it became worse? He thought it got better. However, if he was going to be criticized again, what would he do? With that thought, he clenched his eyes closed. However, the following words from the editor completely shook his mind. No, you should have wrote like this before. What? Jae-gun straightened his back with a bewildered face. The editor's bright voice continued from the other side. Since you changed a few things and altered the flow several times, the story completely changed. I read it well. You read it well? Yeah, I read it well. Really? Do you think I would say something that's not true? And no, of course not. The editor wasn't the type of person to lie. Since he knew the editor for 5 years, he knew he wouldn't make things up. If he said it was good, it was good. At least, the editor thought it was good. There are a few minor errors and mistypes, but it's not serious. I'll leave it to the office. Fine. Yeah, that would be great for me. I'll send it tomorrow to the printing press it worked on. I'll try to get it published in 4 to 5 days. Oh, and mister. Huh. I don't know how to say this, but do you need any money? Should I put in some additional money in the contract? Contract? If you could do that, I would be really happy. His voice perked up as he listened to some bright news. He was in the red after he bought that food. If he was a successful writer, he could get money whenever he wanted and more. However, Jae-gun definitely not at that stage. Jae-gun's contract was one that didn't provide much as his writing didn't sell well. Okay, I've just deposited 500,000 won. I'll send you the rest for books 1 and 2. It will go in tomorrow at 10 a.m. Thank you. Thank you so much, Editor-in-Chief. It's me who should thank you for this amazing writing. Thank you, mister. Huh. I hope to see more writing from you. Will be a hit. I hope so. Please trust my instincts. This will be a success. Then you've worked hard, so give yourself a nice rest today. Yes, you should rest too, editor. Jae-gun was paralyzed after that phone call. With cat food in one hand and Rika in the other, he couldn't move at all. My writing is good. 5 years after his debut. Since then, all of his work had been dead or failed. He couldn't see good anywhere in the comments. This was his first compliment. It wasn't just any compliment either, it was a huge one. From an editor who was known for being sharp and objective with his cruel comments, he had heard a compliment. There was no describing this feeling in his chest. Drop, drop, drop. Tears fell from his 2 eyes. As hot tears fell on her, Rika raised her head. As if to relieve him, she softly his chest. Rika, he said, was good. Meow. My writing is good. My writing, from an editor who rarely gives compliments. He said it was good. You have no idea what type of person that editor is. He said it was good. He couldn't stop the tears from his eyes. Jae-gun dropped the cat food and hugged Rika with his 2 arms. Rika, as if to congratulate him, meowed cutely along. The weather didn't feel cold anymore. The next morning, Jae-gun let out a sigh of relief as he checked his bank account. 2,100,000 won was deposited in his account. I'm alive. Even though it was only the money for making books 1 and 2, he felt glad for the money he earned. This is really a gift from the heavens. Today was his father's birthday. He was just about to go there empty-handed, but now, with the newly earned money, he could actually prepare a gift. Rika, I'm really sorry, but stay home today. My parents really don't like animals, so it's going to be hard to take you. I'll come back early. Meow. Rika shook her head. It was as if she understood and hopped onto the bed. Jae-gun quickly put on some clothes and left. It was a 1-hour journey by subway to go there. It might be better giving cash. Jae-gun changed his mind about the present. It would be awkward if his father didn't like the present. He hadn't heard anything good come out of his dad's mouth ever since he was little. Unlike his mother and sister, his dad was always cold to his son. As Jae-gun left the station, he put 300,000 won into an envelope. He bought a cream cake as well. His dad wouldn't eat it, but his sugar-loving mom and sister would. Ding dong. Jae-gun arrived at the villa and pressed the doorbell. The door opened. I didn't expect you to arrive this soon. How did you come this early? Jane looked at the clock that showed 2 and asked as if she was surprised. Jae-gun smiled as he took off his shoes. What have you been doing? Since it was a holiday, I was just resting. He could tell that was a lie as he looked towards the kitchen. On the table, there were many ingredients and dishes with boiling soup. It was obvious that she has been busily preparing since this morning. Did you eat lunch yet? Never mind. There is no way that you would have. Where's Mom? She went hiking with Dad. It should be time for them to come back. Eat first. Okay. Jae-gun pulled out a chair and sat in front of the table. Jane made many dishes for her younger brother. She pulled out ham, eggs, beef, kimchi, and also the rice, everything that he liked. Thank you for the food. Just eat. Tell me if you want more. The food was just as good as ever. The deep taste was something he had never savored before in any restaurant. Jae-gun sometimes told her to set up a restaurant. It wasn't a joke. He was serious. His sister's cooking skill was that good. Is it good? Why ask something so obvious? Even though you're living alone, eat well. Yeah, I got it. It will be good if you come back home. You know our dad doesn't like me. That's why I can't say it, you idiot. Hey. Jae-gun put down his spoon. He swallowed everything inside his mouth and spoke. I think everything's going to work out for me soon. Yeah? What happened? Jae-gun lowered his eyes and smiled embarrassedly. Jane slapped his thighs and urged him to continue. Come on, stop holding me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Tell me. The editor said that my book was good. Really? The editor that you spoke to me about on the phone? The one you said that was strict. Yeah, he said it was good. He even gave me money, a lot of money. And that's why. He pulled out the envelope that contained 300,000 won and handed it to Jane. Here, a present. Since he's not going to take it from me, I think it would be the best if you gave it to him. Yeah. Jane took the envelope. As she felt the unexpectedly thick envelope and looked inside, she was shocked. How much is this? Wow, this is 300,000. Why are you surprised by only that much? Hey, take some out. You only have to give Dad 100,001. Hey, don't do that. You have to take care of your life first. Don't overdo it. There's no need to be prideful towards me. Jae-gun grabbed her arms and pressured it as he shook his head. I'm not being prideful. Just think about how I lived like a loser all these years. Do I have the right to be a miser at this moment? Jae-gun, 300,001? That's nothing. In a little while, 3 million, no 30 million won will be coming in. Just please don't say anything and take it. I'm not burdened by this. I can at least give this much as a gift to Dad. Jane dropped her head. Jae-gun was surprised and took her shoulders and lightly shook them as he spoke. You're going to cry again. Don't cry. If you cry, I'm leaving. I'm not crying. It's just some dust in my eyes. You're lying. Dust? What dust? Jane lifted her head and bitterly smiled with a red nose. You're handsome, my little brother. Don't talk to me like I'm a kid. You're only 3 years older. Only 3 years? Hey, that means I ate 3,000 more meals than you. What are you talking about? So that's why you're so fat these days. Hey, are you teasing me? I'm exactly 50 kilograms. Come over here, you little brat. Hey, I was joking. I can't breathe. She put her 2 arms around his neck and squeezed Jae-gun's neck. At that moment, the doorbell rang ding-dong. You're saved by the bell. Jane went to the door and opened it. Jae-gun also stood up and watched the door. His dad and his mother were stepping in with their hiking attire. You came back. Ooh, you're here early, my Jae-gun. His mother took off her shoes and immediately came to hug him. His dad stood behind her and slowly took off his shoes. Why are you so slim? You only eat ramen now, don't you? No, I'm eating well. Why are you so slim, though? This kid's teasing his mom? I put on a lot of weight these days. Honey, don't you think Jae-gun is teasing me? Right? His father didn't respond. He took off his shoes and stepped on into the living room with a stoic face, brushed past Jae-gun and went into his room. Oh, that old man. Jae-gun, you understand. He just had a drink. I'm fine. I'll go and see to him. Go with your sister, son. His mother slapped him on the butt, and she followed his father into the room. He could hear their voices from the room. Their volume slowly got louder and eventually turned into shouts. Why are you acting like this, honey? Don't you think about Jae-gun's feelings? Let's take it easy today, okay? What would even come out of that BSDRDS feelings? Who told him he could come here? I can't stand his face. What? Writing? Ha! He can't even provide for himself. And he wants to write novels like others? There's no need to feed a pathetic BSDRD like him, so take him out quickly. Get him out. Go tell him to write his so-called poems and role-play as a scholar. You're really... Jae-gun slowly moved his footsteps to the front door. While Jae-gun was putting on his shoes, Jane behind him was about to implode with emotion and tears. Jae-gun. She had no words to say to her brother. He didn't know his father would be like this on his birthday. Taking on a job of a writer had its consequences. From the moment he set out on that path, his father rejected him. His dad's fury still lasted until now. Today was a reality check. Give Mom some comforting words. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I'll come over soon when I get a day off. You don't have to. I'll call. Jae-gun turned around and walked away from the house with Jane's teary eyes behind him. As he walked towards the subway station, his heart wasn't only filled with sadness. It was now filled with determination. His walking grew more resolute and filled with strength. Just you wait, father. I'll be back. Jae-gun gathered his willpower and bit his lips. In the past, when he was chewed out by his father, he abandoned his writing and looked for a bottle of soju. That was how much of a mental impact the insults had on him. However, today wasn't the day for that. He started to see a glimpse of his future that had been fading out now. He quickened his footsteps. He needed to write the next martial arts novel for the contract. Pat, Eric, F*******. This shit again. Meow. Rika, who was eating her cat, feed meowed in surprise as she heard the profanity. In front of the computer, Jae-gun buried his face onto his 2 hands. The screen was now of a blue color, filled with error messages. It hasn't been long since I fixed it, and now it's acting up again. He was complaining, but it was a computer that he had been using for a long time. He owned it since his college days, so It has been in use for about 7 years already. Damn it. At least I sent my project in before it busted. He had sent the third martial arts novel of the series to the publisher. He was about to write the fourth one before it crashed. It wasn't the worst situation to be in, but he was in the dark on trying to write from now on. Is it time for me to buy a new PC? He thought it wasn't a bad idea to buy a new computer now. He still had about 1,500,000 won left from his contract payment. He gave 300,000 won to his dad, and even after buying Rick his cat food, and the living necessities left him this much. No, not yet. I can't relax. Jae-gun shook the thought out. He knew that money always seemed aplenty, but it always had a tendency to flow off. The rent and the utility bills would take him under 1 million won. Without even thinking about the next month, was he going to buy an expensive computer? This was the mindset of someone who wanted to live for one day and die. I should just go to PC Bang. I could cut my rent for a month and use it there. His head was filled with ideas for his novels. He had to write these things down, or else he thought that his mind might burst. Jae-gun suddenly kicked his chair and shot up. At that moment, right, I have that. He glanced towards the corner of the room. The old and tattered laptop was in sight. However, there shouldn't be a big problem if he just used it to write. It even has Word. It works fine, so why not use that? He put his broken computer below his desk and replaced it with CO Gunwa's laptop. As he connected the power cord to the laptop and turned it on, it made a beep sound and the booting started. You are, indeed, older than my 7-year-old computer. Winning. A phone call from the editor-in-chief came. Jae-gun double-clicked on Word from the desktop as he picked up the phone. Yes. Yes, HELO. How did you write 3 books in a day? Did you already write these? Haha, no. That's not it. The story just came to me. It wasn't a lie. After he obtained the new memories, his writing has changed. It wasn't his choice, but everything changed. It gave him motivation and new thoughts. He could tell from his writing. Wow, then this seriously wasn't written before and was written in a week. She was really surprised. Jae-gun's normal speed was about 1 book per 1 month. I skimmed it and book 3 was good too. There isn't much to change there as well. Good work, mister. Huh. No, the compliments should go to you for checking my work. Haha, no, but there's a surprising piece of news. Surprising? You should hold onto your phone. With those words, Jae-gun tightened his grip on the phone. What is it? Is it something bad? It should be good. After all, there's no writer that doesn't like their books being copied. Jae-gun couldn't believe his ears. My writing? Being lengthened in copy? Jae-gun couldn't believe his ears. Across the phone, the editor was laughing. Are you listening? Mister. Huh. Mister. Huh. The editor asked even though she knew that he was listening. Jae-gun stood up and walked around until finally he sat down onto his chair. Yes. Yes. I'm here. I'm here. The reception of your books was amazing. The stores loved it. Therefore, we decided to print 1,000 of them. What? How many? 1,000. Jae-gun's legs shook as he listened to her, completely flabbergasted. With the development of the internet and e-books, regular books were in distress. It was amazing that the book even got lengthed. It was impossible for that to be in the thousands. Are you joking somehow? Or are you pulling my leg? Jae-gun knew that she wasn't, but he had to ask. His 2 eyes were still in disarray. Do you really think I would joke with something like this? Congratulations, mister. Huh. It was your perseverance coming through. You'll soon be making money and your living will be much better. Jae-gun signed a contract with each book at 8%. A single book costs $8, so he got about 641. For 1,000 books, it was 640,000 won. There was the 3% tax to worry about, but he could still make a flat profit. Contrary to the flabbergasted Jae-gun, who was unable to respond, the editor continued her cheerful talk. Then, keep on working. I'll be waiting for your next episode. Don't overdo yourself either. And let's have lunch together sometime. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Really, thank you. He headed straight for the fridge. He took out cold water and started gulping it down. His chest was bursting. He needed to vent this feeling with someone, but Jane and Jongjin were working right now. So Jae-gun picked up Rika and shouted, Did you hear that? I'm getting more books. And 1,000 of them, too. Meow. It's now 3,000 releases for one book. That's about 1,900,000 for a book. This is crazy. Really? To think I could get about 2,000,001 for one book. Do you think this makes sense? Meow. Meow. This was probably nothing to successful writers, but to Jay Gunn, who received almost nothing for 5 years, it was a success like nothing ever before. Yeah, to continue this feeling, I want to write book 4. I'll write book 4 in a week as well. Just you wait, by the next month, I'll be freaking rich and I'll buy you a cat tower or whatever that is. With immense happiness, Jay Gunn set off on writing on Say Gunwa's laptop. He knew the general outline of book 4. He just needed to calmly write it down. Tap, 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 tap. On the monitor screen, words were flying on the page. Now here, the man needs to get hit, and then he needs to retreat quietly. While he was typing, Jay Gunn had a mysterious feeling. Something feels weird. Usually when he was typing, the mind went faster than his typing. However, today, it was the opposite. It felt like his typing was faster than his mind. Wait, what? What is this? He looked at the clock. Only an hour had said since he started. Yet, the .u. meant he was writing on read over 20 pages. What? Is the file wrong? How much did I write? Jay Gunn surprisingly looked at the .u. min information tab. Then, he took a heavy breath. His mind went numb. He lost his sense of feeling, as if he was free-falling. Letters, 10798. What? I wrote about 10,000 letters in an hour. Jay Gunn's typing speed was not slow. It was about the same as the average writer. Yet, even in a good condition, his fastest was about 3,500. To write at this rate, he needed to spend about at least 2 hours and a half. This isn't only about a good condition. This wasn't writing or revising an old book. It was making a new one from scratch, and it was 10,000 characters for 1 hour. He couldn't believe it. It was out of human reach. His mind felt the numbness and shock again. If I can write like this, I would be able to write about 1 book per day. The book he was writing was about 140,000 letters. Therefore, if he could write at the same speed, he could write a book in 14 hours. Let's do it. Jay Gunn shook his tired hands and resolved his mind. I'll try to make a record with finishing a book in 1 day. Rika, you're the witness. Check out how fast I type. Meow, meow. Jay Gunn shoved his face into the computer and started to write the novel. Rika secretly slipped out of her house and moved under the bed. In that position, she looked at Jay Gunn typing the book. I'm so tired. 6:30 in the afternoon. Zhang Jin, who just finished overtime, was wearing slippers. The dungeon project was not looking to an end. The private testing was right ahead. Until the deadline, overtime was going to be his closest friend. Manager Lee, would you want a cup of coffee? Zhang Jin asked Sing by. Manager Lee was one of those people in this loud office that didn't fit well with him. Assistant Manager Park, sorry. I want to finish reading this book before overtime starts. Go ahead and have a drink. Manager Lee responded with his head down. In his hands, he had a book. Zhang Jin stepped forward and asked, What's that book you're reading so intently? All I read is martial arts. But seriously, this is pretty entertaining. Martial arts. Zhang Jin's 2 eyes shine bright. Obviously, his best friend's job came to mind. Manager Lee continued. This writer's previous works was, what should I say? Syntax and order had the basics, but the story was awfully boring. There was useless information everywhere. So I read about 2 or 3 books and just threw it away. And then he hasn't released anything for a while, but it seems like he studied a lot. I can't stop reading. Zhang Yin couldn't stop his curiosity and looked at the book cover. And then his eyes widened. The book name was Martial Rankings. The author's name was Pyung Chionyu. What? Wow, what? Did you read this before? Do you know this writer? And no, it's just yes. I just thought it looked like something I read before. The name seems similar. Zhang Jin answered quickly. Manager Lee just shook his head and went back to reading. Well, all martial arts books have similar titles and have that feeling. Haha, that's right. Anyway, Manager Lee, I'll just go get that cup of coffee and come back. Go ahead. Jin left the office in a hurry. As soon as he pressed the elevator button, he pulled out his phone and called Jae-gun. The only person who used Pyong-cheon-yu as a pen name was his best friend. Hello. Jae-gun quickly picked up the phone. In an elevator all by himself, Jin asked, "Hey, do you know anyone who uses the same pen name as you? What is this random question about? Speak up, man. Is there anyone else who uses Pyong-cheon-yu?" "Don't think so. No, there isn't. At least to my knowledge." "Then is your new book called Martial Rankings?" "Dude, are you so busy that you couldn't even read my book?" "Sorry, but I was so occupied that I couldn't read. I called because my manager in the office is reading the CRAP out of your book." "Really?" Jae-gun's reply was full of happiness. Jin, as a friend, felt his happiness and quickly continued his words. "Hey, this isn't to make you feel good. That manager, he's a complete genre reading. He reads a lot, and he's also awfully stubborn. Because he read most things he should have. A person like that says your book is fun. He says he can't stop reading. He even denied my offer to drink coffee. Damn, that feels good. How's the book? Is it printing well? Don't be surprised. I got it printed. 1,000 copies." Jin was so surprised that he bent his waist and hit the back of the elevator and moaned. "Eh? Seriously? In this small amount of time, you freaking got 1,000 copies printed? Isn't this a success omen? Aren't your days of suffering gonna end? Are you going to buy a house and stuff like that? Don't get too excited. Buying a house isn't a few coins." "Yeah, okay. Getting too excited and later it could be weird. Hey, I was just feeling happy. I'm just spitting out words now. Hey, awesome job, Jae-gun. I feel freaking good. Just you wait. I'll finish the series and I'll get you a feast. I'm gonna eat the plates clean. Finish the series and call me." "Thanks. You have fun, too." Beep. The phone shut off. Jae-gun, who was busy typing before he picked up the phone, put down the phone smiling and sat down. Jin's phone call was thankful. His words helped him, and it served as a purpose for him to stop and take a break. There actually is people who says it's fun. It was Jae-gun who felt weird. It was a long time ago that Jae-gun threw out his habit of searching his own books online. It was because of all the critics. "Is this a book?" etc. "Aren't you sorry to the trees?" etc. All these comments made him so depressed that it made him harder to write books. It was better to not see them. Let's endure it. He wanted to see the comments on the new book, but Jae-gun pushed down that feeling. Even if he checked, he was going to check after he finished the series to comfort his mind. Beep. Hello. Hello, sir. This is writer Ha Jae-gun, right? Who is this? Oh, sorry. You don't know me? This is Heedy Media's Ma Jonggu. Ha ha ha. I'm not sure how you've been living. Jae-gun's hand, which were holding the phone, shook. Without realizing it, he was biting too hard and his teeth were making his lips bleed. It was an uncontrollable reaction. Heedy Media. It was the company that released his debut work 5 years ago. It was the company that gave him so much suffering and sadness. It was a memory that he wanted to forget. It was the reason why he deleted their phone number. The other person's calm voice continued. "I couldn't ask how you were for a couple of years. There was a lot of things going on. Today's market issues, me doing work meant for the above people." "What is it?" Jae-gun cut him off. "I'm busy writing my book. If you have anything to say, you should just say it." "Ah, yes. You were writing, right? I was having fun reading it." The other person mentioned Jae-gun's new project. From Jae-gun's lip, a small laugh came out. Jongjin's overreaction wasn't too overreacted, he thought. His book was getting up there. No message for a couple of years, and now these hyenas come smelling and calling. It was really fun. The story is clear and straightforward. A marvelous work. I always knew you were going to make a blast someday. Ha ha. This bitch, an ugly facial expression came on a Jae-gun's face. This was the person who didn't even consider him a writer and humiliated him when his statistics were low. Now the same person was spitting out compliments. Like I said last time, I want to say some greetings. Do you still live in Suwon? I can come and serve you some dinner. No, I'm fine. Jae-gun completely cut him off and rejected him. It was obvious. He was going to buy expensive food and slip a contract in the talk. He didn't even remotely think to sign with Heedy Media. I'm eating well without missing any meals. I don't think you have any other things to talk about, so I'll cut off. Writer, huh? W, wait. No. Writer, huh? Please don't cut off and listen to me for a lit. Beep. J-Gun ignored the others' fast talking and cut off the phone. A call came back just 10 seconds. J-Gun just blocked the phone number. The world became completely quiet. Huh. A sigh came out of his lips. J-Gun put his head back and looked up at the ceiling. Rika came over and hopped on J-Gun's knees. Humans seemed to easily change depending on the situation. J-Gun murmured as he touched Rika's neck. Heedy Media's general manager's call was still in his mind, and it made his stomach sick. His debut in Heedy Media didn't have good results. But it wasn't completely on the floor either. It was just average-ish. J-Gun was relieved and wanted to write till 7 books as he planned. However, that small dream came to a close when he was writing his 3rd book. J-Gun could still remember the depressing night a few years ago, when that message from the management came. Writer, since the results aren't good, let's end it at 4 books. A death sentence like judgment for a writer. It was the end of the series with an early ending. The paper copies, unlike the electronic books, cost money. Thus, the less popular books are forced to end earlier. The printers don't care if the ending is good or not, as it is just a project that became a bomb. At that time, J-Gun forgot his pride and tried to hang on to the general manager. I need to write until the 5th book to finish the story. Just please let me write to the 5th. But the general manager's response was ice cold. You know the market enough, so why are you like this? Our publishers are small. We need to produce more popular work to eat and live. If we produce till the 5th book for your series, we won't be able to pay the next month's employees. I understand your feelings, but let's try again next time. I have a meeting, so I'll cut off. It seemed as though that phone call was back in his ears. The hand scratching Rika's tightened up. Rika then put her face on J-Gun's chest and rubbed. As time went by, J-Gun calmed down. Thanks, Rika. I'm better now. I don't feel anything. Meow. I've now met a great editor. I've now started to write a selling book now. The poor past is now over. The person who sat at the past is not me. J-Gun, regaining his strength, went to the front of the computer and sat down. When he looked at the clock, it was 6 p.m. He started just after noon, so he's been working for 6 hours. Wow, Rika, I've been working for 6 hours and wrote about half a book. When he checked the doc.u.mint info, it was over 65,000 letters. At this rate, he could be able to finish writing a book in 7 to 8 hours. My neck hurts and I'm tired. I'll get some coffee as a break. J-Gun pressed on his hurting waist. His hands hurt after writing for 6 hours while typing at a speed of 10,000 letters per hour. He went to the sink and took out the instant stick coffee and turned on the coffee pot's BUT ton on. Dang it, I didn't do the dishes. J-Gun was lazily going to do the dishes until he noticed a gray mug. It was one of Gunwa's things. Since it was a cup, he washed it, but he never used it before. Now I see it, the cup is actually pretty good. Okay, one more. J-Gun put another stick into the mug and poured some hot water to the brink. A strong aroma rose up. A smell stronger than usual came through his nose. That's good. Not jealous of the professional coffees. J-Gun, as a break, watched the internet news and slowly drank his hot coffee. Even though it was instant coffee, it seemed better than usual. He happily drank everything on the mug. Putting down the mug cup, J-Gun looked down to his body and shook his head. Energy was flowing through him. Just a while ago, his body was heavy like wet cotton and it hurt, but now he felt refreshed like he just got a rest. Is it the caffeine? J-Gun put down the mug in the sink confused. He didn't notice the white marks left on the bottom of the gray mug. Well, now my condition is amazing. Let's finish it by 2 a.m. J-Gun started to hit the keyboard again. The words on the screen filled as fast as light. The 1 cup of coffee from Gun Woo's mug gave him the new energy. Editor, are you busy? Starbucks publisher's office. Editor Gwon was just back from a trip and was checking the writer's book schedules. Employee Young Somi-ai was just coming to her. Somi-ai, yes, it's fine. Go ahead. Tuwin moved his gaze from the monitor to Somi-ai and answered. He was the kind of person who was never condescending to any underlings. Somi, who was a new employee for about 6 months, laughed meekly and continued. It's about the Marshall rankings by Writer Ha. Yes. What about Writer Ha? He finished all 10 books of the series and sent them. So I was wondering what I should do with this. W hat. Towin unawarely stood up. He really sent all 10 books of the series? Seriously? Yes. I've checked it. He finished from the 4th book to the 10th and sent 7 books of content to us. Wow. I can't believe this. What happened? How long has it been since he sent us the 3rd book and now he finished the 10th book? How could this be? Towin shook his head and sat back down. It has only been 10 days since he has gotten the 3rd book. The Jaegun Towin knew was a writer who finished a book in about a month. It was surprising that Jaegun sent the 3rd book in a week. But now, sending 7 books in 10 days, it had to be books that he'd written earlier and saved. Did you read some of the books? Yes. Not all of them, but I'm now on the 8th book. You read a lot. How did you feel? Somi put her 2 hands on her chest and said with a small but confident voice, I thought it was fine. The story is clear and the plot twist is good. I have to see about the story, but until now, I don't see any holes in it. Really? Did something happen to Writer Ha this year? It must be a year of success for him. Yes. Anyway, I get it. I'll check it and reply back, so you could just leave it. Yes. Thank you. Somi returned back to her seat. Towin alone, he put his chin on the desk and went into his thoughts. Jaegun's books have been getting good reviews. After the 4th book was printed, the plan was to increase the print by 1,000 copies. Now it's going to be 4,000 copies per book. Usually after a book goes out, it takes about 1 month until the next one is released. It was to help the writer, but it was also to help the readers adjust themselves on the time period after the books are released on the market. But that was during the time when books were printed only in paper copy. Now the electronic market existed. If the series was already over, wouldn't it be better to print them all and then put them on the internet? That could be the shortcut to greater success. What would the original writer be thinking of right now? Towin pulled out his phone, and then on the long list of contacts, he pulled out Ha Jaegun's and pushed the call but ton. After a brief beep, Jaegun picked up the phone. Yes, editor. Writer Ha, you wrote this before, right? How did you finish till the 10th book in only 10 days? How was the book? It has to be good. The publisher's employee said that it was fun, but I didn't get to read it yet, but it must be good. Oh, and Writer Ha. Towin stopped for a second and checked his afternoon schedule. Since he got the final book of the series, it was time to make the contract for the next work. If Jaegun somehow signed with another publisher, that was bad news. Now Jaegun, in the editor's opinion, became a writer that could not be let go. Are you good for dinner today? I only said that I wanted to meet you a couple of times, but I haven't seen you in a while. Today? Yes. Do you have any plans today? Jaegun's reply didn't come right after. On the other side of the phone came a repeating, unknown buzzing sound. Towin became nervous. He worked a long time as an editor. He had that feeling. Now it seemed that feeling was coming to him now. It might be that writer called Jaegun was already. Sorry. Jaegun's voice returned with the signal. I must have pushed a wrong ton with my ear. You wanted to meet today, right? Yes, writer. Are you okay? Of course. I'm fine. I've finished writing the series, and I'm free. Where do you want to meet? The same place. I'll go close to where you live. No, there's nothing to eat here. It's not far, so I'll go to Gula Station and see you there. How about 7? Yes, writer. That seems fine. Also, Towin slurred his words and moved his glance to editor's office. Somi was already putting her face on the screen and was typing fast on the keyboard. She was already ordering Jaegun's books in a list. She was always doing more before even being told to do so. She knew how to do her job, and so she never got intimidated when facing an overload of work. With both his eyes on Somi's laudable self, he replied back on his phone. If it's fine, Writer Ha, could your head editor also come as well? It was good for the head editor to meet with the writer, especially with a writer like Jaegun, who seemed to be close to success. Towin wanted Somi to get more opportunities and experience as an editor. Jaegun didn't stop and accepted the offer. That's good for me. We can see each other's faces and exchange greetings. Yes, writer. I'll see you at 7. Okay. Thank you. To stretched as he cut off the phone. After he finished that call, he felt refreshed. He felt that his feeling was getting worse as time went on. Jae-gun didn't change. He was the same diligent, hard-working, nice guy. Representative. To, surprised, stood up. A man with half hair about in his 60s was walking in with his hands clasped behind his back. It was Starbucks Representative Park Jae-guk. Hey, don't stand up. Just sit down. Jae-guk pushed To-in's shoulder and made him sit down. And he pulled a chair on the side and asked Pa Estat Sing by. Is there anything good going on? Nothing changed except Marshall rankings. The freaking market is terrible. Jae-guk scratched his neck and complained. Looking at To-in's schedule, he continued his question. Is that book selling well right now? The reviews are good. From book 4, there's going to be more copies. If the reactions are good, there might be more. That's good. I just wish he could write faster. We have to finish printing in paper to release it electronically and suck the juice out. People these days don't even read paper books. They use their phones. The world is changing after all. No, editor, how about we slow the book down and start the electronic service quickly? Speaking of, I needed to tell you something. I've got the last book of the series. What? When? He sent it yesterday. I skimmed it, but it didn't seem like there was anything wrong with it. He sent 10 books already? Wait, but he wants to end it in only 10 books? You said the reviews are good? Isn't this a series that we can push over 20-plus books? A publisher wants to pull a successful series as long as it can. To shook his head and answered. We were going to meet today during dinner. We can start discussing the contract for later. I'll ask him if he has any intention of stretching the series. Yes. Good job. Jae-guk tapped his shoulder and stood up. Give him some expensive food. $300 or $400 doesn't matter, so just swipe it. Give him some specials. You eat as well. And persuade him well. You need to lock him up. Yes. We need to lock this writer up. At a time like this, we found a selling writer. This is good news. We can't miss this money line. Jae-guk walked out with his hands clasped on his back, the same way he walked in the office. To gazed at Jae-guk's back with a complex expression on his face. It has been 9 years since he joined Starbucks. The representative was old and unmarried when he joined, but now he was a dad of 2 children. A lot of things have changed. You and I are going to leave together today, so please finish the work by 6:30. Yes, editor. Somi-I's energized voice came back. To-in downloaded the book from the company's mailbox and started reading it. Even though he was in a position of an editor and had to treat a book like a job, he turned into a reader and immersed himself into the novel. Should get ready to leave now. It was 6 and Jae-gun started to get ready to leave. Beep. The phone rang on his pocket as he was putting on his shoes. When he checked the phone number, Jae-gun's face tightened. Heedy Media's assistant manager Park Young-seo. What is it? Jae-gun couldn't answer the phone right away and was stuck in his thoughts. Even though he deleted Ma Jonga's phone number, there was a reason why he didn't delete Park Young-seo's. Even though he didn't have much power, he was a person who tried to help out Jae-gun as much as possible in the company. Are they planning to use Young-seo to try and get a contract out of me? If then, they are completely mistaking the game. Out of Jae-gun, a laugh came out. Business is business. Young-seo's niceness was a different problem. Jae-gun picked up the phone. Assistant Manager Park? Yeah, my phone number. Hello. Ryder, Anything happened? It was the same rushed and nervous voice. Jae-gun felt the same sorry feeling and answered. Nothing else happened. You're doing fine. Yes. I've been doing fine. Yes. I've been doing fine. Jae-gun's eyes were on the clock on the wall's minute hand. If he didn't leave right now, he was going to be late, so he was going to have to talk while walking. Did General Manager Ma tell you to get a contract signed? Jae-gun closed the door and walked through the hall. He didn't want to beat around the bush. Young-soo was the type of person who was careful with every writer he spoke with. He also had a weak hearing. It was better to talk straight away. That is, I wanted to ask how you've been doing, and with that purpose. I'm sorry to you, assistant manager, but I have no mind to sign with Heedy Media. No, since this is business, there is no reason to be sorry to you, right? I have no bad feelings with you, assistant manager. With Jae-gun's sure tone, Kyung-soo's voice became more rushed. That is, Ryder Ha. The general manager said he would listen to any conditions at all. He said he wanted to give you the best conditions. Seriously, can't you listen just once? Assistant manager, I'm not sure if you understood. Jae-gun's stopped mid-sentence. Just 10 steps away was a car. And next to that car, there was Kyung-soo in a crouching position holding a phone. Ryder Ha. Kyung-soo, noticing Jae-gun, put down his phone and laughed awkwardly. Of course, Jae-gun couldn't laugh. The only people who knew where he lived out of Suwon's people were the employees of Starbucks. Did his personal information get exposed or something? Kyung-soo quickly ran up. Jae-gun, until he came up his nose, stood there. It was true that this unexpected meeting was uncomfortable and baffling. Hello. How did you know? Yes? Kyung-soo read the discomfort in Jae-gun's face and stopped for a second. However, he knew that this wasn't a matter to be hidden, so he quickly explained. The general manager told me to get over here. I was looking for the exact place, and you just appeared. Jae-gun closed his mouth and was speechless. He didn't feel like he needed to ask how he found out. This line of job is small. A person who worked here works over there. A person who worked over there works over here. And then here, and there, and over there, people start to know each other. Perhaps General Manager Ma had contacts in Starbucks. Heedy Media knew that Jae-gun wouldn't like, yet they still found his address and sent a person here. Jae-gun was sorting out the perfect response for this discomfort in his head. Ryder Ha, if it's before dinner time, you should come with me. I have a meeting. Yes, then talking while standing here is bad, so we should go to nearby cafe. No, I will simply speak right here. Why one is a contract requirement. Contract requirement? Kyung-soo's face revealed his fear. This was the first time that he saw this confident and self-confirmed Jae-gun. The old Jae-gun wasn't like this. As they were a writer and an editor, they had different jobs, but he was like him, a powerless man. Jae-gun put up his hands and folded his fingers one by one and continued his words. 11% royalties from 3,000 copies, extra 1% from 4,000 copies, extra 1% from 5,000 copies, and so on. Also a contract span of 2 years. Electronic books should be 7 to 3. Of course the 7 is me. Send this to General Manager Ma. W.R. Ryder Ha? This is... Kyung-soo turned pale and couldn't continue his words. This wasn't impossible. The deal that Jae-gun just proposed was a deal that a type famous writers could negotiate. I'm busy, so I'll assume you heard me, and I'll go first. W. Ryder Ha. Wait a second. Excuse me. Don't follow me. As Jae-gun looked back with a furious face, Kyung-soo stopped following and froze in place. Don't follow me, and do not come to my house without my consent, or there will be no contract. And give me the answer today by text. Jae-gun spoke hardly and furiously turned around. Kyung-soo, with his shivering body, could only watch Jae-gun's figure move farther away. I'm sorry. Kyung-sis, O.B. The asterisk. Jae-gun wasn't too happy about this. However, it was the only option. As long as Kyung-soo was an employee of Heedy Media, he couldn't do anything else. So he chose this path to just completely cut them off. When he couldn't see Jae-gun anymore, Kyung-soo finally got control of himself and called his superior. The other accepted the call before the first bell stopped ringing. What? It ended already. That is, General Manager. He says he'll sign if we accept his demands. Demands? What does he want? Kyung-soo said Jae-gun's demands one by one. The other voices breathing across the phone started getting heavier. This madman, first time since his debut, he's selling 1,000 copies and what? Does this guy think he's on the level of other top writers? Is this guy going crazy because people are saying he's gaining popularity? Kyung-soo held his phone away from his ear and wrinkled his face. He waited until the screams were over and asked, What should I do now, General Manager? Do what? Are you going crazy? Assistant Manager? Don't speak nonsense and go meet that my husband is a werewolf writer. Throw the hot Jae-gun guy away. Beep. Phone shut off as soon as he stopped. Kyung-soo looked down at the floor and sighed. Skepticism filled him like a flood. Is this the dream that he had since his school days? Are you sure with this? The representative said to buy you expensive things. I wanted to eat meat. I don't want to go far away, and I'm fine right here. Starbucks Toin and Jae-gun met at a popular meat restaurant sitting across each other. The employee girl came over to take orders. What do you want? Can I have the beef rib? I serving for 3 first. Toin didn't hesitate and bought the expensive meal that costs $30 per serving. Jae-gun was surprised, but he knew that the meal bought to a writer was always paid with the company card, so he kept quiet. Before I speak, I have something to say. Toin smiled and opened his mouth. Your book is getting printed 1,000 copies more. Then, it means that one book is getting about 4,000 copies. Yes, estimate about $2,500. It means you're getting about $2,500 each month. Of course, only from the paper books. Jae-gun's smile was earnest. He didn't need to hide his feeling in front of Toin. Now, like other employees, he had a stable cash flow of money coming in. He didn't need to worry about the gas fees or wash in cold water like fish flopping around. Life changes in a moment like this. If the reviews are good, then we might sell about 5,000 copies per book. I wish that could happen. And because of that, writer Ha, do you have any intentions of lengthening the series? Jae-gun put down his cup and met Toin's gaze. You want me to write more of the series? Yes. I've read until the 10th book, and there's a fight that starts in the 8th book. If we can lengthen the story from the 8th book to the 10th book, we can write about to 15 books. Other than that, the plot might break and ruin the series. Toin wasn't an editor that only looked for the gain of the company. He wanted a ratio that also didn't ruin the project. This was why he had a lot of popularity among writers. Jae-gun also felt that too. How is it? If we can go till 15 books, the book may increase in popularity and we might go over 5,000 books and maybe up to 6,000. Your royalties will also increase by that much as well. But I thought I finished the story pretty cleanly. Jae-gun slurred his words and moved his head sideways. A young girl was coming through the door and entering the restaurant. With a 160 centimeters height, a small body, and 2 large eyes, she had a cute impression. Jae-gun felt the entire restaurant getting brighter. Somi-I here. Toin held up his hand and shouted. The cute girl that Jae-gun saw smiled, put her shoes in the cabinet, and walked over. And then, to Jae-gun, she bent her waist 90 degrees and greeted him without caring about the other customers. It's hello. Writer Ha. I am Starbucks employee Young Somi-I. I'm late because I was parking. Like her face, she had a clean and happy voice. Jae-gun, with his eyes on her white socks below her shorts, awkwardly nodded to her. The cat inscribed on her sock looked like Rika. He felt good. I should have already mentioned her during that phone call. She is the head editor for your project, Writer Ha. Sit down, miss. Somi-I sat down next to Toin. She reached for the cup and poured some water. Jae-gun said, You must be tired after reading over my lacking books. What are you talking about? The book is so entertaining that work doesn't seem like work. Thank for the made-up words. Somi-I wrinkled her face as if she was suffering unfairness. I'm serious, mister. I'm not used to the martial arts genre, but I read your books well. Jae-gun shyly laughed and shook his head. It's common for writers to get praise from the editors. It's more of an encouragement to help the suffering writers than a compliment. In the past, when Jae-gun didn't sell well, he let the compliments slip through his ear. However, with this new book in the market, it felt different now. Somi-I's compliments as an editor were finally reaching his heart. Everyone's cups were full of soju, and with Somi-I's skillful hands, the meat was roasting well. Common talks about daily life went back and forth across the table. When the second bottle of soju was being opened, Toin spoke. Writer Ha, about the suggestion I mentioned earlier. Jae-gun, with meat in his mouth, shook his head. His eyes were stuck on the grill, and he was deep in thought. Toin waited calmly, without intervening or adding. I'm sorry, but I can't lengthen the book. I see. I feel like I completely finished the series in 10 books. Of course, if I lengthen the series, I would get more profit, but to the perspective of the readers, I feel like that would be hard. Toin's disappointment was on his face. Unexperienced at these kind of talks, Somi sat tight-mouthed. Her two ears were perked up, trying to make sense of the atmosphere. If Ryder Haas says so, I guess there's nothing else to say. Okay, actually, it's pretty good just the way it is. But Tuin, wondering what he was going to say, opened his eyes wide and held out the cup with two hands. Jae-gun poured soju and continued. I will contract the next work right now. A sequel contract? Jae-gun laughed and replied back with a mischievous tone. Why are you so surprised? I thought you were going to mention first about making a sequel contract. And no, it would be great if you could do that. But with the end of the series, you must be tired and in need of some rest. Jae-gun shook his head and cut him off. I'm fine. When I have momentum, I should pull it with me. I'll send the synopsis tomorrow, and I'll finish about 5 books before a week. Toin almost spit out the drink in his mouth. 5 books in a week. Do you think that would be possible? Actually, I have some in reserve. I think I can do it. It was a lie. He didn't have a word of reserve. It was just that he had the skill of writing 10,000 words per hour now. So he was ranting about it. The problem is to make the rough copy good for you, but I'll try as much as I did for Marshall rankings. I believe in your writing skills. I think you have the feeling now, so the sequel would be good as well. Jae-gun drank a sip of water with a calm expression. It was time to bring up the hard topics. Now he was a selling writer, so it was time to bring up his worth. Tuin was a humanly good editor who helped Jae-gun from the nameless days till now. So it was harder for Jae-gun to bring up the topic. Ryder, what are you thinking so hard about? Jae-gun firmly lifted his head. With a mental ATT, I got to talk not to editor Tuin, but to the entire Starbooks. He opened his mouth. Now I want to edit the contract details. Yes. Of course, Ryder. We can't have the same contract as last time, of course. I didn't completely make a big success yet, so I have no mind to reach for unreachable conditions. Just with 9% royalties with a bonus over 3,000 copies, and suddenly Tuin took out sheets of paper from the bag, and he pulled out a contract and gave it to Jae-gun. Would you look at this for a moment? A contract. I prepared this because I thought I would be contracting for a sequel with you. Please look through the contents. Jae-gun, shaking his puzzled head, opened the contract. As he turned the pages, the feeling of surprise was getting added. In the contract were conditions better than what Jae-gun secretly wanted. Editor, this... Jae-gun couldn't continue. Basically, with 10% royalties and 1% added every time 1,000 copies were printed after the basic 3,000 copies. The settlement ratio for the electronic books were also 6 and 4, Jae-gun with 6. Jae-gun's contract ways were basically paper books. Paper books have larger cost, and there are larger risks of loss. The publishers obviously make contracts with the electronic market in their mind. Therefore, without being a great writer, it's hard to get over 5. To Jae-gun, who only got 1 good writing, it was an unconventional condition. Editor, did you prepare this earlier? I thought we needed to do at least that much as a starter. Rather, I'm sorry that we could only do that much. If you blast this new work as well, then I'll try and fry the representative to get a higher condition. Jae-gun's heart was pounding, and he could only shake his head. He was so happy to this editor's patronizing mind that cared for him so much. Now, I think all the important things have been taken care of, so let's concentrate and eat. Yes, of course. Eat. You too, miss. Eat and get strength, Ryder. The 3 people lifted their cups. The surroundings got louder as more people came in. Even with the loudness, inside Jae-gun's mind was the makings of a sequel. It was quickly taking form. No, what is this? Heedy Media's main editorial department. Assistant Manager Park Young-soo was looking at his monitor at his spot. Filled on the screen was the comments on Starbooks writer Pyong-cheon used new work, Marshall rankings. Man in 20s, when is the 3rd book coming out? Woman in 30s, it's really fun. Man in 40s, frequent visitor, absolutely getting the 3rd book. Man in 10s, student visitor. My friends at school don't read anything except the Marshall ranking series. We overfilled the volume of the 1st book, so we couldn't get the book. Sadness. Kyung-soo's face felt more pale because of the light from the monitor. Kyung-soo couldn't believe it. It has been only 8 days since he met Jae-gun. But now he was on the sequel, and it was starting to grow more popular than the previous work. It was just then, where is General Manager Ma? The representative with rage came in to the editorial office. Kyung-soo went pale and stood up shaking. I don't think he's in work yet. Does that man know what time is it? And he's still not showing his face. Does he think he can be late just because he's the general manager? Call him and tell him to run. Tell him to come to my room as soon as he's here. Yes, representative. The representative went back furiously. Kyung-soo plopped down onto his seat. It was terrifying just thinking of how bad Manager Ma was going to get chewed after missing a hit writer. General Manager Ma Jonga got the call and came after an hour. He was covered in sweat because he was meeting with a writer for a contract. As soon as Manager Ma went into the office, screams loud enough that the entire room could hear the noise. You know you've done, so you fix it, came before the ACKK scream. Then the office door opened and Manager Ma came out. Limping because he was kicked in the shin, he gloomily went up to Kyung-soo and said, "Call with your phone." "What? Where?" "Ha Jae-gun. Call Ha Jae-gun. He blocked my phone, you idiot." Manager Ma shouted as he crashed his fist onto the desk. Surprised by the outburst, Kyung-soo hurriedly took out his phone. Manager Ma was crouching with his hands behind his head, right before him. At the same time, Jae-gun rang the doorbell of his parents' house. He could hear his sister Jane's voice. "Whose eye is it, Jae-gun?" Recognizing Jae-gun from the interphone, Jane opened the door. Jae-gun smiled and entered the house. "What is it?" "I got no call either." "Nothing. Just it's your day off as well." "Funny. That's why you asked my days off yesterday? What wind blew today? You never came when I sang for you to come." Jae-gun answered back with a laugh. He lived like a no-name writer that struggled to keep his body healthy. He was embarrassed, said to even show his face to his family, and so that's why he refused her invitations. However, now was different. Because of Marshall rankings and the sequel, the reviews were good. Now feeling the moment, he decided to visit his family. It was to give his mom a present and to alert his situation. "Where are Mom and Dad?" "Mom is in the barber. Dad is at morning shift since yesterday." Jae-gun's dad lost his job 3 years ago at the rescue workplace. Since then, he's been working as a security guard at a condominium. It was a hard job with changing shift times, but he never missed work other than the holidays. "Have you eaten breakfast?" "Yeah, it's late. I'll wait a call." Pulled out his phone. Jae-gun's eye twitched. It was Kyung-soo of Heedy Media. Knowing what this was about, Jae-gun, having a small smile, took the call. "Hello. Ryder, huh? Hello. This is Heedy Media's Kyung-soo." "Yes. What is it?" Jae-gun said coldly. As he expected, Kyung-soo spit out a string of words. Yes, this is about the contract I've mentioned. I'll have to meet you and see you and talk about the contract, but I think we can make your agreements. If today is good, we would like to see you. I mentioned that day. I want an answer on that day, but now it's already been a week. Thought. That is because of the meetings and the internal situations we had here, so we needed some time. I don't care what internal meetings Heedy Media had. The important thing is that I got no reply. So I'll cut off if you have nothing else to say. The voice on the other side changed as Jae-gun was going to cut off. "Ryder, huh? This is General Manager Ma Jong-gu. I'm sorry that we couldn't give you a call right away. Please give us one more chance to redeem ourselves. I'll try not to disappoint you. Please don't cut off." "Yes? I'm begging you, sir." Manager Ma, afraid of Jae-gun cutting off, spit out the words fast. Jae-gun looked up at the ceiling and thought. It was true that he felt bad that they were begging to him this badly. "Hello? Sir? Sir? I'm thinking. Sorry. I can wait." Jae-gun ignored Jane's look of "what is it?" and closed his eyes. Manager's Ma uneven breathing could be heard across the phone. "Okay, I'll see." Jae-gun opened his mouth, reaching a decision. "I'll believe in your words of not disappointing me, General Manager Ma. Thank you. Thank you. Sir, really thank you. When should I go? I'll go and visit you. I'm at my Suwon home. I'll be up there by 4 to 5 so about." Manager Ma quickly cut him off. "If you're in Suwon, it's that place with your family? Then I'll go over there. I can get there by an hour." It was the address that he made a contract with his debut work. Jae-gun, somewhat surprised, looked at the wall clock and nodded his head. "Then I'll do that." I'll wait. Yes, sir. I'll be right over. Jae-gun put his phone away in his pocket. He pulled out a bottle of milk from the fridge. Jane, who was waiting, asked, "What is it, publisher?" Listening to it, it seemed they were begging to you. They're asking for a sequel contract. Sequel? Jane just asked that and swallowed her other words. It might be that if she continued, she might breach her brother's sensitive parts. It was a pain, but Jane knew. Her brother wasn't a writer that a publisher would be begging this much for. He wasn't that popular of a writer. So she was more curious about that phone call. I'll go to a cafe and come back later. They should come in about an hour from Seoul. But Jae-gun predictions were wrong. It was about 30 minutes before the bell rang. As he looked at the interphone, it was managers Ma and Kyung-soo's faces. They must have ignored all the signals coming here. I'll be in the room then. Sorry. I'll be quick. No, it's fine. Take it slow. Jane went into her room, and Jae-gun opened the door. Hello, sir. In managers Ma and Kyung-soo's hands were an expensive beef rib set and a ginseng set. Manager Ma lifted it up and said, "I'm sorry we came unexpectedly, so we couldn't have time to select a proper gift. I hope they will be good for you." "Thank you. I'll take them." Jae-gun was surprised. He never had gotten such an expensive gift, even on holidays. The best was just a tuna set and a ham set that employees got. In middle of receiving such a gift, Jae-gun felt it again. His value has gone way up. "Come in." Jae-gun went sideways and told them to come in. Since they came to the house, there was no point going to a cafe. It was better to just talk in his room. Manager Ma and Kyung-soo took off their boots and came in. "Should I get you a cup of coffee?" "No, I drank some already. I'm fine." The three people sat on cushions in Jae-gun's room. In the bleak room that was vacant for so long, Jae-gun first said, "I'll forget everything that doesn't have anything to do with business. I won't say any words." Yes. Manager Ma Jong-gu could only put down his head because he felt a bit guilty. He knew it himself. It was the truth that he was harsh on the past no-name writer Jae-gun. He could have done better to him, but he didn't. "You know the conditions that I gave to Kyung-soo, right? I'll start from there." "That is, sir, the paper book conditions are fine, but the electronic book conditions are a bit..." "Yes. Couldn't you lengthen the contract length or give us more on the ratio? Couldn't something like that occur?" Jong-gu was saying this, practically begging. Even though he wasn't the type to act like a baby, Jae-gun looked around and let out a sigh as if he was frustrated. Just with this, Jong-gu and Kyung-soo became afraid and shook. "Then let's do this." Jae-gun, even though he thought of this earlier, said like he just thought of it now. "I'll only take 10% for the paper books. I don't need guaranteed circulation, and I'll take 1% starting from 4,000 copies. But I'll keep the 2-year contract with the 7:3 ratio for the electronic books." Jong-gu's face showed his complicated thoughts. Jae-gun added, as if he was being generous, "I'm being generous." Yes. "Sir, but..." It was awkward for Jong-gu to contract like this. There was no way to see how many paper books were going to sell, and the market wasn't good as well. There was no guarantee that Jae-gun's books were going to be a string of successes. It was his honest thoughts that he wanted to take more on the electronic side of the business. Just then, Jae-gun held up his index finger and continued, "If you listen to my personal request, I can maybe allow the contract year to increase to 3 years. Or maybe I can give you one more on the electronic settlement ratio." Personal request? Jae-gun held up his middle finger and his ring finger as well and opened 3 fingers. "Enter in $30,000 in first." Jong-gu opened his mouth wide enough to show his uvula. There was no way to know what Jae-gun was going to write, how many books he was going to write. There was absolutely no information on his new works. And with that, an input of $30,000, that was a huge amount. "W writer, huh?" Instead of the flabbergasted Jong-gu, Kyung-soo spoke up. "This might be a bad question, but if you sign with use, how many books are you going to write for the series?" "At least 10 books. Kyung-soo nodded his head and did the calculations. "The cost for a 10-book series is about $24,000 if it's 3,000 copies per book. To not have any losses, there constantly needs to be at least 3,000 copies selling, or Jae-gun had to increase the series length. There was no guarantee that even 3,000 copies would be sold either. If we contract and make a loss..." The thing that was left was the electronic platform. If there was a loss, the only way to make it up was like electronic books. Heidi Media went into the electronic market a bit late. To make a profit for the company, they needed some more time to grow. Jongu was deep in thought pressing on his nose. It was Jongu's way of just throwing out writers who didn't result in money. Therefore, that was why he was afraid. He was afraid if Jae-gun was going to throw out Heidi Media the same way. 10 books. Please, you need to write no matter what until the 10th book. I said it with my mouth. If the project needs more because of pacing, I would write more. Jongu felt somewhat relieved, but one part of his mind was still hesitant. Jae-gun pulled out his phone, checked it, and showed it to Jongu. Would you look at this? Jongu and Gyungsu's eyes both went to the phone screen. It contained Starbucks Somi-I's message. The Modern Rankings is printing 2,000 more copies. The Marshall Rankings is also probably printing 1,000 more copies. Now it's 4,000 copies and 5,000 copies. Total of 9,000 copies. This is good news, so I thought to tell you as soon as the news was released. Good work today as well. From Jongu's mouth came a strange chime. Jae-gun ignored it and continued. My value as a writer is rising by the minute. There might not be a contract condition like this anymore. I'll give it to you, Jongu said with a determined face and pulled out his phone. Can I give a call to the general manager? You can do that. I'll be out for a second to get some coffee and to give you some room. Jae-gun left his room and closed the door. Jane, who was leaning against the wall, became surprised and straightened up. What are you doing? I was getting some water and I was checking. Jae-gun, I just heard something but $30,000? Am I hearing that right? The book you're writing goes for much money. I was going to give some money to Mom, about $3,000, and it's just 1 0 behind it. It's nothing. He was thinking before the contract. He was going to give all the money of the contract for the not-so-good living household. Jane became excited. Not that much. With that much money, you can cover your entire rent fees. Jae-gun, with a bright face, poured himself coffee. The hot steaming water melted the coffee mix. Jae-gun blew on the hot coffee a few times and drank a few sips. And before he drank all of it, the $30,000 were deposited into his account. I've done it, sir. To Jongu, who just left the room, Jae-gun nodded. I've checked it by the SMS notifications. Thank you. Jane couldn't close her open mouth. Seriously, did $30,000 of an amount just get deposited? To just a no-name writer like her brother? Jane wanted to ask her brother about his work or his writer. She didn't want to give any pressure on her already tired brother. Also, she was really hurt from reading all the terrible comments on his books, so she didn't bother with that either anymore. Therefore, she didn't know that her brother had just broke the bank with his previous releases. I hope you'll do good, sir. At the front of the door, Jae-gun and Jongu shook hands. There were smiles, not person to person, but from business to business. Thank you. I'll try to send you about 5 books in a week. You don't have to be a friend, but don't be an enemy. Jae-gun, with the teachings of his father, sent off Jongu and Gyungsu with a smile. In his mind was already the making of a series that he was going to send to Heidi Media. Team leader, aren't you going to have lunch? Go ahead. I bought a sandwich to eat while reading. Game Company Next and Mobile Team Office. Team leader Lee Soo-hee fixed her long hair, reaching to the shoulder in a bun. Then with one hand, she ate a sandwich and started reading a book on her knees. Ha ha, funny. The book that she was reading was called The Petulan's Magician, a fantasy-type book. It was also Pyong Cheon-yu's new book. She finished reading his previous series and was just starting on the first book of Petulan's Magician. Soo-hee knew who Pyong Cheon-yu was. From his debut book that failed miserably to his newest books, everything he made was on her bookshelf. Pyong Cheon-yu was the only man who, in her 27 years, made her open her heart. Sob sob. Soo-hee turned her head to the random crying noise. The youngest employee, Hayami, was coming to her seat, rubbing her tears away. Hayami, what's wrong? What happened? Soo-hee comforted her and asked. Hayami, wiping her tears with a tissue, cried. Sob, I'm sorry, team leader, but I really can't work with Writer O. It's so hard. Soo-hee opened her eyes wide. It was already the 4th time that Myung-hoon caused a problem. Now it wasn't a problem that was going to be fixed with nice words. Where is Ryder? Oh, right now. In the resting room. Sob. Suhi immediately left and went to the resting room. Myung-hoon was on the hammock. He was shaking the chair and leniently relaxing while drinking coffee. As Suhi approached, Myung-hoon lifted his head and said like he was enjoying himself. Hey, Lee Suhi, what's up? You didn't go get lunch? I think I told you not to call me that in office. Suhi looked around the empty resting place and said, irritated. Myung-hoon got up and made a saluting gesture and answered. I'm sorry, ma'am. Team leader Lee Suhi. Out of her mouth came huge sigh. It was a personality that couldn't be fixed. There was no change from her college days to now. Combined with the stress of frequent overtimes, and with this, her irritation exploded. What's wrong right now? Suhi cut right to the point. Myung-hoon laughed and sat down. He shook the A4 paper that was ripped in his hands. It was the character design that Hayami designed. That woman called Hayami. You said she was a food and nutrition major in college? I could tell from her working. Isn't it better to tell her that she should quit Nexon and work at a high school restaurant as a nutrition master? Tell me what the issue is. Suhi swallowed her anger and said. Myung-hoon laughed and shook the paper in his hand roughly and answered. Issue? Yeah, it's an issue that she can only design something like this. From the food type to the setting, there's nothing I like. 20-year woman from a gas station is working part-time, and she meet a racer man and falls in love. There's a limit to this inducement. With a design as low as this, asking me to write a scenario, Myung-hoon shook his hand again and threw the paper randomly. The paper piece hung in the air for a second, then fell onto the floor. It's going to be hard to work if it's going to be this way. Then give me a design that's good enough. Myung-hoon twitched his foot and replied. Sui's eyes became colder by the second. Isn't the problem your personality, not the design? Whoa, is the team leader attacking my person? Let's stop. Suhi went on her knees and picked up the pieces of paper that Myung-hoon spread on the floor. Hayami is an employee that I like. Without any concern or major, she works hard, and unlike someone, her personality isn't messed up. Myung-hoon's face, which was holding a smile the whole time, hardened. She met his eyes and continued. Attacking personalities? Who was the one that said about nutrition majors and quitting to go to a nutrition company? How can you forget something you said 30 seconds ago and say crazy outbursts? And from a prideful WR? Let's stop, Suhi. It's about to get bad. Myung-hoon's face was getting red. Suhi laughed through her nose and turned up the conditions a notch. Finish the draft by 3 days. There's a schedule, so we can't be waiting like this. I can't write anything with a trash design like this even with 30 days. Then if you can't do it, I'll look for a different writer. Myung-hoon widened both his eyes, just for a second, and he put his head to the ceiling and laughed hard. Suhi was looking at him with a confident smile on her face. You're going to look for another writer? In 3 days, he has to write 3 character scenarios and 10 guests, and you think you're going to find something like that? It's going to take at least a day just to get used to the entire story. That could be if I look. Work is one thing, but how are you going to find them? How are you going to find a writer with skill like me in 3 days, recruit him, and give him the job? Team leader Lee Suhi, I didn't think you were a young woman who doesn't know the world too well. If you said enough, I'll be out. Lee Suhi turned around and left. Myung-hoon gazed at her back with hard eyes. If this wasn't the office and was his house, the mug in his hand would already be thrown away and broken. Suhi, coming back to her seat, took out her phone and looked up her phone number list. She found Park Jong-jin and his profile. Suhi took a breath and pressed the call but-ton. Hey, Lee Suhi, what's going on? Calling me. It's been a while. You've been well? After asking Jong-jin his well-being, she reached out across her desk for a book. The end of her white and thin 5 fingers were on the writer Pyong Cheon-yu's name. You've done a good job. Take this on the way out. You knew that I like this drink. Call me if something is wrong. Yes, have a safe trip. The delivery man left. Jae-gun looked down at Rika on her bed. Behind him was an air conditioner of the best quality. Jae-gun pointed to the air conditioner. Look at that, Rika. That's called an air conditioner. It's cool, right? Meow. It's July and the heat is about to come soon, but I have no concern. There is no need to have a cold shower every 30 minutes like last year. Why is that? Hee hee, you're curious? If you're curious, I'll tell you. It's because of the air conditioner. Meow, meow. Rika, with a confused face, shook her head sideways and cried. Jae-gun couldn't stand her cute gestures and hugged her. I have no worries anymore. This must be like that saying about success at the end of hardship. Now I can write about books I want to write now. With the Marshall rankings and the modern rankings, the monthly money was about $5,000. The Pedulins Magician, released on Heedy Media, was getting good reviews and was already printing 1,500 copies. Therefore, Jong-gu got to keep his general manager job. Beep. A call came from Jane. Jae-gun put Rika down and answered the phone laying down. Yes, sister. Are you busy? Mom says she's going to make you a fish dinner today. I've ate duck stew just yesterday. What's with another fish stew today? A rider has to keep his stamina. It's not like you're doing any other exercises or anything. Jae-gun was suffering from constant dinner invites from his sister and mother. The house environment was so much better because of the $30,000 he had given to solve the problem of the rent. Don't be like that, Jae-gun. Come back home, yeah? There's no reason to be in that one room anymore. Jae-gun, without answering, changed his gaze. The relationship between his father and him was still pretty bad. Even though he was getting good results, he got no response from him, much less an encouragement. And there was an important problem first. Jae-gun didn't want to leave this one room. To be exact, he didn't want to be away from this room. He didn't know it, but it was the place where a writer had just changed his life. A call's coming in. I'll call back. Do it quickly. Jae-gun cut off the phone from her sister and took the new call. What's up? Did you get a call? What is this randomness? What call? No call yet. Looked in a hurry, though. It's just that Suhi called, and she asked your phone number and where you lived, and I told her. Fine. Suhi? What for? I don't know. It felt like she wanted to ask you a favor. Isn't it that? That, when we had that meeting with everyone, Myung-hoon said. He was writing a scenario with Suhi at Nexon. She might be tired with putting up with him and might be asking you. No way. Get some pride, man. You're selling well. Anyway, call me at night. I don't have much time left at lunchtime. I need to get some cigs and brush. Okay, I got it. Jae-gun lay down on the bed and looked up at the ceiling in disbelief. Lisa, in the college days where the future looked dim, his first love, who he had to let go of because he had nothing. He had no idea why she was looking for him now. Beep. Jae-gun, surprised at the vibrations of the phone, sat up. A phone number that was not registered was showing up at the screen. An engine sound was getting louder across the main road outside his window. Jae-gun took the call with a nervous voice. Hello. Is this Jae-gun? The voice was familiar in his brain, and it created a picture in his mind. He could see the woman with a beautiful smile right in front of him. It's Sui Lee Sui. I'm sorry I called you so unexpectedly. Are you doing well? The car engine sound stopped. Jae-gun walked towards the window. Across the street, there was a cloud-like white car in front of him. It was a few meters long, but he could tell who the driver was. Hello. Jae-gun. I'm listening. Sorry. I've been fine. And you? Yeah, I'm good. Fine. After the times that they were apart, it felt like elementary school, speaking CLA.S.S. I asked Jongjin for the number. Yes, I see. I'm sorry, I couldn't come to the meeting with all the graduates. I hear you're still writing books. Good work. Nah, it's just I have nothing else I can do. Are you busy? If you're not, can I see you for a second? Jae-gun was about to say yes, but Suhi spit out a few more words. I'll be real. I contacted you because of work. I'm in a hurry, so I came near your house. Jae-gun smiled at this. She didn't change at all. She was always the straightforward style who didn't soften words. Sorry, did you feel bad? No. You see the end of the road and the 4th floor on the orange building. 4th floor, yes, I see it. Are you there? Yes, 2nd floor, wait. Jae-gun was terrified when he looked at the mirror. Because of the air conditioner, he didn't have time to clean up. His hair was spiked like a porcupine, and he hadn't shaved, so his beard was growing. Sui, I'm sorry, but could you wait in front of my house for 5 minutes? I'll be there. Take your time. Jae-gun ran into the bathroom. As soon as he shaved, he rubbed his hair with his left hand and brushed his teeth with the right. When he was drying himself, it was perfectly 5 minutes. You cleaned. Suhi smiled at the front of the parking lot. Jae-gun, on the top of the stairs, dusted off his hair. You haven't changed. How many years have it been? I don't remember. Come in. Thanks. Suhi went with Jae-gun into the one room. Jae-gun asked Suhi, who was standing in the middle of the room, if it's hot, should I close the windows and turn on the air conditioner? No, I'm fine. Wow, you raise a cat. Suhi found Rika, who was under the cat tower, and went with a surprised face. Rika looked at Suhi's face, closed both her eyes, and yawned. So cute, what's her name? Rika. Suhi carefully touched Rika's neck. Rika didn't reject her and accepted her touch. Still looking at her surroundings, she said, I can tell your personality just by looking at your room. Personality? You only need the things you need to live. It's like looking at your bag during college. Suhi matched Jae-gun's glance and laughed. Jae-gun also laughed. His heart pounded. The room felt more lively just with Suhi's presence. Yes, what's the work? I forgot. Suhi moved her hand that was rubbing Rika and took out some papers from her bag. This is the game that our company is developing. It's a racing game with some dating. I need a writer that could write a scenario with these girl characters. Jae-gun carefully read the papers that Suhi gave him. Suhi was so nervous that her throat was dry. She was nervous that he would laugh at her like Myung-hoon did. At a point, Jae-gun laughed. Suhi went pale and asked, Why? Laugh. It's funny. What is? Jae-gun, with his eyes on the paper, answered while laughing. It is. It's funny that a girl working at a gas station meets a racer and falls in love. It's an idea that could easily happen. It's good because it's possible. It's relatable to the public. I see. From Suhi came a sigh of relief. Jae-gun's laugh was a positive one. This next character, Cha Selin, is also pretty good. Of course, a girl working at a construction site isn't likely in real life. But this is a game. If you can just save the details of the construction site, you could be persuasive enough. Hey, this is pretty good. Did you make this? Asking that, Jae-gun was still looking at the paper. Suhi fell in deep thought as she looked at Jae-gun. There was no difference from the past Jae-gun and this Jae-gun. The two were overlapping. The past was like this too. He had no other thoughts when he was reading. He poured hot water into ramen and started reading a book, and most likely he would eat the ramen after the water had cooled. I've finished reading it. Jae-gun turned his head. Suhi swallowed once and asked, How is it? Can you do it? Jae-gun wanted to ask, Why me? But he stopped. The important thing was that Suhi acknowledged that he was a writer and a human. So he made a decision and nodded his head. I'll try. I've done work at gas stations and construction sites. I'll be able to write something funny. Suhi's face brightened up at that sound. Thanks. The contract isn't bad. After it's released and gets 150%, there's incentive and it's fine. Jae-gun laughed and stopped her. I know you'll take care of me. Okay. When do I need to do it by? That's the problem. Could you do it in 3 days? I didn't show it to you yet, but you need to understand the story about the game, and it is a bit time limited. 3 days, I'll do it. Jae-gun answered confidently. He had the power to write 10,000 letters in an hour. In 2 days, the only work he needed to do was to send the Modern Ranking 6 book to Starbucks. He wasn't too busy. I'll hurry. Thanks. I should go then. I have a lot of work to do. Suhi took her bag and stood up. There were so many things that they needed to discuss, but it would have to wait. She rubbed Rika once more and went to the front door and wore her shoes. I'm fine whenever, so give me a call. And let's eat dinner sometime. Okay, be safe. Jae-gun sent her away and sat in front of the notebook. Rika jumped up on his legs and took his place. Suhi is pretty, right? Meow. That was sharp. Okay, you're the prettiest, and Suhi is next in line. Fine. Rika acted all cute, rubbing his head. 3 hours later, Suhi pulled out her phone. She was resting in the living room with some coffee when a message came. I've sent Oh Soo-min and Cha Selin's character scenarios. Check it and message me. Suhi opened her eyes wide and looked at the clock. It's only been 3 hours, but the scenario drafts were already in? It was not possible. That's weird. Did I explain something weird to him? Did he write something weird? She had no hope or expectation of receiving it in 1 day. She was thinking at least 1 day if he was fast. Suhi quickly walked to her computer. I can't believe Suhi was shocked when she opened the doc.u.mit. She sat with her mouth open. It was a 32,000-letter scenario draft. There was almost no typing errors, and Jae-gun's writing was short and concise, showing the two characters' stories well. Suhi calmed herself and read through the draft from beginning to end. Then she printed it for all the employees. This is the Oh Soo-min and Cha Selen's character scenario. Read it and give me some comments. The employees all looked flabbergasted. They had been used to Ma Young-hoon's extreme personality and his working style. A person like that who had just left the company in a fury today calmed himself down and finished a scenario. Wow, this is fun. The first employee that spoke up was Hemi-ai, who was a fast reader. The character is really in-depth. The backstory is good too. Later, another employee said, the scenario, I think, took in mind the quest coins as well. The cases are all really unique, and they fit right in. Did writer O get something weird? I didn't know he could write so well. He could have done this earlier and not have made so many employees miserable. Suhi didn't answer and only smiled. It was confirmed. It was not her biased opinion on his writing. At that moment, Mi Young-hoon called. She thought he'll never be a gentleman as she picked up the call. Hello. I think I was a bit furious. I changed the scenario for Oh Soo-min. Changed her job to a family restaurant. I sent it to your mail, so check it over. It was hard for me to work to such low standards. If you can't say yes to this, I have no other words. Find another writer. Was it the moment? Ma Young-hoon's voice sounded a lot more arrogant than usual today for Suhi. It didn't take long to make a decision. Suhi hardened her mind and asked, could you tell me your bank account number? Bank account number? Haha, what's that? I don't need any contract money. I don't live that life. Just read the draft. No, I wanted to give you your final payment. Final payment? Mi Young-hoon's voice lost its laughing tone. Suhi searched up the next character that she was going to send to Jae-gun and continued. Nexon is going to revoke its contract with writer Oh Mi Young-hoon. I have to give you your money because of the contract. Even if it's for coming to this company, even though you're not a proper employee and causing toils on everyone. Suhi, what are you talking? I'm busy, let's cut off. Send me the number by text. Beep. Suhi put down her phone. She turned her phone over when the call came again. The employees that had found their energy in a long time moved quickly to find their respective work to do. What is this nonsense? Mi Young-hoon with a shocked face murmured. Suhi's name was blinking on the phone screen. Why is she going so hard? Mi Young-hoon was shocked. He knew that Suhi was not the type of girl to make jokes. Mi Young-hoon looked like a person who lost his country for a while and looked towards the ceiling. Then he called Suhi again. No answer? Seriously? The ringing echoed for a second and cut off. He called again, but the result was the same. Mi Young-hoon grabbed his phone tightly and clasped his teeth together. She got a new writer? No way. Dang it. I think I must have insulted her too much this time. Mi Young-hoon was going to make her frustrated for a while and give her the scenario. He had finished the scenario draft days ago, but he purposely waited to get people frustrated. It was simple why he did this. Suhi didn't look at him with awe. He wrote a paper that was considered to be turned into a drama, and he had experiences with writing awards. But Suhi's eyes looking at his still looked the same. There was no difference from now and 7 years ago. Dang it. With some thought, Mi Young-hoon pressed another button and called another person. After a few seconds, Nexon's marketing team manager Lee answered. Yeah, I want to call you. What's up, man? What just freaking happened? Manager Lee was Ma Young-hoon's high school friend. It was because of Lee's recommendation that he got to work here. The statement that Suhi begged him to work here was all just a hoax. So he just revoked my contract. Did something happen with the creating team? That is, I think they got a new writer. Ma Young-hoon's two eyes widened to the max. A new writer? In just one day? In such a short time? Who? Who is it? Mi Young-hoon asked, as if he was screaming. It wasn't just about the writer. It was the fact that Suhi gave up on him and selected another writer that made him furious. I don't know. They want to talk with my team leader. I'll tell you when I know. I'm sorry, but I have to go a meeting. The call ended, but Mi Young-hoon couldn't put down the phone from his ear. His gaze went to a mirror on the desk. He felt like he wanted to destroy the face that looked back at him. Hey-ha! Mi Young-hoon screamed and shoved the mirror sideways. Crash! The mirror shattered into pieces and fell on the floor. The butler who was nearby heard this and ran over to him. Sir, are you okay? Mi-young-hoon gave no answer. The butler called the maids to clean up the mess and carefully asked Mi-young-hoon. There's a call from the representative. He told you to finish the work by today, 10 p.m. I know, and there's a meeting that starts at 7 about the woman's new work. She said that since this is the first time that she got the main role, she wanted you to come. Mi-young-hoon widened his eyes and yelled. I know. I'm going. Am I a child? I'll go take a cab or a bus, but I'll go. Stop reminding me. I'm sorry, sir. The maids who finished cleaning up and the butler both ran away. Mi-young-hoon crumpled onto the sofa and breathed loudly. Why was it so hard to get the one girl that he wanted? Ryder Ha, the representative gave me some muscles to give to you. This is an animal, and I'll be late because of some business. So, can I drop it off myself? It was Starbucks Somi-ai. Jae-gun put down the package he got from Starbucks and replied. Then I'll be glad. As long as you're not coming here just for this, I'm fine. No, it's fine. I'll give you a call, happy face. Jae-gun smiled. He could imagine Somi-ai's healthy and cheerful smile. There is a person that just takes away your stress when you meet them. Now, Somi-ai was becoming that person to Jae-gun. Then, let me get the new laptop out. Rika, come over her. Meow. Rika jumped off from the window where she was sitting. Jae-gun explained as he opened the book. This is a whopping $1,800 laptop. It was hard writing with the old one. First, the screen was too small. If I get stuck writing, I need to search up things on the internet, and that one took about 20 seconds just to load a page. A silver, shining laptop showed its existence from a box. It was a 17-inch display, way bigger than, say, Gunwa's laptop. Jae-gun was smiling as he connected the adapter and turned it on. Did you see that, Rika? It takes less than 5 seconds to boot. This is new technology. Just blink once, and the main screen is up. Meow. It was $1,800, but it's fine. I'll be able to cover it if I just write for one day. Now at the new beginning with a new laptop. Jae-gun downloaded the word on the screen and opened the script from Suhi. It was a quest about a Sumin, a girl in the game. Maybe it's because I haven't wrote in so long. I'm feeling really bad. For the first in a long time, he had trouble thinking. It was the scene that the main character and Sumin were first meeting. It was a scene from the girl's perspective, but he couldn't get that feeling. It was hard to think. Jae-gun started by writing the dialogue that he thought of and started murmuring. Ma, I'm sorry. Really, handsome man? Are you hurt? Wow, is this your car? Your car is really good. I sort of hurt my leg when I got hit. Wah, could you drive me to my house? No, that's not it. He deleted what he wrote, frustrated. Maybe it was because he hadn't wrote a dating novel, but it was really hard to write. This wasn't a problem that could be fixed by, say, Gunwa's skill. It was a problem of feeling. So he changed his mind to something he could do. He moved the dialogue to the end and started writing with the setting of the quest. Tap, tap, tap-a-pap. It was about 2 hours of typing. What is this? Jae-gun shook his head and lifted his hands from the keyboard. It felt weird. There was no problem from the words form the keyboard, but it felt that the hands couldn't keep up with the mind. It's been about 2 hours, but I could only write this much. Jae-gun checked the information tab. He had only written about 5,000 letters. Seeing that, his face hardened. What's wrong? The hands that wrote about 10,000 letters per hour didn't feel right. It was because of this skill that he told her that he would send a draft by this evening. Maybe it's because of a new style that I'm not used to writing. Let me keep writing. Jae-gun with patience started to write again. But it hasn't been 30 minutes until Jae-gun with a pale face leaned against his chair. He knew even without checking the information tab, he had lost the power of writing 10,000 letters per hour. What is it, this? With this, he had no confirmation that he could finish this by 3 p.m. At this speed, Jae-gun suddenly felt fear because of his thoughts. Did I lose my power? Not writing the girl dialogue to not writing 10,000 letters per hour. Maybe it was because he lost, say, Gunwa's power. Jae-gun shivered at the thought. It was a nightmare thinking of going back to his past self. Beep. Jae-gun felt the vibrations of his phone. The phone screen read Somi-ai's name. Hello. Hey, I'm at your house. You're probably busy, I'm sorry. No, it's fine. Come in. I'll open the door. Yes. Somi-Ai's voice was bright without knowing Jae-gun's concern. Jae-gun dragged himself to the front door and opened. Somi-Ai was struggling to carry the styrofoam Starbucks box across the hallway. Jae-gun hurriedly went and took the box. I'm sorry. I should have gotten it. No, it's fine. It wasn't that heavy. Then thanks, sir. Somi-Ai did a 90-degree bend and turn around. Jae-gun quickly talked to her. Come in. I'll give you a cup of coffee. No, it's fine. You're busy. I just can't leave you going like this. Don't refuse and just come in. Jae-gun asked again. There was the feeling of getting his energy back by talking to Somi-Ai. If he was alone for any time longer, he felt like he was going to feel depressed. Then excuse me. Somi-Ai took off her shoes and went up. At that moment, Somi-Ai and Jae-gun didn't see Rika's 2 ears lighting up. One eye held Jae-gun, and one eye held Somi-Ai. Both were reflected in her eyes. Here, sit down on this mat. Ah, thank you. She put the mat on the ground and sat with her knees up in the air. Jae-gun said because she was still carrying a heavy bag on her back. Just sit comfortably and take off your bag. Ah, yes, yes. Do you want cold coffee? Yes, I want it, please. Rika came up to Somi-Ai. Somi-Ai just then realized her existence and sat pretzel and smiled. Hey, you're really cute. What's your name? Rika. AHM. The name's Rika? Aha. So cute. Cute, I didn't mean to talk down to you. I was just talking to Rika. I know. Jae-gun laughed. Somi-Ai, with a smile, rubbed Rika. Then she just went up to Somi-Ai's leg, laid down, and acted all cute swinging her legs around. She's following her a lot. Jae-gun poured a cup of coffee, and with a surprised look, he gazed at Rika. Rika was following Somi-Ai more than Sui, like they knew each other before. Here, thank you. Jae-gun gave the cup of cold coffee to Somi-Ai and went back to his laptop and sat down. Maybe it was because of Somi-Ai's visit, Jae-gun felt a bit better and more comfortable looking at his screen. It's not my powers that have disappeared. Jae-gun confirmed by looking at the words he had just written. What felt like, say, gun whiz skills still lingered in his brain. He could tell by looking at his writing. Then the reason that he couldn't write the girl's dialogue? He concluded that it was because he lacked the female emotion. Sir, did you also not have any dating experience? Jae-gun felt a bad feeling and was asking Sun Gunwoo in his mind. To think it was so hard to write from a girl perspective. If he knew this would happen, he would have practiced writing romance novels. Jae-gun left out a sigh filled with regret while his eyes fell to the floor. Now that he lost the power to write 10,000 words per second, it was a double failure. Meow. Rika, where you going? Rika left Somi-Ai's legs and went back into her house. Comfortably sitting, in Rika's both eyes, Jae-gun's and Somi-Ai's figure were becoming clearer. What? Jae-gun cupped his palm and widened his eyes. A feeling that wasn't his was permeating through his brain. That feeling went through like a power line and went through the heart. This? Sir? What happened? Is it a headache? No, wait. Jae-gun put one hand to his forehead and with the other stopped Somi-Ai. Somi-Ai was about to stand up. She sat back down. What? What is this happy and uplifting feeling? These are my emotions. This isn't what I feel. If it was a color, it was soft pink. If it was a season, it was late spring coming into summer. The female emotions and feeling were coming clearer into one part of his head. Meow. Jae-gun turned around because of Rika's cry. Then Jae-gun's front face, muscle convoluted. He felt that Somi-Ai's emotions were coming into him through Rika. It was a mysterious event that couldn't be replicated. Then is this Somi-Ai's mind? Jae-gun's chest beat fast. His heart rate was different from usual. It was running fast and lightly like a rubber ball. Was it the feeling that Somi-Ai got when she looked at Rika? In front of an unexplainable event, Jae-gun, half-conscious, didn't know how to move. Sir, are you sure you're okay? It is a headache, right? If you don't have any medicine, I could. No, I'm fine. Straightening his posture, Jae-gun went back to his notebook. There was a reason to test this out now. He began to write the dialogue for Oh Soo-min, the girl character that he couldn't write anything for. How could this be? After he written one line, a feeling came to him. The dialogue was just coming to him like a noodle getting ripped. The embarrassment when he wasn't feeling the character disappeared and was gone. Somi-I, I'm sorry, but what is your age? Jae-gun kept his gaze on the screen and asked. With this random question, Somi-I was confused, but she answered right away. I'm now 22. You started working as soon as you graduated. Yes, that is true. Before I graduated, I sent an application and I was lucky. Jae-gun, with fire in his eyes, typed the keyboard. The dialogue for Oh Soo-min filled the screen fast. Instead of typing words, it felt like he was mining gold from a gold mine called Somi-I. The work that Jae-gun was doing was just revealing the expensive gold in a beautiful way. Somi-I was the best model, as she had just graduated from college just last year. The two girls' age were even similar. The game character Oh Soo-min was fastly getting filled with editor Young Somi-I's emotions. Oh! Jae-gun's ears twitched. It was small, but Somi-I's sigh was heard by his ears. He slightly turned around. Somi-I was raising her knees and was rubbing her legs. Just then Jae-gun realized. The hot air was filling the one room. Somi-I's bare legs, under her shorts, were being covered in sweat. I'm sorry, I forgot. Jae-gun stood up like he was bounced and activated the air conditioner. Somi-I answered back to Jae-gun, who was just closing the windows. No, Ryder, I'm not hot. There's no reason for you to turn the air conditioner for me. I was just back to go anyway. Jae-gun, in the middle of closing the windows, turned around with a blank stare. Somi-I was carrying the bag that she put down on her back again. You are leaving? Yes, you're working, so I'm sorry I was bothering you for so long. Thank you for the coffee. Somi-I bent her waist and apologized. Instead of bothering, she had no idea that she was saving one rider. Can I use the sink? I'll clean the cup and leave. Hey, excuse me, Somi-I. Jae-gun was so urgent that words didn't even come out. He couldn't let Somi-I just leave. He had to keep Somi-I there until at least he finished the quest lines for Oh Soo-min. It's fine, I'll clean it. It's not about the cup. Yes? Then, Somi-I, with her back on the sink, looked at Jae-gun. Jae-gun was far back, scratching his head and thinking of what words he wanted away. Beep. The phone in his pocket rang. It was a message from Sui. It was a question about how the work was going, but Jae-gun knew that hidden meaning of that message. The small message contained the urgency that Sui was feeling. Jae-gun put away the phone in his pocket and looked at Somi-I. Somi-I was waiting for an answer with her eyes wide open. A word that he had just thought of turned into a sentence and left through Jae-gun's mouth. Somi-I, I'm sorry, but could you get canned food me? Canned food? Somi-I frowned and warily squinted at Jae-gun. The random remark from Jae-gun made no sense. Do you not know the term? The riders can food. Jae-gun slurred his words and asked with his eyes. After staring blankly and meeting each other glances, Somi-I could think of the term canned food from a dinner spot. Are you talking about that canned food? Even a newcomer employee like Somi-I knew what canned food meant. Canned food was a term that meant caging a writer in a specific place and forcing him to write. It was basically squeezing words out of writers who were struggling to write, and their deadline was up ahead. Either they were lazy and liked playing around, they were having too much thoughts about their project, or their mentality is flawed because they are suffering from bad reviews. It wasn't one or two, so it was hard to figure out. Jae-gun, before his debut, laughed when he heard that term. He didn't feel that since it was a work that all people do, they wouldn't completely force someone to write like that. But it was real. It was during his second series. Jae-gun was struggling because of the lack of sales, so he was holding on to the third book in the series for 2 months. And during that time, he got a call from the still head editor at that time, Twin. Writer, the writing isn't going well, right? The weather is good, so you should have lunch with me to change your mood. Or something comfortable, Twin said in his usual tender tone of voice. It was weird that he asked for comfortable clothes, but Jae-gun brushed it off and went to the meeting place. And as soon as he got on Twin's car, he got dragged to the publisher's office and ate lunch with fried rice. Have a smoke on the roof. They were Twin's words to Jae-gun, who finished eating. He wasn't telling him to go home. He was telling him to smoke and come back. Feeling weird, Jae-gun's eyes slowly saw the office corner scenery. It was a rectangular-shaped room with a thin and long dimension. In the room was a computer, a table, and a small bed. The walls were half GLA.S.S, so the outside could see the inside. called the canned food jail. It was the moment that he saw the reality. Jae-gun lived there for a week since that day. The 3 meals of each day was solved by the editors that delivered food. After the employees left, he went to the public restroom, locked it, connected a hose, and took a shower there. When he wasn't eating or sleeping, he invested everything into writing. Since the only method of escape was through finishing his work, he put all his effort into it. Then Jae-gun realized words could be written if they were squeezed hard enough. He couldn't stand the employees' glances without writing anything. When he couldn't think of anything, he recited the national anthem from first verse to the fourth and stood strong. Therefore, Jae-gun could finish it in just a week and went home dejected. I have to write something fast right now. There's no writer who would ask in food, so this may be weird, but when you're around, it feels like I can think and write better. Jae-gun blocked So-mi and laid out his words. The only excuse he could think of was this. He was sharing her emotions through Rika. If she leaves, then he can't finish Oh Soo-min's dialogue perfectly. Do you understand? Yi-dash. Yes, writer. I understand. So-mi confusedly bit her lips. Jae-gun continued as his heart was burning with urgency. I won't ask you to stay long. Just please stay until your remaining time. I feel like I need an editor next to me, so I can write fast. But with your ranking series, that seems fast enough. That was actually written before. Jae-gun cut her off. So-mi hesitant looked at her feet. Then she checked her phone and looked up. About 2 hours to 3 hours. Really? Jae-gun opened his eyes wide. It was way longer than he expected. So-mi nodded her head, awkwardly smiling. I have time because I finished my work early. I don't need to return to my office after I finish, so I was thinking to go to a cafe and edit there. Do it here, the Wi-Fi is great. Can I do that? Of course, use the desk here. There's C.O.K.E. juice and cookies in the refrigerator, so take them as you want. Jae-gun quickly set up a workplace for So-mi. So-mi modestly sat in front of the desk and opened her bag. She had her laptop everywhere, so she could work anytime. A very strange person. So-mi thought as she took out her notebook, asking for canned food to an editor who came to give a present. It wasn't long since she started her job as an editor, but a writer like this was a first, and it looked like there wouldn't be another one. But strangely, a laugh came. A man like Jae-gun, who randomly asked for canned food, didn't bother her at all. The room that she had never seen looked like a comfortable SBC that she had been to many times before. Tap, 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 tap. Jae-gun was already concentrating and typing. With the energetic typing, So-mi also started her editing work with newfound energy. Yeah, this is good. The first conservation is done. Next is at the convenience store date. Jae-gun with So-mi's help wrote Oh Soo-min's dialogue. He had lost the power to write 10,000 words per hour, but this moment was inspiring. The rote continuously kept filling the screen. Beep, beep. Jae-gun's phone that was on the bed vibrated. It was between the bed, and Jae-gun was concentrating on his work, thus he didn't hear it. There, writer. It was after 2 hours, So-mi said. Yes, go ahead. Editor Tuin sent a message. There's a Starbucks writer meeting next week. Writer Ha has to come this time. Writer Medding sure. Jae-gun didn't think long before he accepted. His 2 eyes were stuck on the screen. In the past, Tuin asked him to go to writer meetings, but he never answered, because he was a writer that didn't sell well. When he thought that he would be between the selling writers, he just started drinking again and again. He didn't want to attend at all. Tell him I'm totally going. Jae-gun added. Now the situation was completely different. Now he was a dark horse and a new selling writer, so there was no reason to not attend. Wow, I'm hungry, So-mi. Do you want to eat? Jae-gun asked as he turned around in his chair. He didn't eat anything from morning, so he was starving. I'm a bit hungry. Should I order something from the Chinese restaurant? That is convenient, but I never ordered before. I'll search it up. There's a lot of them. What should I order? I'll take the black bean noodles. You can order something expensive. I'm buying. Okay, I'll get something very expensive. So-mi, smiling, called the restaurant. The expensive thing that she ordered was the black bean noodles, same as Jae-gun. After she said the address, she cut off. It'll take about 10 minutes. The Chinese restaurants are fast. Jae-gun answered and stood up to pour coffee. It was about 1 minute since he turned on the coffee pot and boiled the water. As he was pouring the boiling water, the doorbell rang. This is so fast. Do they make these before? Jae-gun went to the door and opened the door. But the person who was in front of the door wasn't the delivery man with the metal bag. Suhi. Suhi, whose back was facing the sun, laughed awkwardly. In her hands was a pack of sushi. I called, but you didn't answer. Oh, really? I was working, so I must have not seen. I was in a place for work, so I was past not saying bye. I felt like you didn't eat yet. Suhi slurred her words and lifted the bag. Jae-gun felt awkward. He could only think of the black bean noodles that Somi-ai, and he ordered. Suhi glanced downward. Pink sneakers that weren't there before were laid orderly there. It was a small size, so it was obvious that it was a girl's. You have a guest at your house. At that moment that she said that, Somi-ai appeared in the back of Jae-gun. The two girls who didn't know each other couldn't greet or say anything, so they stood there close-mouthed. Jae-gun explained to both sides. This is my publisher's editor, young Somi-ai, and Somi-ai, this is my college friend Lee Suhi. She's the team leader at a game company, and the game scenario I'm writing is from her as well. Hello, I'm young Somi-ai. H.E.L.Lo. Unlike Somi-ai, who greeted with a full bow, Suhi just slightly nodded her head. Come in. Suhi took off her shoes and went in. There were 2 desks and 2 notebooks. One was Jae-gun's and one was Somi-ai's. Looking at the feeling of the room, it felt like they were in there for a long time. Strange. Suhi didn't understand. Jae-gun was writing the game scenario that she had given him. It was a work that she had no relationship with Somi-ai, so why are they together? Unlike the editor-writer relationship, it felt to her that it was more of a girl-boy relationship. Sit here. Jae-gun took out the legs of a folding table and said, Actually, we ordered 2 bowls of black bean noodles. Oh, really? Then I might have bought this for no reason. No, it's fine. I eat sushi well. Also, 1 bowl is probably not enough. Do you want anything? I can call and add 1. No, I'm fine. I already ate. Suhi lied. The sushi was also for 2 because she was going to eat with Jae-gun. Now she didn't feel like she wanted to eat with a girl that she had never met before. How's work? It's going well. Only need about 2 more hours until the Osumin quests are done. Since I have an editor's eyes, the progress is going great. Jae-gun smiled as he glanced toward Somi-ai. Suhi looked at the awkwardly smiling Somi-ai and continued. Are you waiting for Jae-gun's finished work? No, I already got writer Ha's works. Then why? Instead of Somi-ai, who couldn't answer very well, Jae-gun answered. I asked her to give me canned food. Canned food? Yeah, I'm a person that writes better with an editor. So I grabbed Somi-ai, who was planning to leave after delivering a gift. I see. Suhi nodded her head, acting unemotional, and straightened her legs. The bad feeling didn't disappear, but it was awkward for her to ask further, so she switched the topic. Next week is Professor Han Heezen's birthday, you know? It's already next week, I know. Han Heezen was the professor that taught modern novels in college. Jae-gun, with many other students, admired her. She was a great teacher that gave it all to teach the students. When students went with their own works outside office hours, she never rejected them. She guided them word by word with pa shaun. So that was why many students, even though they graduated, still visited her. Are you coming? It's Saturday day night. Saturday day? You liked her. Let's go together. Call John Jean, too. Okay, I know, let's go. Jae-gun answered willingly. Then Somi-ai, who was next to him, asked in a quiet voice. Saturday day night? Yes. Why? It's only, the writers' meeting is on Saturday day night. Oh, really? Jae-gun was nonplussed. The meeting that he declared that he was definitely going to go was on the same day. Suhi's 2 eyes narrowed and were showing her light. But she came back to her normal calm expression and said smoothly, looking at Jae-gun. The writers' meeting is from the publisher, right? If it's not a meeting that's urgent, then let's go together. Professor's birthday is 1 day a year. Before Jae-gun could answer, Somi-ai answered. The writers' meeting doesn't happen that often either. And Starbucks really wants writer Hot Jae-gun to attend. He's writing very good books, so the place will shine if writer Ha goes. It was Somi-ai with a careful tone, but she said everything that she wanted to say. Suhi tilted her head to one side. There's not just one or two people from the publisher. Is there a problem that Jae-gun can't attend? That's not the reason. The other writers would also definitely want to see writer Ha. As I said, he is writing great books right now. But Jae-gun should choose, right? I asked first too. Oh, you didn't know. He already agreed to go to the writers' meeting before you came. The two girls were having a conversation, smiling at each other. But with their glances and their eyes, Jae-gun could feel the heat from their conversation. What is this? Did Somi-ai also get a bit angry? Somi-ai's emotions coming from Rika became rougher. The bright spring blurred, and it was turning to a gloomy place about to storm thunder. Ring. The delivery man's ringing looked to Jae-gun as a savior's ringing. He bounced up, took his wallet, and went to the front door. It's 2 black bean noodles, right? Yes, here. Jae-gun handed over the money and brought the noodles to the table. In the mood between Suhi and Somi-ai, who were both looking at each other, felt very cold. Somi-ai, eat. Suhi, won't you eat a bit? I'm really full. Don't mind me and eat. Until the meal was over, no one spoke. Suhi was looking outside the window, sipping coffee. I feel like I'm going to have a bad stomachache. He stood up after he ate the sushi and the noodles. It didn't feel like eating too much was the only reason for a stomachache. Thanks for the food. Now I'll be going. Somi-ai was getting up as she finished eating. Jae-gun couldn't hold her any longer. To put the bowls outside as well, he brought her to the front door. Thanks for today. I just did my job today next to you. Thanks for the meal. I'll see you again, sir. Bye. Jae-gun left Somi-ai and went back to his room. Suhi was still looking out the window, touching her coffee cup. I can't connect with Suhi. For some reason, no emotion could be felt from Suhi. The thought came that maybe it was because Rika was rejecting her. There's no other way. I don't have much time, so I'll have to write like I was writing before. Jae-gun sat back down and put his 2 hands on the notebook. He was about to start when he was curious about Suhi and turned around and asked, Are you okay? No need to go to the company. I'm the team leader. There's no need to be in the company forever. I have no meetings as well. Suhi with a slight smile continued. I'll help you do food as well. What? I'll be with you until you finish the game scenario. You said that was personality type? I'll say again, I am in a hurry. I'm okay. You don't like it? No, that's not it. How long will it take? About 3 more hours. Rika went up to Jae-gun's knees and crouched. Jae-gun caressed Rika's neck. His glance that he just randomly threw around was being stuck on Gunwa's old laptop. Maybe a thought that said through Jae-gun's brain like lightning. It was the urgency to finish this scenario by today that made him not think about that. He had thought that Gunwa's powers had just went through him with his body. But now, he had felt something new with Rika, the power to share emotions. Therefore, he hadn't thought of that. Maybe the power to write 10,000 words was stuck in that laptop of his. Maybe the machine has that power. It's possible. The things that happened to me all made no sense. Jae-gun pushed his new laptop away and turned on Gunwa's laptop. Suhi asked, puzzled, Why change? It looks very old. It thought that maybe a laptop that feels right to the hands might be better. Jae-gun said and moved the file to Gunwa's laptop and opened it. And he started with Suhi watching him. To pap-a-pap. Tap, 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 tap. Tap-up-a-pap-up-a-pap-up. This is it. The finger couldn't even be seen moving across the keyboard. He could tell by typing. It was because of the computer that he was able to type so fast. It was different from the power that came through his head. Incredible. Jae-gun, were you always this fast? Suhi was completely baffled with her mouth opened. It was creating something from his head, not something that was already written. But it was this fast. Just wait a second. I might be able to finish in about an hour. Oh, okay. Jae-gun did what he said. It was about 1 hour when he finished. He stood up and said to Suhi, Look it over and tell me. Suhi with a doubt sat in Jae-gun's chair and started reading. As she got into the book, she started to smile. With a clear meaning plus humor, everything was there. It's funny, Suhi said with her eyes on the screen. This is great. You're great. It's been a while since I've worked beside you. How could you do something this good? I saw you differently today, Jae-gun. Don't lift me up too much. I'm not. This is good. Therefore, the urgency has been cleared. Let me send this to my email. She got up after she sent the file to her email. Jae-gun finished his work, so now she had work to do. Putting on her shoes, Suhi joked, "You really didn't want to be with me, right? You finished this so fast." "What are you talking about?" "It was because you looked over me that I was able to concentrate so well. You used to look over me in college as well. You speak well as always. And thanks." "Ah." Suhi turned around as she was about to leave. "You're coming?" "Professor's birthday." Call me, okay?" Suhi didn't wait for him to confirm and just ended it there. Jae-gun nodded. Suhi laughed for the last time and disappeared through the hallway. Huh. Jae-gun stretched, being in the room with only Rika around. Maybe it was because of the stress, but he was completely exhausted. "But I can't rest here." Jae-gun walked with light in his eyes. "You need to check something quickly." The mug cup, the GLA.SES, and the pen all went into his hand. They were all things that were with Gun's laptop. Let's take a look at each one. Since he found out the powers that Rika and the laptop had, he had the thought to find out the powers of the others. It could be possible that every one of Gun's things had a special power or gift in them. First, the fountain pen. Jae-gun took the pen and opened the notepad. He hesitated and thought about what he was going to write. He finally wrote his name. What is it? Nothing happened. He thought he had to write a sentence, so he wrote the Korean national anthem, first verse. But he finished with the period and nothing happened. No idea. Let's find out later. He pushed away the pen and lifted up the horn GLA.S.SES. It felt awkward to Jae-gun, who had good eyesight and didn't need any GLA.S.SES in his life before. This one looks like nothing, too. Jae-gun went to the window and looked outside. It was the same looking through the GLA.S.SES. There was nothing that appeared or changed in appearance. Let me read something. Mad with reading books, Jae-gun opened the Modern Rankings file on the laptop, and he started scrolling to read the words that he wrote. What is this? Jae-gun's two eyes from the GLA.SES twitched. It's only been 1 minute since he started reading, but already 1/3 of a book's entire doc that you meant was moving. Am I reading this fast because I wrote it? Jae-gun went to the desk and picked a book. It was a book he used in college, the Korea literature lecture. The book had a lot of pages which had small words, so it took a long time and effort to study the book. Jae-gun opened the first page, standing up. After the header came the first page. Hard words and sentences came up into his eyes, and his fingers quickly started flipping through the pages. What is this? Jae-gun muttered, looking blue, looking at the last page of the book. By the time it was barely 5 minutes, he had finished reading this thick book in a short time span. Jae-gun pulled out another book and read it as another experiment. It was the same result, only it was even faster this time. It took about 3 minutes to finish the entire book. And there was another fascinating event occurring. There were words that looked bolded to him as he was reading. When he looked closer, they were typos and false epitaphs. I can see epitaphs with just these GLA.SES. Jae-gun's heart rushed. These GLA.SES were just an editor's eyes. There was the power to see typos and errors in such a fast speed. When he would be revising, this would increase his efficiency by tens to hundreds. The thing that's left is the mug. As he went to the sink and lifted the gray mug, he had a memory. It was a memory that his body, not his mind, felt. Jae-gun felt like he knew the answer as he poured an instant coffee into the cup. Jae-gun brewed cold coffee, and as a test, he drank the entire cup in a flash. The tiredness disappeared. Energy was flowing through his body that was just stressed moments ago. He felt rested like he slept over 10 hours. Jae-gun then could finally confirm his suspicions. With this mug, he could drink anything and instantly recover his energy. The floor of the mug turned white. Wasn't it originally gray? He didn't notice it before because of his lack of attention. The gray floor turned white. It was obviously gray before he poured the coffee. Jae-gun put down the cup and looked down at the floor. Then, from the floor, a gray dot slowly appeared. With patience he looked, and he discovered that the dots were getting bigger at a slow speed. It was going to take a lot of time for the floor of the mug to turn gray. Is it that I need to wait until the gray floor appears so I can use it again? There was no way to check now. He was going to check when Jongjin or Suhee or Somi-ai or someone came over. Jae-gun put down the mug on the sink and returned to his desk. The two hands on the keyboard were recording Gun-woo's items. Laptop has the power to write over 10,000 words per hour. Fountain pen, still checking. Horn GLA.S.SES. Takes 3 to 5 minutes to read a book. Power to check errors and typos. Mug. The stress disappears and energy appears when something is drunk from this mug. Rika. Rika can give others emotions as a carrier to me. There must be a condition as it worked for Somi-ai, but not Suhee. Not sure yet. Jae-gun's fingers stopped as he finished the Rika category. Then he thought of one more thing and added another line of sentence. Jae-gun inherited the great writer's powers. Jae-gun laughed as he read his doc that met. From the outside of the window, the mountain with Gun-woo's resting place was showing. Jae-gun thought of something to do, stood up, and said to Rika, "I'm going to clean the writer's house. You want to come?" Meow. Rika rolled her tail and came closer as if she understood. Jae-gun lifted her and went to the door to put on his shoes. "Let's go to the market first. I need to buy a scissor to cut the weeds. And since I'm cleaning, I should go pour him a drink as well. I'm sure he would like it if I made a." Jae-gun said to Rika and walked out confidently. There was nothing to be afraid of. He had the confidence to take anything or any issue that came to him. "Hey, you idiot. Can't you drive?" The driver's words couldn't get into Myung-hoon's ears. Myung-hoon was driving his sport car on the road. As he started from his house, the average speed was over 100 kilometers. The destination was Suhee's workplace Nexon. The writer's name is Jae-gun. He must be a writer who released some martial arts and fantasy novels, and he's apparently an alumnus of team leader Lee Suhee. Then isn't he an alumni of yours as well? It was his high school friend and the Nexon's marketing team, employee manager Lee. He got so angry as he heard this that he lost his mind. So he was driving to see Suhee. How could this? How dare you push this on Myung-hoon and hire a person who has no award experience to write a scenario? Are these words or dog barkings? He felt like his head was turning when he heard that he was getting replaced. But now that he knew it was Jae-gun, Myung-hoon felt so angry that his teeth were about to break as he was grinding them so hard. He wanted to destroy everything that he saw. Sarek, as he parked his car on the parking lot, he went straight for the elevator. His rough breathing went up to his neck. His shoulders were shaking as he pressed the elevator button. "What reason did you come for, sir?" The woman at the information desk said to Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon didn't even think about fixing his necktie on his back and went up to her and talked. "Bring Lee Suhee." "Yes, Lee Suhee. Bring the team leader, Lee Suhee." Myung-hoon crashed his fist down on the table. The woman became pale with fear and was walking back. At that time, "What is this?" Myung-hoon's two eyes widened angrily. He turned to the place where the voice came. His face was hardened and shaking. He could see Suhee, who was holding a suitcase across her chest. "This isn't your house. This is work. What are you doing just coming here? And a person with no business here as well. Then why do you not respond to your calls and make someone come here?" Myung-hoon shouted with his two eyes wide. In the shadow, Suhee's facial expression became a level colder. "I don't want to call the police, so lower your voice." "What? Police? Talk outside." Suhee went outside first, pressing the door button. Myung-hoon looked at her with burning eyes and strided towards her. Without stopping, the place they reached was the resting place in the corner of the building. Suhee, with her back to the window, crossed her arms. "Say it. What do you want to say? What is your reason for hiring Jae-gun?" Myung-hoon roared as if he was waiting. Suhee didn't avoid his eyes and answered straightly. "Because he writes well." "What? You were right. It's hard to find a writer and hire one in such a short time. But good thing I had connections. An alumnus called Jae-gun who writes well." "Jae-gun writes well? To the point of pushing me out. Speak straight. The person who said that the draft was bad and refused was you first. And Jae-gun is good enough to write a game scenario like you. Even could be better." Myung-hoon bit his teeth. His short beard that he forgot to shave was shaking. "That fool writes as good as me? Even better. He was originally good at writing. He knows to listen to others. He knows to observe. He tries to feel one more thing that could help him write. He's a writer with good tendencies. Those show up in his writing. Nonsense. He was top in our CLA.S.S. and even the two CLA.S.SCS above. That's what Han Heisen professor said. You went there too. HM. Myung-hoon, filled with rage, had a fierce carving on his face. Yeah? Then why is a person like that not getting the spotlight? He writes martial arts or fantasy, and even those don't even sell well, right? It was pitiful seeing his facial expression and clothes that was so dirty at the alumni meeting. So he didn't back up. She, like him, had a sculpture face, tilted her head, and countered. Ah, did you not know? Jae-gun is really good now. His recent 3 works, fantasy and martial arts, all printed more copies. 3 works, all printing more copies. Myung-hoon's face had the blood sucked out of him. Myung-hoon knew the market right now of the books. His dad was a representative of a huge publisher, and he was also a writer of a romance novel, so he knew even though he didn't want to know. In this horror market, he printed more copies of 3 works. Myung-hoon's face was filled with distrust. It was probably a false statement to get him angry. I think this conversation is almost done, so I'll leave. If you don't believe me, check on your phone. You know Jae-gun's pen name, right? Suhi walked 1 step. As she said Myung-hoon, who was flabbergasted and was grinding his teeth, she continued. Jae-gun now found out how to consider for the readers in his own way. Now, there's huge expectation to see how far he could go. Suhi got farther, clicking her boots, tap, tap, tap. Myung-hoon didn't move until the sound couldn't be heard. He was frozen like a statue. No way. In that short span, he wrote 3 series and even printed more copies. Myung-hoon, with shaking hands, pulled out his phone and went to the internet. He printed the name, Pyeongchinu, and searched. Down came the comments from the readers. Ramada, read funny. I went to high school, and this is work that made me find fantasy again. Yunlong, please make the next book of the modern rankings fast. It might be hard to write 2 books per 1 month, but couldn't you write 3 books in 2 months? Chun Dukyeong, value is over 500%. This is a work to be bought, not borrowed. Makma, buy 2 books, buy 3 books, buy 4 books. Average score was over 8 points. With the ranking series and the new Pegelin's Magician book, all of them were having good reviews. It wasn't a false statement that Suhi made. In that span, Jae-gun was turning into a successful writer. Dang it, Bewep. Myung-hoon threw his phone on the ground, and like a crazy person, he crushed it with his foot many times. He didn't want to use a phone that searched the person he hated the most ever again. With his rough breathing, he came back to the car. He pressed the Excel. He had to meet his dad by schedule, but he was heading to his favorite bar. He was going to go crazy if he didn't drink and hug any girl. Tap, tap, to pap, tap. At that time, when Myung-hoon was busy struggling, Jae-gun was diligently typing in his one room without knowing the time going by. Got it as a twist hit the head her, but even this that H.I.T was in the plan of the main. This is funny even if I see it. Jae-gun already finished the modern rankings 10 books and handed it in. He finished the modern rankings like the marital ranking in 10 books cleanly. The thing that he was writing was the 8th book of Pegelin's Magician that was contracted with Heedy Media. With this flow, it looked like he was going to go to about 12 to 14 books. Let's finish it and go comfortably. Jae-gun was planning to write as much as he can before the plans this Saturday day, because there was things that he needed to write next month. With the money that came in from these books, he had enough money to live. He could have fun every day and have some left. Now that he had some lenience, he wanted to write the things that he wanted to write, even as to get recognition from his father, who didn't like his writer's son. Jae-gun didn't rest a day. When he woke up, he wrote 14 hours a day in Gun was laptop. Each day, there was always a book's worth of words filling up in his folder. When he couldn't stand it anymore, he could drink from a mug and restored his energy. As he found out, the mug needed about a day to restore the power when he used it. Finished. Jae-gun shouted as he finished revising with Gun was GLA. SES. Rika, who was playing on her own, went up to his knees and scratched his chest, congratulating him. Pegelin's Magician is already 8 books. Because of a lot of events, I might be able to write over 10 books. That general manager, Ma, would be really glad. As he thought about Hidi Media's Ma Jangu, who was going to be shaking with happiness and flattering him, a fake laugh came out of him. With the word that he was going to write over 10 books, he sent an email with the file attached. Jae-gun then hugged Rika and went to the bed. Jae-gun's expectations were right. As Hidi Media's Ma Jongju went to work and checked his email, his body shook with happiness. He even twirled his fist up in the air. Nice! With another extract copies added, it was 6,000 copies for Pegelin's Magician. The fact that he was going to write over 10 books were like a rain in a drought. Jongju immediately went to Park Young-soo and said to him, Assistant Manager Park, Writer Ha is going to write more than 10 books and not finish at 10. Really? Wow, that's amazing. Young-soo looked up from his monitor and answered. As the contract with Jae-gun succeeded, the environment became a lot friendlier. Therefore, the times that Jonggu, who got mad easily, got mad decreased a lot. I should send him a present. What should we send? Should I look for food or an energy restorer? No, not something so common. We sent expensive meat and ginseng last time. Now we can live about 2 months without getting told by the representative, so anything better. As he was thinking, Gyungsu's eyes focused on a laptop. As it was a thing that had a close relationship with the writer's finger, a thought came to him quickly. Sir, what about a keyboard? Keyboard, a machine keyboard. As the keys are different by key, the stress is less, and the feeling is good too. Writer Ha should be happy if we send one. Jonggu snapped his fingers and stood up. That's a good suggestion. Park, search it up. Buy a good one, not any cheap one. It doesn't matter if it takes over $300 to $400. Yes, sir. Jonggu went to the representative room to report happily. Gyungsu also with a smile looked up a keyboard online. At that same time, unlike Hidi Media, Starbucks' office had a cold environment around it. Bam! What are you doing? Representative Park Jae-guk slammed his fist on the desk and shouted. You must have angered him somehow. So, he went somewhere else. It went up to 6,000 copies. I told you to hold him hard, but you let him make a book somewhere else. The reason that Jae-guk was mad was because of the Pegelin's Magician that was released in Heat Media. As he heard that it got more copies twice, he was filled with anger and he brought Toin to scream at. And your editor? The company's profits are decreasing every month, and how can I do anything believing in you? Now you work 10 years, so you fill with it? Why are you doing your work so lazily? Toin, instead of answering, swallowed. In his 9 years of Starbucks, he had never done any work lazily. He tried hard for the company's profits. It was the days that he spent day, night, and weekends for work. There was a lot of profit because of the marital rankings and the modern ranking. It was obviously more than hates Pegelin's Magician. But the representative wasn't satisfied with that. He felt displeased and dissatisfied that he missed on Pegelin's Magician. Anyway, do well this Saturday U.R.day. Make Ha Jae-gun come to the writer's meeting. And make him sign the sequel contract. Why do you have no words? Understand? Yes, sir. Leave. Toin, with his shoulder depressed, left. He stood there standing in the long hallway. It was a hallway that he went by a lot in his 9 years. By now, he couldn't remember the way to the office. It's hard. He was now 44. It's not old, but it's not young. He got the title of editor by coming from a floor. Now as a worker, there was no other place to go up to. How long can I hold this place? He felt scared thinking about the future. The representative family and friends were getting the company one by one, so the worries were increasing. Editor. Somi-I met at the office entrance. Somi-I had many hamburgers in a bag. Toin asked with sigh, knowing what it was. Did a assistant manager go tell you? I needed to go to get some money out anyway. Somi-I hesitated and answered hesitantly. Of course, Toin didn't believe her. The fast food restaurant was on the first floor of the next building. The ATM was on the same building, same floor. Go and do your work. Toin didn't speak anymore and sent Somi-I. He was planning to bring Go and tell him so he could understand. He had already gave him warnings. The habit of making new girl employees do small tasks didn't seem to get fixed. Tuwin, leaving the office, went to the convenience store to get cigarettes. As he opened the bag of cigarettes that he quit over a year ago, he called Jay Gunn. "Hello, Ryder Ha, are you busy?" "No. I sent in all the modern ranking series, and I'm pretty free. Tell me." Jay Gunn's voice was brighter than any time before. Tuwin, with his tongue, wetted his dry lips. Feeling an unknowing anxiety, he carefully opened his mouth. "I wanted to talk about the sequel." "Ah, the sequel. I know it might be hard, but following this momentum, it might be good if we release another project. What do you think?" That. Jay Gunn's voice lost a lot of strength on the other side of the phone. Tuwin also lost some energy. Jay Gunn answered back to Tuwin, who was sitting down in front of the convenience store. "I haven't thought about the sequel yet. And recently I've been writing a lot of projects consecutively. There could be health issues. I'm telling you because you're the editor, but I'm writing a different work that I'm planning to release it to an exhibition contest." Exhibition contest? Yes, it's called the Digital Literary Award that the Minister of Culture and Tourism is hosting. There was a novel that I was working on for my college days, so I wanted to work on that and release it. Tuwin had a bitter smile on his lips. "Ah, yes, okay. You write great, so there will be a great result." Tuwin pressed his regret down and answered with encouragement. He knew that Jay Gunn was a person that had unlimited energy when writing. Therefore, even though his book didn't sell well in the past, he opened his heart to him more than he did with the other writers. "You're coming to the writers' meeting on Saturday Day, right?" "Yes, I should come. I promise Omi, so I'll be there." "Okay, writer. Then keep working and I'll see you in the weekend." "Yes, you too. I'll see you later." Cutting the call, Tuwin took out a cigarette and bit on it. And he realized he didn't have a lighter. "Should I smoke later?" Tuwin put away the cigarette back away and stood up. He was going to put away buying a lighter for later. In the cloudy summer sky, it was about to pour rain. "Virum, okay. Rika, you crazy." Jay Gunn was startled when he came out of the shower. Rika was scratching the t-shirts that Jay Gunn was going to wear when he was going out. There was already at least 3 holes. "What are you doing? Are you telling me to not leave?" "Huh?" Jay Gunn lifted Rika, who made the t-shirt, into a rag, and asked. Rika only turned her head as if saying, "What did I do wrong?" "Ah, this is bad. This was the best that I could have worn." He hadn't bought any good clothes in the past years. Since his job of writing wasn't turning out very well, he didn't have time to care about clothes. It was also because he was poor. He had some times when he wanted to show off, but it was the days that he didn't feel right even buying a shirt from a cheap mall. "Rika, let's get your nails cut. I'll earn once, and next time I'll do it for you." Meow. Jay Gunn shuffled through the smelly drawer and found a navy shirt. It was old, so the color on both shoulders and the back section was changed. It was better than the others, so he put the shirt on. "Thanks, Rika, for making me spend money. I'll come back as soon as I can so have fun." Meow, meow. Jay Gunn left home and hurried. It was Seoul, but it was a remote place, so he had to walk a distance to get to the intersection with the subway. The sun was hot so soon his back was sweating. Jay Gunn arrived at the subway. He went into a building connected to the department store. The air conditioner air came and cooled down his heated body. "I should totally change my mold," Jay Gunn thought as he looked at his clothes. He was only going to buy the top. But now, everything from his jeans to the shoes were worn out. They were really old clothes that he had worn for a long time. It wasn't a short time that he was a one-suit man. Jay Gunn went around and moved to the store that fit his preferences. It was the brand that he didn't even dare to look around in. A girl employee smiling met him. "Come in. Do you have anything you're looking for?" "I'll search myself." Jay Gunn picked a navy PK shirt and a beige slacks and put it on the counter. As the barcode was scanned, the price on the monitor of the 2 clothes went over $400. "Good work." "Yes, thank you. Come again." Jay Gunn went to the shoe store and bought a summer upper and went to the bathroom. Then on the closest stall, he changed clothes and came out. "I should get a haircut, too." Since he changed into the new clothes, now the dirt hair came into view. Since he didn't have much time left, he pushed going to the barber to tomorrow. Jay Gunn only put the jeans in his bag and threw away the shirt and shoes in the trash can and left. When he looked at the clock, There was only 30 minutes until the meeting time of 4. It was going to be late if he rode the subway, so he took the cab, which was almost unplanned for. Come in. Thank you. Myung-kyung College Naden, please. Sitting on the back of the starty cab, Jae-gun took out the novel script. It was over 80 pages printed. The title was Child of the 90s. The entire work was 12,000, so it was perfect for a short novel. Would the professor like this? It was a story that he started writing from college. After the 30s, it was a growing-up drama that changed from past and present and showed friends' friendship and betrayal and the cold but hopeful reality. Jae-gun once showed this to Professor Han Heesun and got terrible reviews. The professor's words was that the story had no center, and there was no difference between if it was a story or an essay. Jae-gun, maybe you should think about what standard you want to put on your writing. This feels like a diary that only puts in more time than other people. It can't be a story. It's only a personal story of your self-pitying. Who will buy this writing that doesn't even cost its price? You can bring any practice writing anytime, but please don't give me a pathetic writing like this and waste my time with it. I hope you'll have that much in you. Jae-gun didn't show it, but he felt a huge shock. It was a work that he put effort into, but the professor only kept the cold I got to'd and didn't give one word of encouragement. Jae-gun poured himself drinks after drinks and shoved the draft deep into his drawer. Jae-gun forgot all about until he got Say Gun Was Powers. He took it out and revised the entire story. It might be only me that's feeling good. Fantasy and regular novels are different. If she says anything, there's nothing to do but to revise it again. Jae-gun understood the professor's skill deep inside him. With her review, 70% was accepting of it. With the time of showing the draft coming closer, Jae-gun soothed his nervous mind. I want to win. A winning book that is released has the literature award-winning book in ribbons around it in the bookstores. This was Jae-gun's hope. He thought this was the only way to get recognition from his father. He couldn't get recognition from his father with just money. He needed to get awards and get the honor that comes from this. His dad, who was an old person, only thought books were paper books that he could buy from bookstores. He didn't think fantasy or martial arts and other genres were books at all. He didn't say anything, but as his son, Jae-gun thought so. Can I put you down here? Jae-gun's taxi arrived at its destination. Jae-gun, out of his thoughts, pulled out his wallet. Yes, thank you. Here. Jae-gun knocked on the door of the professor's personal lab. Door 403. Come in was said by a girl's voice, and Jae-gun opened the door. Hello, Professor. Jae-gun, come in. Professor Heesun, in her late 50s, widely smiled and stood up. Above the desk, a huge pile of mints was stacked like a mountain. You must have been screening a contest right now. Yeah, there's been a lot of contestants, so it's been a toil. I've looked through about 30 or so, but I haven't found anything good. Coffee. I'll pour it. Jae-gun didn't even ask and poured 2 cups of coffee. He knew his son's coffee preferences. After he poured his coffee with 1 spoon of sugar, he gave the pale black coffee to her. Thank you. Your coffee is the best. It's only coffee. Happy birthday. It's fine. What's so good about getting another year? But before that, did you bring the book? Heesun, who didn't like greetings, went straight to the point. Jae-gun nodded his head and pulled out the book from his bag. Then he politely gave it to her to 2 hands. Is this a book that is good enough so it won't waste my precious time? Jae-gun couldn't answer straight away. After thinking of the nights that he spent with his eyes burning red, he answered with prudence. Yes, I'm confident. Heesun's lip had a smile. Heesun's 2 eyes was looking into Jae-gun's mind. Jae-gun didn't lose his firm posture and looked straight into her gaze. Okay, I get it. Heesun sipped a bit of coffee and put on the table. You have work so you can't eat dinner together? I'm sorry, I'll come by alone next time. Go ahead. I'll read the draft quickly and contact you. I'll leave after I drink this coffee. Jae-gun left the lab after finishing. Heesun pushed away the other works and started reading Jae-gun's draft. As she turned page by page, a smile was slowly turning up on her face. In about 2 hours, she finished reading. Heesun smiled as he saw the 1 sentence at the end. I'm planning to enter the digital literary contest. If I win the prize and get the money, Then I'll give you a birthday present and come back. Of course, he's strange. A knocking sound came from the door. After Heezen's words have come in, about 7 to 8 male and female came in a line. All of them were Heezen's students and Jaegun's alumni. So he was also in between them. Low, Professor, you seem younger than last year. I've read the review on the Scholarly World Monthly about the plagiarism issue. I thought, of course it's by the professor. Very witty and piercing without any hesitation. The students all fought to give compliments to Heezen. It was like a madhouse. There was even a student that even acted like he was dying. Only Suhee pushed away from the crowd and was bitterly laughing. Professor, I wanted to bring Jae-gun, but he said he had an appointment today. Suhee said after the greetings. Heezen with a smiling face nodded. I know. He gave me a call and came here already. He came here. Why? He wanted me to see his novel. She lifted the novel bunch in her hand. A child of the 90s on the TI with Hot Jae-gun as the name. Suhee widened her eyes when she saw that. What? Hot Jae-gun has no manners at all. Another student behind her sneered and joined in. The students, as if they were waiting, all answered. Yeah, he can't even come to the professor's dinner, but he came to show his work. Is that guy crazy or what? That guy is funny. Professor, you don't even have to read a work made by a guy like that. The student who spoke last couldn't possibly say, read my work instead of Jae-gun's, and save his words. All of these students, except for Suhee, was all writing. There were people who were busy with their work, but didn't lose their dreams of a writer. Congratulating the professor's birthday wasn't the only reason that they came here. Did you read it? Suhee asked. Heezen, instead an answer, showed the last sentence that Jae-gun wrote. Suhee, when she saw that, let a laugh. How was it? Do you think he could win the Digital Literary Award? At the mention of Digital Literary Award, a few students had a surprised look on their face. They all brought drafts that they were going to enter to the Digital Literary Contest. As the sun was one of the checkers, this was one of the main reasons that they came here. Probably? Heezen said that and put Jae-gun's draft in the bag. A girl student who was planning to enter anxiety gazing asked, Is his work that good? What is it about? Is the sentences and the descriptions good? No comment. The result must be said. Why are you so curious? Aha, you guys are planning to enter the Digital Literary Contest, right? The girl student pushed her gaze down. Heezen stood up and continued. Since I became a judge, don't have any personal expectation. You know me? Mi-young-hoon came here days ago with his draft. I scolded him because he said to be lenient on him because you're a judge. Mi-young-hoon is also entering. The students' faces darkened. Jae-gun and Mi-young-hoon are both entering. These two were the best writers between their same college. Oh wait, look at myself. You have reserved a dinner? Let's go before we're late. I'm hungry. Yes, Professor, let's go. Suhee with Heezen went out first. Behind them, the students were all walking limply. Their confidence dropped. That writer is Oh Mi-young-hoon. Ah, the writer who worked the Sweet Girls Room. Yes, the project that being worked into a drama right now. Across the table, there were writers whispering. They were looking at Mi-young-hoon. Mi-young-hoon, who was dressed in expensive brands, was talking together in between many writers. The writers around him were mostly girls who write romance. Maybe if I write romance, I could get the attention of the girls. Ha ha, don't say that. You're making me gloomy too. This was an expensive restaurant called Yedo Damgil. Starbucks have borrowed this place for today. There was no other customers except for the 50-plus Starbucks writers in the restaurant. When I see, it seems like his house also has a lot of money. Yeah, I feel a bit sick just looking at him. Just then, the door entered and a person entered the restaurant. The writers' glances all came to him. It was a face that they hadn't seen before. Who is that? A writer. Isn't he a new Starbucks employee? So-mi, who was cleaning up the table, stood up and turned around. As she looked at the person, a smile appeared on her face. Welcome, writer Ha Jae-gun. So-mi handed her greetings happily. Many writers at the mention of the name Ha Jae-gun shook their heads. They had also been in this floor for a long time writing. However, it was a name that they had never heard of before. Ha Jae-gun, do you know him? No, I don't know him. Does he have a pen name? Mi-young-hoon, who was sitting on a long table on the center and chatting, slitted his eyes. A faint smirk appeared in his mouth, which disappeared as soon as it came. He came. Myung-hoon guessed that Jae-gun would be here. Therefore, he had no plans of attending, but he purposely changed to join. He had enough reason to be there. One of Myung-hoon's work was published through Starbucks romance label. You're hungry, right? Since you came a bit late, the only empty spot is that corner over there. So-mi said nonplussed and looked around the place that she pointed to. Jae-gun's eyes were not on the seat, but on the plate that were on So-mi-'s plate. This was a restaurant with employees, but it was a wonder why an editor would be doing something like this. Go inside after you take off your shoes. Yes, thank you. Jae-gun didn't say anything more for now and took off his shoes like he was asked to. He looked around, but he couldn't see To-in anywhere. He is a chief editor, so he's probably busy on a day like this. Jae-gun thought to not look and went to the corner. To the late Jae-gun, there wasn't any writers that paid a lot of attention to him. All of them were busy talking to the writers around them. Only one person, Myung-hoon, was paying attention to him while he was talking. It felt like Jae-gun didn't see his presence. His pride didn't allow him to go first and greet him, so Myung-hoon stayed put. Excuse me, Jae-gun, with a seat in front of him, asked carefully to the writer around. His age was about early 30s. With a small stature and a dark complexion, the man seemed to give off a gloomy feeling. Can I sit here? Yes, sit. The man pushed himself more to the corner to make space. Jae-gun politely nodded to him and sat down. You're a writer, right? The man asked as if he was feeling him out. Jae-gun looked towards him and nodded his head. Yes, you're a writer too? Yes, I am right. To be called a writer is... Jae-gun, with a calm smile, picked up a piece of fried food. He wasn't the type to press for an answer. It was better to wait for the other person to say a word. But he tried to soothe the other person so he or she could easily say things. Don't know what writer or what project he's written. Jae-gun thought about his past self. If he was a writer that didn't sell well enough to struggle in life, he would have been tired if he'd gotten a question about what project did he write. Wow, this is great. Jae-gun chewed on the fried food and said with a bit of overdramatics. Then the man on the side also laughed and pulled food that Jae-gun couldn't reach toward Jae-gun. Have a taste of this. I don't know what herbs are these, but it's good. Thank you for helping me. I'll eat well. Do you drink? Yes, give it to me. I'm sorry. I should have poured you a drink first. Give me the bottle. No, it's fine. I'll give it first. The man and Jae-gun both got a drink. The soft and cold soju went down the throat and into the body. Jae-gun, who drank a drink, refreshingly breathed deeply. Maybe it was because of the success he's been having. It was a long time since soju tasted this good. Is it the first time in these writer meetings? The man picked up the bottle and asked. Jae-gun politely with two hands took the drink and answered. I came here a long time ago once. I see. This is my first. But if it's a long time ago, then it's been a while since your debut. Yes, that's right. Jae-gun and the man both a drink for the second time. Jae-gun could feel his body heating up because of drinking 2 cups on an empty stomach. The conversation dried up for a second. Since the bottle was set around for a few drinks, the environment and the mood became louder and more elated. Sorry, the introductions were late, but I'm called Kong Mi-ho. In a loudness, the man said his name with a determined face. Then finally Jae-gun also straightened up and answered. I'm sorry too. I'm called Jae-gun. Yes. Do you use a pen name? Mi-ho asked as they were shaking hands. Jae-gun smiled embarrassedly and nodded his head. Then Mi-ho said, I see. I use my own name. Yes. On Jae-gun's face, a string of troubleness said by. He had no memory of a name called Kong Mi-ho. Mi-ho, as if understanding Jae-gun, waved as if it was okay. It's fine. There's not many people who know, because it was discontinued early with 6 books, and that's the only project. Excuse me, but the project name was? I wrote a fantasy. It's called The King of the Devil of a Barbaric Land. Mi-ho said unconfidently. He thought obviously Jae-gun wouldn't know it, so he was deeply embarrassed, said. But Jae-gun was already widening his eyes and asking back. The King of the Devil of a Barbaric Land? That book with a devil from a fantasy land comes to the present and works at a convenience store and then earns money and makes a building company. You read it? Of course. I read it very well. Since the devil who ruled the Fantasyland can't speak any Korean, the scene where he had to beg to barely survive was so funny. Jae-gun had read most of any genre book published in Starbooks. It was to study to be a writer who can read popular fads. He might have forgotten the name Kong Mi-ho, but he remembered the name perfectly. Oh, this is Embarad Esta Sing. Have a drink. Mi-ho, feeling a great feeling rising in his heart, offered Jae-gun another drink. Jae-gun didn't refuse and took a drink. Then he also gave Mi-ho a drink. Then writer Jae-gun's pen name is? Yes. I'm called Pung Cheonyu. As he said that, the noise in the surroundings stopped suddenly. In the far places there is still noise. However, the writers in the close places all as one closed their mouth and looked towards Jae-gun. Pung Cheonyu, the writer of the modern series, Pung Cheonyu. Mi-ho, with a bewildered face, asked again for confirmation. Jae-gun, feeling the other people's gazes that suddenly surrounded him, answered, Yes, that's right. As soon as Jae-gun answered, many writers all brought a bottle and came closer to him and started to offer him drinks. You're writer Pung Cheonyu. Nice to meet you. I'm using pen name Mr. H. Yes, the soccer novel Genie Scouter's writer. I'm reading it well. Take my drink as well. My pen name is Deserter. Ground Zero's writer? Both of you are writing sports fantasies. I don't have the background knowledge to write something like that, so it was hard. Nice to meet you. The environment immediately changed. An unknown strong presence was focused on Jae-gun. One person, two person, three person. The writers of fantasy novels used this time to go to Jae-gun and greet him. The modern series was so fun to read. It's been a while since you debuted, so I thought you were older, but you're really handsome and young. It was fun even from the point of view of a writer. What method do you use when you write? Do you have the ending all planned out? My method of writing. It is... Jae-gun was sweating trying to answer all the writers that were surrounding him. It made him happy and thankful, but he was extremely surprised. He didn't think he would get this much greetings from between the writers as well. Why is everyone around him? What did he write? On the opposite of Jae-gun's table, Mi Young-hoon and the female writers were also beginning to take notice to that side. Mi Young-hoon, who was speaking triumphantly about his ways of creation, felt extreme disgust as his words were cut. Writer Lee Young, where was I? Mi Young-hoon hid the disgust and said. The writer with the name Lee Young took her gaze off Jae-gun and ballooned her cheeks and tilted her head. Yes? Yes. Where were you? I don't remember very well. It was obvious that she was listening very carelessly. Letting the story come out of one ear, she was busy gazing at Jae-gun. Mi Young-hoon's forehead's veins tingled. He was barely keeping his composure, but he was close to exploding. Even he couldn't tell if he could stop it. In front of that Mi Young-hoon, two female writers were getting up. I'm sorry, but I'll be going over there for a second. I also have an interest in fantasy. Me too. I want to write a romance with fantasy, so I'll be back after I get some advice. Yes, go ahead. Mi Young-hoon barely kept his anger in check and sent them away with a smile. And when no one was looking, he inhaled the cup full of soju in one shot. This feeling of explosion felt like a few drinks wasn't enough to make him drunk. Wow, Writer Ha is famous. Somi-ai smiled unknowingly to others looking at the surrounded Jae-gun from far away. Since a writer that she was responsible for, her mind was feeling great. Young Somi-ai, what are you doing standing there? The writers on this side don't have any drinks. Assistant Manager Go said as he was quibbling. Sorry. I'll go get it now. Somi-ai was completely surprised and went to the refrigerator. Since the few employees went on vacation, even an editor like her was helping the serving. What are you doing? As she was opening the refrigerator and taking out the drink, a voice came from behind Somi-ai back. Somi-ai couldn't hear it because the surroundings were so loud. What are you doing? When she finally heard the voice, Somi-ai looked backwards. Then her two eyes became wide. Writer, huh? Jae-gun was standing there with a stone-hard face. Jae-gun, who from a minute ago was covered up by the writers, was behind her, as if protecting her. Did you come to get a bottle of soju? I could have. You're an editor. Yes. Jae-gun, extending his hand, took away the bottle that Somi-ai was holding. He was completely taken back inside, but he was saving his words because Somi-ai might get embarrassed. Said, "What year is this?" Even though Somi-ai was the junior, she was still an editor. It wasn't the 90s. He couldn't understand that Somi-ai was serving, and he didn't want to see it either. Jae-gun continued to take bottles away from Somi-ai and put them close to his chest. Seeing that from far away, his assistant manager Go was embarrassed, said, and disconcerted, and quickly ran over. "Oh, sir, you can say this to one of the workers here. Don't come and get it yourself." A assistant manager Go had no choice but to be this way in front of Jae-gun. It was a good idea and not to anger or irritate a writer with good sales. It was one of the basic obligations and responsibilities. Jae-gun was just stolid. Looking calmly at the waistband and talking Go's face, he spoke. "I can take Somi-ai away, right? She's my editor, so I have things to discuss about writing." "Yes, sure. Somi-ai, go talk to writer Ha." A assistant Go nodded his head a couple of times and immediately backed up. Hugging the bottles near his chest, he tapped Somi-ai's shoulder with his shoulder. "Let's go in." Yes, sir." Somi-ai, still looking at the situation, reluctantly followed Jae-gun. Looking at her taking off her shoes and climbing up, assistant Go wrinkled his forehead as if frustrated. Assistant Go. "Ah, editor." Assistant Go turned back with a surprised face. Tuan, who came in late because of his work, was right in front of his eyes. "You're here now? The traffic was bad, right? I spoke about this last time, right?" Tuan ignored Go's question and replied. Assistant Go blinked his two eyes as if he didn't understand. Tuan, following his gaze to where Jae-gun and Somi-ai was sitting, continued his words. "If you order even one more to Somi-ai about something that isn't work-related, you should be prepared." Go shuddered. This face of the editor was unknown to a 2-year veteran like him. The person that always took care of all employees smoothly was looking down at him with cold eyes. "Did you understand my words?" Tuan fixed his GLA.S.SES and asked for confirmation. Assistant Go unknowingly swallowed once. He put down his burning face and answered, I understood. I'll stop it in the future. Go do your work." Assistant Go, feeling timid, turned around and went away. Tuan still stood in that place. He was stuck in thought with both his eyes on Jae-gun. Should I stop today? Secretly, he was planning to use this spot to talk about a sequel with Jae-gun. It was because of the representative's orders to contract with Jae-gun no matter what. But he stopped today. He wanted to respect Jae-gun's decision to partake .8 in the digital. He had already gotten over expectation results with the ranking series. Already mentioned a sequel, so, well, I can talk about it after the contest. Tuan turned his body, brooding over his personal trust about the writer Ha Jae-gun, and to meet the other writers not present yet. He moved his steps to the parking lot in front of the restaurant. Have another drink. You can drink, right? Your real name is Ha Jae-gun, right? Since I'm looking at you loosely, you're really handsome. Do you hear that you're handsome a lot? Two female writers sitting next to Jae-gun were tossing questions at Jae-gun. Everyone's face was red because of the drinks. It was already 2 hours since the writers' meeting had started. There was no your spot or my spot. Writers who had drunk over their limits were carrying their bottles and greeting each other. It was chaos. And in that time, there were two conspicuous groups that were growing. It was the group of the Ha Jae-gun and the fantasy writers on the left, and the Om Mi-young-hoon and the romance writers on the right. So loud. Glimpsing at the loud Jae-gun's groups, Mi-young-hoon was grinding his teeth. From a while ago, he was discomfort. Mi-young-hoon came here first to lower Jae-gun's confidence. But he failed. Jae-gun was getting attention like he was getting. He cannot accept that Jae-gun dared to create a group as big as him. Writer-o, are you going to write a romance as your sequel as well? The female writer next to him asked with sending a flirty look in her eyes. Many female writers pulled by Mi-young-hoon's handsome and rich face haven't left and were still around him. Writer, oh, did you hear me? Mi-young-hoon ignored the female writer's question and stood up. He couldn't end the writers' meeting like this. You're not going to crumble on your own, I see. Then I'll personally get a broomstick and sweep you out. Mi-young-hoon in 2 hands held a bottle and a cup. And then with a resolute face, he started to walk towards Jae-gun's group. "Ah, Rider O, you're coming over here." The female rider next to Mi Young-hoon and then went to Jae-gun first saw him and said. With that sentence, Jae-gun also lifted his head. "Oh, Mi Young-hoon, you came here too. That's what I wanted to ask, boy. I just saw you." Two glances met in midair. Both people, underneath their strong gaze, had a string of a smile. The riders around them were talking to each other and saying they knew each other. They must be friends, in other words. "Sit here, Rider O." "Excuse me." So-mi-I, who was sitting across from Jae-gun, moved to the side to make room. Mi Young-hoon leisurely sat down and gave the bottle to Jae-gun. "I didn't know I would meet you here. In this place." Mi Young-hoon gave a strange emphasis on the "in this place." Jae-gun responded with a calm smile and took the bottle. Now, there was no reason for him to be mixed up with Mi Young-hoon's provocations. "I've heard. So you're doing well. I got lucky. How are you?" "Don't even ask. It isn't easy making a work into a drama." It was a completely different world from 1 to 10. Jae-gun caught that Mi Young-hoon was already going to take control of the atmosphere by laying out self-praise. So he didn't say anything and smiled and drank. Mi Young-hoon changed the topic and asked when Jae-gun didn't show much reaction. "That's that. But you wrote a lot in a short time? The 2 Starbucks fantasy books you made, I heard they're both 10 books. "Yeah, it's the time where you write well. It must have been that time." "Yeah, I guess. Fantasy is easy to write down quickly. There's no reason to think in depth about fantasy as well." Mi Young-hoon nodded his head as if he knew everything. The writers around him couldn't hide their displeasure. Jae-gun, acting as their representative, shook his hand and answered. "You haven't written a fantasy and you don't know how to write one." Mi Young-hoon's face hardened slightly. Unlike the Jae-gun in the past who bitterly smiled, this Jae-gun countered immediately. "Haha, I haven't written one, of course. But isn't it fantasy that if you make up your mind, you can write quickly?" "No, Mi Young-hoon. How would you know if you haven't even written one before? Isn't that thought a bit complacent for a writer? You are a writer." Instantly, Mi Young-hoon wrinkled his nose. Jae-gun was following his way of speech that he used when he was being sarcastic with others. Jae-gun shamelessly laughed and lifted the bottle up. "You want another drink?" "No, I have to drive. I brought my car." Mi Young-hoon, waving his hand, answered. On his face, he was smiling barely, but inside was already completely ripped. One solid strike was .h.i.t. It could be told by the writers around who were very quietly grinning as if they were saying you deserved it. Sighing burning, hot breath as quietly as he could, finally Mi Young-hoon answered. "Yes, I'm a writer. Therefore, as a writer, I am recently writing a work that has quality to not shame the name of a writer." "Aha, you are." Jae-gun replied absent-mindedly as he was pouring the person next to him a drink. Mi Young-hoon continued saying stuff that no one asked. "Just at this time, there is a digital contest. I saw the other awards, so I feel like I'm going to win it pretty simply. Probably have one more one on my career." Mi Young-hoon didn't say that it was the digital literary contest. It was going to be shameful if he didn't win. Think about using the effort that it takes to writing 10 books of fantasy into one book. You know that feeling because, Jae-gun, you and I are all language students, right? Ah, you might not know because it's been a while since you wrote a novel like an actual novel. Noticing the mind fight between the 2 people, the writers around them all were shutting their mouths. Jae-gun matched Mi Young-hoon's glance in the quiet air, and he stuck out his cup as if nothing happened. "I hope you do well." Jae-gun had no other thoughts of uselessly talking with Mi Young-hoon anymore. He declined saying childish things because of petty pride and atmosphere. He could respond with the result that he put hard work and effort into. "Thanks, man. You sell well, too." The cups met in midair like they were going to break. Swallowing the drinks, the 2 people didn't break their glance away from each till the end. "Ryder, we should have one more bottle. Have some beer into the mouth." The parking lot after the writers' meeting. About 30% left. The rest of writers were getting into groups of writings that they liked and were finding a second meeting place. Jae-gun was also stuck in one group of writers. "Yes. Ryder, huh? It's only been a bit over 9. There's a beer place just right across the street. You should have a drink." "Yeah, let's pour ourselves with just the men." A few female riders who were close stuck themselves in. Is this S.E. Zool discrimination? Leaving just the women behind? We drink will just count us in. What? The beautiful females will drink again. Of course we must count you in. We'll take good care of you. It was a great atmosphere. There was nothing else to be said. Yet Jae-gun had no words and was just standing there. Rider Ha, you're going? Right? The riders, who had high expectations, asked. They were very into the Jae-gun, even though it was their first time meeting him. It wasn't because of Jae-gun's best-selling rider status. That was just something that made them curious. The riders were getting into Jae-gun's personal human personalities. While also listening to others instead of bragging about his own, he also gave out very enthusiastic opinions during conversations about riding. There was a reason that many riders like Jae-gun's ATT I.2'd so much. I'm really sorry, but I drank till I could drink today. Jae-gun shook his head and answered embarrassed sadly. To the sighing and disappointed riders, he quickly added, I have home stuff I must do today. Since I gave out my contact information, I'll see you guys next time. I'll be going for today. Jae-gun didn't want to drink anymore because of writing. Since he drank today, he couldn't write too much when he went back home. But there is a tomorrow. It was best to cut things off here to recover his condition and write normally tomorrow. If you're like that, I guess that's it. We're disappointed, but we won't cling on to you. But next time, let's meet again. And good luck. Yes. Good luck to you guys as well. Have a good time and go home safely. Jae-gun shook hands with the riders and moved away from the crowd. He saw To-in and So-mi standing side by side. They were waiting for him. Both people were smiling, looking at Jae-gun. Jae-gun went to To-in, who he haven't seen for the entire riders' meeting, feeling joy. Are you going in right now? Yes, I have to write starting tomorrow. What about you guys? To-in checked his watch on his wrist and answered. We should go in since our job is done too. Rider Ha, I'll take you to your home. No, it's fine. It's quick by subway. I want to walk slowly so I can wake up for my drinks. I see. I hope you do well on your writing. Please contact me later. I'll be waiting. Of course, I'll give you a call. To-in and Jae-gun shook hands. Beginner at society, So-mi has a slight smile. She could feel the unique and warm atmosphere between the two. She had a feeling that these two will be together for a long time. How is So-mi going? I'm also taking the subway. Then let's go together. Jae-gun and So-mi went together to the subway station after they left To-in. Since it was night, the wind was pretty cool. During the loud summer night of the city, Jae-gun and So-mi was walking together relaxedly. Thanks for before. So-mi just brought up the conversation. Jae-gun turned around, understanding the meaning, and smiled. I thought a lot about what I was doing, listening to Rider Ha. I was reminded again that I was an editor. Finishing talking, So-mi closed her thick lips together. Jae-gun laughed. He thought her facial expression, slightly red from the drinks, looked cute. Why are you laughing? No, nothing. Don't lie. I'm curious. Why did you laugh? So-mi went in front of Jae-gun and walking backwards, asked again. She wouldn't have done this in front of Jae-gun normally. Now the girl with a few drinks was not an editor, but a female university student. You're going to fall. So tell me fast. Why did you lay? Ack. So-mi was struggling because her foot was stuck on the road. Jae-gun quickly ran over and grabbed both her arms. So-mi's sneaker bounced far away. Lean on the telephone pole and stand for a second. And no, I'm fine. Sir, I'll go get it. So-mi was running with one foot and was shouting. During that time, Jae-gun was already coming back with the sneaker. Here. I'm really sorry. Sorry. Apologizing repeatedly, So-mi wore the sneaker. Was it because of the drinks? Or maybe the night's bright lights reflection? Jae-gun thought So-mi's legs looked very beautiful. So-mi again was wearing jeans and white socks. She had a cat face like Rika. It felt like her college outfits were fitting even as she became an adult. Where's your house? Starting to move again, Jae-gun asked. So-mi, whose face became slightly red after that accident, answered immediately. Yes. I'm in Noryeongjin. Then we can go together till Syndrome. It'll be comforting riding a cab. I like the subway. All the people I meet are all riding topics, so There's a lot of things I meet at the subway that I won't be able to meet on the back of the cab. Of course you're the writer. It's probably not just me. There was no seats on the subway, but it was relatively spa.art.sd. Grabbing the handle next to a seat, Jay Gunn asked, "Were you also living in Noriangan?" "No, my house is the East Sea. You were born where you could see the sea." "I'm jealous. We're in the East Sea. There's a lot of oceans there, right?" "It's the East Sea District. There's a district called East Sea District, named after the East Sea. Konglung is on the bottom and Samchuk is on the top." "Aha, I see." The two people on the subway talked about small things. It wasn't as a writer to editor talk about writing, but about two people's life. As a funny topic came about, Somi-I covered her mouth and laughed. When Syndrome Station came, the two people got off. It was time to say goodbye. Putting their backs to the platform they were going on, they nodded their head. "Go in safely." "Yes, you too." Jay Gunn went away. Somi-I, standing there, was looking at Jay Gunn's back. Then she just remembered and opened her mouth. "Writer, ha, Jay Gunn." Jay Gunn turned around, hearing in the crowd. Somi-I, with the drinks helping her, put two hands together and shouted, "Good luck. You're going to release amazing works again and again." Jay Gunn had a blank face, but he raised his hand, smiling and borrowed a s.sedley. Somi-I, with a bright smile, waved her hand and finally turned away and disappeared into the crowd. "I was planning to rest one day because of drinks, but I guess not." His plans changed after Somi-I's cheers. Jay Gunn went to the convenience store and drank a bottle of hangover cure. Then he went to his working place where Rika was waiting for him hurriedly. "Sir, the dinner is ready." "I don't want to eat. I'll eat by myself, so leave it." The maid put her head down and went away. Myung-hoon's two eyes were on the monitor. He was looking through his story for the digital literary contest for the entire day. "This is good. It's fun. This is better than any novel I had written so far," Myung-hoon was saying to himself as comfort. Really, he was nervous. He couldn't get that feeling of there was something left out. The name was The Lonely Man of Seoul. It was a love story of a young man with power as a lawyer and an orphan working at a factory. Myung-hoon used a pen name called On Sung-woo instead of his name. It wasn't because of the fairness of the judges. It was because of his lack of confidence. He didn't have confidence, win, so he didn't have the strength to put his own name on the line. "Myung-hoon, what are you doing without dinner?" "Ah, brother." Myung-hoon turned around his chair and had a joyful face. Older than him by 9 years, Oh Myung-suk was coming in through the door. He was the only person who could go into Myung-hoon's office without permission. "The family is together, so we should eat together." "I'm fine with dinner, brother. Did you read The Lonely Man of Seoul?" "Yes, I read it." "How is it?" "It's pretty good, right?" Myung-suk was the editor at Father's Publishing Company. It was because he thought he needed to work more. He had written for a long time, and he had experience having his works in the Sinchimai. Myung-suk immediately answered without hesitation. "The characters are seriously superficial. The main character, the lawyer, seems like he was only bragging. Is it the elitism, the feeling that I'm this sort of person, so feel happy that I'm meeting a girl like you, who is working at a factory?" Myung-hoon's face shadowed. He thought he wrote objectively, so he didn't expect to hear this judgment. Myung-suk's sharp critiques continued. "There's no depth. It feels like you're only scratching the surface. That's the main draw. The girl character is awkward. What kind of person in this age is cornered for stealing lunch? Isn't that just over the top? And have you even interviewed workers for this? When they work and when they rest and when they leave, did you look into that?" "No, I searched on the internet. It's nothing really. So do I have to go to a factory and interview them? I'm already busy as it is." "That's the issue with your writing, Myung-hoon." Myung-suk sighed heavily. His brother never tired to experience over the average. It was hard and boring. He was still forgetting one of the most important things about being a writer. Myung-hoon stood up and shook Myung-suk's both shoulders and pleaded. "You finished planning the company work, right? Please help me if you have time left." "Haven't I helped you?" "But this isn't helping, but basically writing it for you." "What are you using this for? Are you going to enter this into a contest?" "That's a secret. I'll tell you it later, Please save the parts one don't know. This is a work that's important for completion too." "Please." "Myung-hoon." Myung-suk put his hand on his forehead and slurred his words. His pleading was something that got on his conscience as an editor and a writer. He hoped that he would write on his own when he grew older and matured, but he was still asking and pleading. It was Mbara.S.Sing. This is the last time. Myung-suk put up his finger. Myung-hoon was laughing. He put his thumbs up. I won't forget this. Shut up, you idiot. Come down for food. Don't tell this to father. If you don't come right now, I might. Myung-hoon went up and followed Myung-suk. Now he had no worries. After his brother checks it, it will turn out to be an amazing, fantastic piece. Ah, this is why everyone loves electronic keyboards. Meow meow. On top of Jae-gun's knees, Rika answered. Jae-gun's fingers had a clearer sound than before when he was typing. It was a mechanical keyboard from Heedy Media. It was just fun pressing the keys on the keyboards because of the pressure. He was curious before, but he never used one because it was expensive. Now he knew why everyone was singing mechanical keyboard is so good. Rika, you hear the sound. It's different, right? I searched it up, and it's about $400. The last one was a $9 one bought at a mart. Why do you think they bought me this? Maybe they want me to write one more book for Pegelin's Magician. Jae-gun asked Rika and kept hitting the keyboard. About noon, the outside was boiling hot, but the one room was cool because of the air conditioner. Beep. A call came from Sui. Jae-gun stopped his typing and grabbed the phone. On, Sui. I got your additional quest. That was fun, too. Thank goodness. Did you eat lunch? I haven't yet. You. I came out to eat right now. Eat on time. Ah, how's today dinner? I'm meeting Hyojin, so do you want to call Jongjin and eat lunch together? The four of us. Sorry, I have to write something, so it might be hard. Saying that, Jae-gun pulled up a Word doc that U. meant with his one hand. The child of the 90s, that he was going to enter the digital literary contest came up on screen. You're busy as always. Rest sometimes. Your body might crash. I'm only going till the 15th. Why is it the 15th? Uh-huh. You're writing something special. Sui had great recognition, as always. Jae-gun laughed, even though no one was looking, and answered. I'll tell you when I do well. Tell me when you don't do well, too. I want to read it. Okay. A small sigh came across the phone. Jae-gun, even though he felt sorry, didn't have anything to say, so he stood quiet. Then, Sui's cheerful voice came back. Well, okay. If you're busy. Let's meet later. Good work, and contact later. Jae-gun got his posture and put his hands on the keyboard. After breathing a few times, he started revising The Child of the 90s. It was the third time today that he was checking it over. Sir, this scene where he's meeting an old friend in jail is fine, right? Jae-gun remembered Gunwa's figure and threw a question at him. It felt as though Gunwa's voice was coming through his ear. It's natural. It's not bad. If it was me, I would hesitate a few moments after the first greeting. HM, that feels good. I'll have to change. How about this scene where the main character meets his first love? There's way too many useless conversation. The main character is just laying out his own story, which doesn't relate at all to the main character. Delete everything. Delete everything? But shouldn't he have to say this much so the girl knows and understands that he's been through a lot? That's all your thoughts. The writer's thoughts are going into the story's characters. Useless. It doesn't fit at all either. From one word to sentence to paragraph. Gunwoo and Ha Jae-gun was colliding through every revision. Most of the time, it was Ha Jae-gun backing off and conceding. Gunwa's critiques were completely on point in correcting the story's completion. Jae-gun understood more at the same time of revising the incorrect parts. About 1 to 2 times out of 10, Ha Jae-gun kept it. No answer problems, especially with the characters' personalities and characteristics and their actions. If there was no harm to the story, Ha Jae-gun was stubborn then. Sir, even if you say it's bad, I think this is good. It's not a hard-boiled story, so delete everything is too much. It's not my story, so do what you want. The typing continued without stop in the one room. Rika, understanding that Jae-gun was concentration, went to the bed. Meow. Rika looked at nothing and meowed. Her general stare was towards at Jae-gun's back. Rika was looking at nothing for a while until she closed her eyes, as if tired. I'll stop here. I feel like I did enough. Now I won't look at it until the due date. He saved The Child of the 90s and brought up a new page. A new page with no words came on the computer. Are you writing something else? Gun's question seemed to ring in his ear. Gun answered in his mind. The Child of the 90s is a story that I made since college. Since I have a lot of time because of this contest, I want to write a totally new story. I see. Do you have a topic? It's my sister's story. She couldn't date properly because of looking after family. She lived her life in work. Please look at it when I finish the draft. Tap, tap, tap. Gun thought of his memories with his loving sister and poured his mind out on the typeboard. It was a quiet summer's day. There won't be another summer like summer this year as well. Gun was prepared, but he wasn't unhappy at all. There was nothing better a writer like he could hope for than writing with the best master ever. Good work, editor. You too, Somi. Ah, you're in break from tomorrow? Yes, for days. Tuwin and Somi put their exit card and left the office. It was the end of summer. Somi, as an editor, was taking steps forward one by one. There was no assistant manager goes errands, so her efficiency was going up. You're going to the East Sea? Yes, it's quiet there now. I want to take a rest and come back. Tuwin looked at the ceiling and sighed. It's been a while since I visited the ocean, too. All I did was work, so there was nothing like summer. Go with your family once. It's hard to start. If you do it, it's only 3 hours. I know, it's hard to start it. Our family does as Ren and Muko, so tell me if you have any ideas. They'll do good. Are you selling me stuff? Heck, I might be. It was when they were waiting for the elevator. Somi pulled out her phone. It was from Jaegun. Sir, it's writer Ha Jaegun. Writer Ha? What is he saying? Somi showed the message instead of words. Tuwin smiled at the 3 lines. I've almost finished the digital literary contest story. I'll write a sequel fantasy about 5 books and send them to you. Tell that to the editor as well. Have a great vacation. Happy face. That guy is amazing. Writer Ha isn't having any summer vacation. Tuwin got on the elevator, writing a fantasy as soon as he finished the digital literary contest story. Extreme stamina and effort. He didn't think he could do that. Somi asked while pressing the 1 button. You've written a fantasy story in student days too, right? Yes. I realized in 2 years that this wasn't my path. I'm grateful. It's different creating and writing. Ah, didn't you say you were drawing as well? I'm grateful I realized in 1 year that this wasn't my path. Ha ha. The 2 people laughed at the same time in the elevator. Somi grabbed her phone and pressed an answer to Jigun. Write the best story so you can rest next summer. Phew, I'm going crass. Myung-hoon was sitting down and standing up on the computer for a couple times. Today was the announcement day of the digital literary contest result. Usually they give out contacts to the winners before the announcement date. It's for the purpose of information giving and the purpose of writing their winning speech. But Myung-hoon didn't get that. Since he used a pen name called Ah Sung-woo and he didn't put an email or contact information, it was sure. I should get it. Brothers revising is amazing. There's no way I couldn't win. He wanted to win. He wanted to destroy that face that Jae-gun made. He wanted to be recognized by Soo-hee, was a wonderful writer who stepped ahead again. Phew. Myung-hoon calmed himself down by breathing. Then he closed his eyes and clicked on the news announcement tightly. The screen filled with award results. Myung-hoon was covering his eyes and looking. From the bottom as well. 1 grand prize, 3 runner-ups, and 15 Asian prize. A total of 19 people were getting awarded. Okay, it's not in the Asian prize, of course. My novel can't possibly be in a Asian prize. Then Myung-hoon's stare went to the runner-ups. At that same time, his 2 eyes burst open. A feeling of rage and delight came together to make a strange feeling that went through his body. Runner-up? I got the runner-up prize. A sigh of relief came out, but a huge disappointment came as well. A pen name of On Sung-woo, with the story he made The Lonely Man of Seoul, was definitely in the runner-up column. Dang it, what kind of amazing people entered that they gave me runner-up? Does this contest have any idea at all? What part of the story are they judging about? Myung-hoon grinded his teeth and moved his glance left. At that moment, Myung-hoon went pale and froze. A name that he would never by was right there in front of him. The runner-ups. The Lonely Man of Seoul, On Sung-woo. Child of the 90s, Ha Jae-gun. The Day of Summer, Sin Jung-gak. Ha Ji-gun. Mi Young-hoon couldn't shut his mouth at one of the runner-ups' name. Ha Jae-gun wasn't a very common name. At least in his life, it wasn't. But Mi Young-hoon knew the name of Child of the 90s. It was the short story that Jae-gun was writing since college. For Mi Young-hoon remembered, Jae-gun couldn't finish the book in college. So he was more baffled. A story like this, that should have been buried, is seen at a digital literary award like this. And in the same place as a person like me. This guy. Mi Young-hoon remembered the face that Jae-gun made in the writers' meeting and shivered. It was a different Jae-gun than he remembered. He sent multiple insults at him, but he didn't respond. Even more, Jae-gun countered and got Mi Young-hoon himself got shamed because of a word mistake. The memory didn't stop there. He could remember every word that he said to Jae-gun that day. As a writer, I'm recently writing a work that has quality to not shame the name of a writer. Just at this time, there is a literary contest. I saw the other awards, so I feel like I'm going to win it pretty simply. Probably have one more one on my career. Dang it. I said something stupid. Just thinking about him made him feel embarrassed. Said. The embarrassment completely pressed on his entire body. Mi Young-hoon covered his head with his two hands, and then he repeated slammed his forehead against the desk. In the same literary contest, especially the same award, he had no idea at all. Mi Young-hoon checked the award list many times. The winner was called a dumb woman, but he didn't even care about that. His entire attention was on Jae-gun, who got the same runner-up award as him. It doesn't matter. His is a one that he written in 3 months. Ha Jae-gun, that guy, written that for 7 years. 3 months and 7 years can't be compared. I'm better. I write so much better. Mi Young-hoon kept thinking that to himself. He was already thinking what to say in his award speech. I need to appeal that I've written this in 3 months. If I had more time, I could have won it, but I was busy. I want to mix my regret with some humor and end it coolly. Mi Young-hoon rolled his head while keep knocking his fingers on the desk. He was trying to show himself off. Dang it, Jae-gun has to say his speech before mine. Then I have time to counter his speech. I can add some more stuff in. I'm wishing he says it took him 7 years. At least it might show mine off better. Mi Young-hoon opened Word furiously. His 10 enraged fingers typed out words and sentences at a fast pace. His speech filled with justifications of himself. It was a comfort from getting the same award as someone like Ha Jae-gun. Tap. At a moment, Mi Young-hoon stopped and put his head up. Jae-gun probably knew the results by now. It was fate that they were going to see each other at the ceremony. Let me greet him first. It was a fate that he had to go through. It felt better to tell him that On Sung-woo, who made The Lonely Man of Seoul, was Mi Young-hoon. It was a thought, because at least he wouldn't hear insults about how he was too afraid that he would lose, so he used a pen name. Jae-gun, I heard you won the runner-up prize at the digital award contest. Good job. He sent a message. Mi Young-hoon was waiting nervously, biting his finger. He chose message because he thought his voice would be shaking. Jae-gun's reply came faster than he expected. How did you know? Thanks. But you have to congratulate me too. You know The Lonely Man of Seoul and the runner-up? That's written by me. Huh. In 3 months. Ah, that On Sung-woo was yours. The contest that you were entering, it was this. Yeah, good job to you too. I was just saying, guy. It's only getting a runner-up for a measly small award, so no need for a good job. I'm sort of shocked that I won because it was just a writing that I just wrote down easily. I was randomly writing for about 3 months, and I threw in. And I won apparently. Yeah, you do write well. Jae-gun's praise felt more like banter to Mi Young-hoon. With a crumbled face, Mi Young-hoon furiously pounded the touchscreen. At least your work paid off. Man, I still remember The Child of the 90s. Wasn't that a project that you were holding for 7 years? At least you finally found the light. Isn't that good? Now you finally have at least one line in your career. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Nothing else came after that short message. Mi Young-hoon's anger didn't fall easily. It felt to him that Jae-gun was laughing at him right now. Thinking about how to end the conversation, Mi Young-hoon finally sent the last message. I'll see you at the award. Wear something clean. Don't live showing off that you're a writer in a room. Today's world is a world where even writers were something nice. Okay, thanks, good work to OU. Myung-hoon breathed and glared at nothing. He was confirming his superiority in his disarrayed mind. I'm better at everything. I already have award before. He wrote that for 7 years, but I wrote this for 3 months. It's not the same value of award. Sui's face came to mind. It was true that feat was great enough that he needed to get congratulations from others. Removing the anger about Jae-gun, everything else was basically innocent happiness. Myung-hoon instantly picked the name that he wanted to get praise from. Being nervous, a bell started to ring. What's up? Are you happy about that money? Jae-gun asked with a laugh. In front of him, Jane was staring blankly like there was a ghost inside her. Say something. What's with that reaction? It was the house at Suwon. Jae-gun ran to the subway to the house as soon as he got the results to the award. He wanted to send these results to the family as fast as he could. Now the brother is getting award experience. This is accepted by the Ministry of Culture. It's not the biggest or has the biggest honor, but it's pretty well acknowledged. Jane covered her face. Her nose was turning red and her 2 eyes were pouring. It didn't matter about the size of the award. She was just sad. She needed to compliment her brother, but no words could come out of her mouth. Everything's going to get better. Totally better. This is the beginning. Say this is a marathon. I'm only at the 100-meter mark. Jae-gun. The door opened with the door lock sound. His mom, who went to get his dad, came back. Son, what are you doing here? His mom saw Jan-ain went into the house happily. Her 2 eyes captured Jane's crying face. Jae-gun, why are you crying? What happened? Mom, Jae-gun. Jae-gun? What about Jae-gun? What happened? Say something. Jae-gun won a literary award. Jae-gun explained barely with her voice. His mom opened her mouth. For a while, she was like that, like a lost person. Then she screamed and hugged Jae-gun proudly. My son, my amazing son, my writer song. I knew you were going to succeed. I knew it. Not because you're my son, but I knew you could do it. Mom, I'll say 9 Prees kissed her son's cheeks repeatedly. Even though he was all grown up, he was still cute, and she still worried about putting him in the world. In the laughter, Mom was crying as well. The person who was Dad just now organized his shoes and was going up at the living room. There was no smile on his face. With a glare that looked through the living room a few times, he said nothing and went straight to his room. Honey, Jae-gun's ceremony is on Saturday U.R.day. Mom, with a few tears, shouted at the door. There was no answer except for changing clothes. Honey, Saturday U.R.day is Jae-gun's ceremony. I have morning shit. What? Go with Jane and you. That man is seriously. Mom bounced up and went into the room. All that could be heard was Mom's scream from the room. Jae-gun was bitterly laughing, waiting for his dad's silent voice. Jane was holding her brother's hand. The ceremony was at a place at Hwedong National Science and Technology Museum. Myung-hoon arrived there early with his car. He didn't tell his family. He didn't tell his colleagues or other people. It bothered him that Jae-gun got the same prize as him. He didn't want any sliver of additional attention given to Jae-gun. It was already fall, so the weather was pretty cold. Just then across the place, a white car was coming in. Myung-hoon looked in as it looked familiar. The car door opened and Soo-hee came out. Lee Soo-hee. Myung-hoon called out Soo-hee's name without realizing it. Why is Soo-hee, who said she was busy with work and rejected his request, coming all the way out here? It didn't take long for him to realize why. Even with the cold weather, Myung-hoon's face was heating up very fast. Myung-hoon came too. Hyejin, who was in the side seat, opened her eyes like a rabbit. Like Soo-hee, she came to congratulate Jae-gun's award. She was shocked because she knew that Jae-gun's and Myung-hoon's relationship wasn't very good. Myung-hoon didn't give any glance to Hyejin. His glance was only on Soo-hee. Soo-hee had her back straight and was looking Myung-hoon back calmly. I'll go ahead. Okay. Understanding the situation, Hyejin moved away. Soo-hee went up to Myung-hoon and started to talk. You must have one. How did you know? I heard from Professor Han Heeson. You visited her. You entered with a pen name? I don't know what you won, but congratulations. Soo-hee pulled out her hand and looked for a handshake. Myung-hoon didn't oblige. He stood there standing, with his 2 eyes on Soo-hee, glancing from head to toe. Today, Suhi was exceptionally beautiful. The coffee stocking with her gray pattern one-piece that came down to the knees fit her well. Her long knotted hair was shining a bright color of dawn like it was painted. It wasn't too showy and plain, but it was clothing that had a slight feminine showing with riches. She was a girl who spent money on the earring, the belt, etc. Ones that wasn't so conspicuous. Mi Young-hoon knew Suhi's style, and the fact that she spent extra care of her appearance today. He knew that it wasn't because of him that she paid closer attention to herself. So he couldn't bring himself to shake her hand. I thought you would work. Mi Young-hoon put his glance to the ground and asked. Suhi refused because of work when he asked her to meet up, so he could show her something. And now they were meeting at this place. You have work too? Nexon had a person in the digital literary contest. Suhi put away her hand. Pulling her bag around her shoulder, she calmly answered. I came to congratulate Jae-gun. He's the scenario writer for our team. Of course, I need to congratulate him. This is for work. Even you have times when you're forcing it. It's not forcing it. Mi Young-hoon's phone was vibrating in his pocket. Suhi found out before the talking Mi Young-hoon and pointed to his pocket. Isn't that a call? Mi Young-hoon, with her glance on Suhi, pulled out his phone. At that moment, his facial expression froze when he saw the information. It was from his dad. This is important. Let's talk later. Mi Young-hoon said with a depressed light. He couldn't postpone or avoid his dad's call. Suhi nodded her head lightly and turned and walked away. When the distance between the two became over 10 steps, Mi Young-hoon swallowed and accepted the call. Hello. Why are you accepting my call so late? It was anger from the beginning. Mi Young-hoon wasn't surprised at all. Did you forget it was your mom's birthday? Everyone in the family is breaking their busy lives to come. Were you playing? Just playing around. Get your ass over here right now. Mi Young-hoon raised his hand and covered his eyes. He didn't forget. However, he just didn't want to go, and he had an important job to do now. It's hard for me to go now. I'll come early at night. What? I have important work. His dad snorted. Important work? What is important work to you? Are you taking brainless girls for a drive? Or are you using this dad's money to blow a party? That's not it. You idiot. Aren't you embarrassed, said, when you see your brother or sister? Why don't you do any work to at least be like them? Mi Young-hoon was breathing hard. He pulled his phone away from his ear. His vision was getting blurry like fog. Whatever. You better be ready. This year is the end for you. Do you think I gave you that studio so you can play around and drink all night? The phone shut off. Mi Young-hoon got on his knees and sat down. He needed some time to go into the ceremony with his normal face. Now we arrived, Jong Jin said as he turned off the engine. Jae-gun was on the singer seat with Rika. Jae-gun's mom, Myunja, and his sister Jane was riding in the back. Thanks, Jong Jin. Thanks for taking care of our Jae-gun since college. Jae-gun really has a good friend. Haha, it's nothing. I'm pretty dark inside, Mom. I knew Jae-gun was going to succeed, so wouldn't some of that go to me? Jae-gun joked and punched Jae-gun's shoulder lightly. Jae-gun smiled and saidly to respond. Jongjin was planned to be at the ceremony. However, he came to Suwon in the morning randomly. Thanks to him, Mom, sister, and Rika could all come to the ceremony comfortably. Should I keep Rika? Jane was already holding out her hands. Jae-gun nodded and gave Rika over. Rika sat on Jane's chest and sat there comfortably and quietly. Ah, you're here. Hyejin, you came with Sui. Jae-gun turned around at that. Sui was following Hyejin towards Jae-gun. Jongjin came up and introduced Jae-gun's family. This is Jae-gun's mom and sister. Hello, ma'am. I'm Cheon Hyejin. Jae-gun's my college buddy. Hyejin greeted her first cheerfully. Sui, behind Hyejin, also bent her neck and greeted her. Hello, ma'am. First time meeting you. I'm Jae-gun's alumni Lee Sui. Yes. Hello. Myunja and his sister answered back awkwardly. Jae-gun put his head down and laughed bitterly. He knew why his family was so shocked and teared. Really, congratulations. Y0OU must be happy. I'm not feeling the same happiness as you guys would be feeling, but I'm feeling very happy for him, so I came to congratulate him. Oh, really? Thanks. Thank you so much. Ah, I didn't know J-Gun had such a pretty alumni. Oh ho ho. Mom, it's cold, so let's go inside. J-Gun pulled his very happy and enthusiastic mom inside. He was afraid that if he didn't end this here, it might get awkward for him and Suhi. That might be good. It's almost time for the ceremony. This way, ma'am. Suhi, as if showing her the way, went forward. The others followed. Mayanja and Jane beside J-Gun was both asking into his ear. It's Lee Suhi, right? She's really pretty. Her personality is pleasant, and she's polite too. You had a college friend like her? She has a good impression. Son, do well with that woman. J-Gun knew that this would be happening. There was no adult that didn't like Suhi the first time. She was pretty but neat, had no greed on her face, and with her manner of speech, it felt that mom and sister was already pulled into her. Keep your eyes open and look at the people around you. Do you think there would be a woman like that very commonly? My mom is right. Ask her out. Take her home. Sister will make you something good. What is she like? I told you to stop. Why you like this too, sister? The hall was already filled with almost half the people. J-Gun's group sat at the front. Huh, so many people came. As if this is a good award. Myung-hoon snorted and remarked inside. He was sitting alone far away from J-Gun's group. He had in his hand the speech that he made many changes to and a pen. Suddenly, people just filled the seats. The late people stood at the Met. And the digital literary contest ceremony started with a commentator's statement. Myung-hoon had no interest in anything. He didn't care about what the commentator said or about the contest's meaning. He was only caring about what he could say to make himself look better than J-Gun. That was his sole thought. Then now, I will start the award presentation of the winner. Myung-hoon turned his head at the mention of the winner. He forgot because of the anger towards J-Gun, but it was a person who got the best award. It was obvious that he was curious. It must be someone with some age. Looking at the pen name, it must be a man. When the commentator was hesitating, Myung-hoon tried to guess who it was. He turned around in his seat looking. There were so many people. It was impossible trying to find a person with a unique, bright facial expression. The name is a dumb woman. The writers say Gunwoo. Please come forward. The crowd was being loud. At this heightening of expectations, only one person was getting up from the chair. Myung-hoon almost put a hand in the air and screamed. That guy, why is he getting up? The person who was getting up was Ha Jae-gun. Jae-gun was stolidly sing through his mom, sister, then Sui's knees to get through. Jae-gun, where are you going? Son, what are you doing? Jane, Jae-gun's the runner-up. Everyone's face became pale at Jae-gun's sudden movement. Why he is standing up when it's the winner's announcement. Jong-jin, with a this guy lost his mind expression, was getting up. Jae-gun, this is announcement for the runner-up. Even Suhi was surprised and couldn't help herself from saying. Jae-gun answered with a little smile and went up to the platform. His footsteps, brighter than any time before, was ringing the floor. The commentator sent Jae-gun, who was climbing up the stairs, a smile and continued his statement. The digital literary contest started to find amazing pieces, not caring if they are by new writers or not. Therefore, it's possible that you can enter multiple with a pen name. So it's possible that one person could get more than 2 awards. Jae-gun stood there next to the commentator with his 2 hands together. Looking at front, over hundreds of stairs were pointing towards him. His heart felt like it was going to burst. An electrical current went through his lower body and came up. There was a writer during the second contest 4 years ago that won both the runner-up award and the participation prize. After that, there wasn't another multiple awards for one person. The commentator hesitated slightly, making the crowd more pulled in to his commentating. He smiled, wasting time. His 2 eyes were toward the embarrassed, steadily standing Jae-gun. Writers say Gunwoo here won the grand prize with a dumb woman. However, ladies and gentlemen, say Gunwoo also won the runner-up prize. How could this be? Jong-jin gasped. Jae-gun's family, Suhi, and Hyejin were all sitting, mouths gaping open, looking forward. The hall became a notch louder. Myung-hoon was the one who got the most shock out of this hall. He was completely out of it, not even knowing that he was crumpling his speech in his hand. The name is Child of the 90s, writer Ha Jae-gun. Which one is your real name, sir? The commentator, even though he knew it, asked. Jae-gun coughed slightly and took the mic that the commentator gave him. Ha Jae-gun is my real name. Yes, writer Ha Jae-gun. Thank you for entering with such a great work. The judges said that it was hard to compare between the two on the grand prize. It could be said that your two works were fighting for the grand prize. What do you have to say? Jae-gun got the mic again. Jae-gun opened his mouth, thinking of what to say. He finally said something. I honestly have no idea. My hair's all white, and I don't have any thoughts right now, so it's hard to say. I'm sorry. Haha. Yes, it feels like you're really nervous, unlike how you look. Now, at this point, I'll introduce you to the person that will be giving out the award. It's the company that looked only for books for 30 years. Introducing Korea's major bookstore with over 25 places over the country. Come out please, Mr. Han Jung-do of Gyeongju-mungo. One man who was sitting on a reserved seat stood up. He was Representative Han Jung-do of Gyeongju-mungo. To give the award, he went up and took the mic. This is the work that has been picked by the judges to win the grand prize, A Dumb Woman. It was a work that describes a woman as part of a family, a daughter, and an older sister in her 20s. It describes her very emotionally with creative and fresh writing, was the review. Jane, who was part of the crowd, opened her eyes. She didn't know that it was by her brother, so it was obvious that she didn't know the meaning of the story. Myunja beside her was already tearing up. She held her daughter's hand. The main character, Jae-hee, of A Dumb Woman, is truly like the Title dumb. She doesn't want love as a daughter, and she's sacrificed as a daughter. For her brother's future, she gladly gives up her future, her beautiful and lovely young days, all for her family. But Jay never says it's sacrifice. She had never thought it was sacrifice, the talk that people talk about Jay's sacrifice. To her, this is only a deed and love that must be given to her family. Jane put her head down and covered up her mouth. From her teary eyes, tears were falling down. She told herself that she wasn't to cry in such a happy day. But no matter how hard she tried to stop her tears, her warm tears didn't know to stop. Jae-yoon, Myunja took out a handkerchief and gave it to her. Jane took it and put it to her face, but it was impossible. With one small handkerchief, she couldn't remove all the tears that were coming with her long youthful days. With applause, Jae-gun was given the award. Jae-gun stood proudly over hundreds of people. It was time for him to give his speech. I didn't make a speech, but to say it, it feels like everything was pointless. First, I want to thank my family, my colleagues who broke their busy life to come here. Jongjin, Hyejin, Sui, thanks. And to the people of the digital literary contest, thank you again. And finally, to my master and teacher who I cannot give a name of for personal reasons, thank you. That guy really has power, making people surprised. You're dead when you come back. Jongjin looked at Jae-gun and said jokingly. His finger was holding on to his tingling nose. Suhi and Hoyin had a little smile with their eyes a bit red. I warned my baby sister before I came here. Please don't cry because I'll be in Barada, said. She laughed at that and was sure that she wouldn't but look over there. That beautiful girl who's crying out waterfalls is my sister. Jae-gun pointed to Jane with a joke. Many stares went over to Jane, and many laughters erupted. But Jane still couldn't laugh at her brother's jokes. I'll probably get scolded when I get home. Because of the Title. Did a lot of good Titles, but why did you name is A Dumb Woman? It's obviously a story made because of me. Why am I so dumb? She's probably going to scold me for so many things. But I had no choice. My sister is dumb. Jae-gun stopped speaking and closed his eyes. The hall became quiet. In a silence, Jae-gun was looking at the times that he lived with her sister's love. There wasn't a day that wasn't important. 27 years. Jae-gun opened his eyes and spoke. In his blurry eyes, he could clearly see the figure of her sister crying. 27 years without change. She was a dumb sister who lived life for her brother without a care for her life. Giving up her transportation fees so that her brother wouldn't feel ignored or not confident. Eating rice with water with no side dishes at all for her meals, while always giving up meat for her brother. Quietly taking her brother's wallet, giving money, and being ignorant about it. Unlike what he prepared, the speech was slow and choppy. Many people in the crowd were moved by Jae-gun's shaking voice filled with sincerity. I offer this book to the dumb woman and my sister. Mother, father, thank you for making such an amazing sister and caring for my sister and I this well. Okay. Better laughing notations ever. Jane couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a cry. Her makeup was completely messed up, but she didn't care. Mayanja put her face down to her back and silently teared. Jean stood up and clapped. Hyojin and Suhi followed. From there, the entire hall started to clap loudly. Only one person who didn't clap. Ah! Myung-hoon was holding his chest and was shivering. His glance was staring into his own shiny shoes. Could these shoes walk all the way to that podium? Could I say my speech without caring about Jae-gun's achievements? All of this seemed impossible. All the figures in his eyes were blurry. His head shook and the world was blurry. It was so loud that his ears were going to fall off. No, if I back down here, I'll be a bigger laughingstock. I'm me. I shouldn't be concerned with something like this. Those idiot judges. Do you think I'll back off here? I'm Oh Myung-hoon. Myung-hoon, with shaky hands, straightened his speech. He wanted a supplement to calm his heart right now. He usually was good at being in front of people and enjoyed it, but today was different. There was no one who could bring him confidence anywhere near him. Ha Jae-gun, are you this happy to getting grand prize in a contest like this? You're bringing your family and filming a drama. Yes, have fun right now. This will be the climax of your life. Myung-hoon stared at Jae-gun, cursing at him, and went back to his speech, thinking about how should he change it to make more of the focus on Jae-gun turn more to him. Just then, the commentator was continuing. Because of time restraints, we will remove the speeches for the other awards. All the winners, please come up to the podium. Myung-hoon shot his head up surprised. He didn't mishear it. The winners were getting up and walking to the podium. No time. Remove speeches. It meant that he had to be one person mixed in with the other winners. No sentence of speech could be given. Understanding the reality, Myung-hoon's body completely broke. In his two unglazed eyes were the shiny, bright hall's light. Representative, do you want some tea? No need, just go. Oh, Tajin said on the chair. He paused, said 50 years ago, but he was still healthy. He was a person who cared for his health because of his family and his company. Tajin was discomfort because of his youngest son. What could be something important that he would miss his mother's birthday? An answer couldn't come even though he thought hard. It was his son, very far away from constructive life. Never the reliable one. The phone rang on the desk. Tajin was tired, so he ignored it. But as the vibrations kept coming, he sighed and picked up the phone. Yes, so Tajin. Hello, Representative. I'm Director Park Jung-bi. Yes, Director Park, have you been well? Tajin answered in a light voice compared to his bad mood. Jio Jamungo was first domestic company to have on-off place. It was a big company, so from his point of view, it was obvious that he needed a good relationship with everyone. Yes, I've been well. I just wanted to say congratulations, so I called you. Congratulations? Do I need to be congratulated? Of course, your son has won a literary award, so that's good enough for congratulations. As a representative of a publishing company and a writer yourself, isn't it such a good thing? Congratulations. Tajin's face lost its laughter. With a serious face, he stood up and went by the window. My son got a literary award. Did you not know? Today was the ceremony. No, I haven't heard of it. What is it? It's the digital literary contest that we're sponsoring every year. Your son won the runner-up. As it was a contest that could be entered with a pen name, and I'm not the chief from over there, I just found out now. The pen name was Ah Sung-woo and the name was Lonely Man of Seoul. Director, thank you for calling. I'll check and I'll call later. Yes, sir. Have a nice day. Tajin went straight to the computer after he cut off. He searched up digital literary contest and many news came out. Myung-hoon is the runner-up. Tajin rubbed his two hands together and checked the winner's news. It was as Park said. Ah Sung-woo wrote The Lonely Man of Seoul and got the runner-up. That idiot. If this was happening, he should have told me earlier. With a rushing regret, Tajin slapped his forehead. He knew Myung-hoon's personality of hating losing because he was his father. Worried that Myung-hoon would be like him when he was younger, he was very strict against him. Tajin sighed and scrolled up. Just then, Tajin looked at the monitor and froze. The name of the winner was held in his two eyes. The winner, a dumb woman, Se Gunwoo. Tajin looked at the name, Se Gunwoo. It was definitely not an unfamiliar name, a name that just by looking at it, he shivered. He didn't know that he would see that name on a literary contest that his son entered. It's not an uncommon name. Tajin got discomfort and turned away from the monitor. But then, he opened his eyes and touched the mouse. Maybe his son used his father's pen name. Se Gunwoo had a son. He was an old writer, but after he made a huge mistake, he gave up writing and went up. His thoughts went over to this. The news had all the contestants' pictures. Tajin looked at the digital literary contest photo news and looked for Se Gunwoo's name. He could find a person in their 20s with his family and friends. No, yeah, there's no way. Now more comforted, Tajin had the thought to contact his son. When he called, Myung-hoon answered quickly. Yes, father. Good job. Yes. Why didn't you tell me earlier? If you told me, then the entire family could have gone and congratulated you. But it's not the grand prize. Come home early, eat dinner. Yes. As he cut off, with a knock, Myung-suk came in. In his hands were samples from a SF writer that the company had planned. This is the samples that I told you in the morning. Put in there. But did you know? Yes. What did I know? That Myung-hoon entered the digital literary contest or whatever. No, I didn't know. Myung-suk scratched his head and answered unconfidently. Tajin's two eyes didn't miss that. He won the runner-up. Runner-up? The name is Lonely Man of Soul. Ah, yes. You knew. Tajin's two eyes glared. Myung-suk, surprised, almost dropped the samples he was holding. I didn't know that he was entering the digital literary contest, but I knew that he was writing a story called Lonely Man of Soul. He asked me to look over it, but I read it once. Did you end it with just reading it? Yes. Is this something that Myung-hoon written on his own? Yes. Father. You're sure? Tajin didn't back away and asked again. Myung-suk fixed his GLA.S.SES, coughed, and nodded his head. It was Myung-hoon's solo piece. He won runner-up. We should congratulate him. I get it, leave. Myung-suk left the office. Tajin was standing, looking out the window with a complicated expression. It's cold. That's because you wore a t-shirt, you idiot. I didn't know it would be this cold. Here, I'll take it. It's not heavy. Just give it. Jae-gun took the basket from Jane's hands. It held today's dinner ingredients. Today's main course was Bossam, but maybe we bought too much meat. We can eat it. It was 1 week since the ceremony. Jae-gun and Jane were walking through the road, colored with autumn. Have you decided the cover? Yeah, I told them a general outline. Since they are pros, they'll get it done. When's the paper book coming out? Maybe about a month? It was about the dumb woman. Only the grand winner from the contest could get their book into a paper book. All the others were only made for electronic books in the online market. You got your wish, brother. You want to make a book into a paper book that much. Jae-gun grinned instead of answering. There were reasons why he looked for paper books, even though they were costly most of the time. What was the writer's dream? A touchable, openable paper book is more intimate than a figureless electronic book. But there was a bigger reason. He wanted to show to his dad, who was an old person. His dad who was far from computers and phones. Even now, his dad went to bookstores and bought paper books. From that, he was dreaming of the day that he would find his son's book in the news section and be moved. Wow, why did you buy so much meat? We're only 4 people with your dad. Who's going to eat this all? Myung said the same thing when they went home. Jae-gun answered as he put the basket down. You eat it today, you make other foods with it, you fry it, you make it into a stew, and this will all disappear quickly. But still, how much is this? You need to spend this where you need to. Mom. Jae-gun pushed his arm sleeves back and turned towards his mom. Don't worry about money. Your son got his place. This is only going shopping for food, so why worry? Okay, wow. Acting strong because you won a grand prize. You're going to win the Nobel Prize next year. Myung wrinkled her nose, and Jane laughed. When they cleaned up the basket, Jae-gun looked around the house and continued. Don't renew the contract. What? Go buy a house and move. He was thinking for a long time. If he got money left, he was going to buy a house for his family and move. It wasn't a house that needed fixing a few laces. Suffering from noises from other places, this family lived in this old house for a very long time. From the $30,000 from last time, with the runner-up and the grand prize winnings that will be after taxes, $23,000. Not sure if there will be more money, but just this much, you can get a pretty decent house in this neighborhood. Jivan. No, not a villa actually. Just wait a year. In 1 year, let's go to a house with a garden. Mom likes the garden, and since we're living alone, there won't be any noise. Jagun was putting down words alone. Mayanja and Jane was worried. It felt that Jagun was self-inflicting damage to himself. Jagun was repeating many words as if he wanted to shove them in his brain. It's the genre side that gets money. So I'll release another series, so you get it? Don't renew the contract. We're going out. The door opened with a beep sounds. It was Dad Ha Suk Jae. Looking at his wife and his 2 sons and daughters, he blinked. Honey, Jagun bought us meat for dinner today. Go clean up and come out quickly. I already ate. Suk Jae went to his room after he took off his coat. Jagun was looking at the kitchen's microwave, smiling bitterly. Don't worry, I'll take him out. Mayanja with her elbow hit Jagun's waist and whispered. Jane pulled out a table in the living room. There were so many dishes with a meat dish, vegetables, and other side dishes and beer. Suk Jae was just coming out after cleaning up. Honey, come over here and eat something. You and the kids can eat. Don't be like that and sit down. The meat is really good. Suk Jae ignored her. With an emotionless face, he opened the refrigerator and poured himself some tea. After he drank, he immediately turned to go to his room. Just them. What's so displeasing? Jagun said subduedly with his eyes pointed down. Suk Jae was slowly turning around. What is so displeasing? Do you hate your son that much that you would even avoid the dinner table? I told you I ate. No, your shift ended 30 minutes ago, so where would you have eaten in that time while walking home? Just answer truthfully. Just say that you can't stand your son's face to the point that it would make you suffering from indigestion. This guy is... Jagun, what are you doing? Jane's cries did nothing. Jagun stood up and looked at Suk Jae. I won a literary award for the first time. It's not the biggest, but I won the grand prize and the runner-up. Couldn't you congratulate me as your son? Can you not forgive me because I'm being a writer that you hate so much? Say, okay, I get it. Congratulations. Suk Jae waved his hand as if he was tired and turned around. Jagun walked over and blocked his path and continued. Do you know how much I've earned so far? We can move away from this old house now. Do you still hate me because I'm a writer? I began to earn well. Father, son is going to do well. With this, Suk Jae's face turned red, but he still managed to close his lips that were going to open many times. With no words, he went into his room and closed the door. Jagun, come here. Jane went over and took his arm. Mayanja was sighing looking at a pot on the veranda. He knew that they would collide once like this. I've ate. Jagun finished his dinner with no words. Mayanja and Jane both offered him drinks, but he didn't drink any. He couldn't write if he did. I'll go. It's only 9, sleep here. No, I have things to write. I'll come back. Sleep early, Mom. You too, sister. I'll escort you for a little. Jane put on a cardigan and followed. In the dark, there were many street lights in the street. Jane spoke as she took Jagun's arm and walked with him. Dad is worried. For what? I've heard him talk to your mom. Maybe it's a good idea learning publishing work for later. Why work at a publishing company? Need a place if something goes wrong. It's best to have a constant salary. Your dad worked like that as a worker. You have to understand. I know, Jagun answered in a small voice. His dad still didn't believe him as a writer. But the answer could only be a taxi that was Pa S. Sing blew its horn. Jagun, coming out of his thoughts, caught the taxi and said to Jane, I'll take a taxi and take the subway. Okay, be careful and call. Okay. Jagun called Young Somi-Ai's number after he got on the taxi. After a ring, Somi-Ai's energetic voice came on. Lo, writer H.A. Yes, Somi-Ai. Did you leave work? No. I have work left, so I think I'll have to work till 11. You're busy, then I'll call you later. No. You can tell me right now. I want to release a sequel because I rested for a while. Jagun spoke while looking out the window. Immediately, Somi-Ai's voice answered. It's so good, writer. I thought you would be tired after the digital literary contest, so I was just waiting nervously without calling myself. Should we meet? I'll call you after I call the editor. Okay, good work. You too, sir. As he cut off, Jay Gunn threw away the dream for paper books. He thought he did enough for his dad now. Comfortably resting, Jay Gunn looked for the pros and cons of the biggest selling methods in recent genres. It was the serial publishing. It was the same that it was only electronically like electronic book. But unlike an electronic book with one book type, the serial publishing was about 5,000 to 6,000 characters for one section published serially. So about 20 to 25 sections were released for one book. Jay Gunn was planning to try this for a new book. He fulfilled the dream for paper books, so now it was money. About 10 cents for one book, giving up money for the service web and the management, and the writer gets about 5 cents. If the viewer about 1,000, the profit is about $50. Could I stop you here? Yes, thank you. Jay Gunn left the taxi and headed for the subway station. Walking with his hands in his pocket, Jay Gunn was thinking what to write about in his sequel. I can't think of anything. Maybe it was because of his problems with his father. Or maybe because he was tired of writing too much. He had nothing come in his mind. He had to write, but he couldn't think of what to write. A fantasy with blades and magic. A martial arts story with a master looking for foes. It was the same. He couldn't think of anything as he was riding the subway. Jay Gunn, leaning on the elderly section of the subway, took out a memo and a pen. It was a habit that he kept materials for writing everywhere. It was different from a phone memo. If he was writing the characters, the setting, and the background with a pen, a story could just magically come up sometimes. Oh, what? The pen didn't write as if it was out of in. Jay Gunn put the writing materials right back, sighing. He decided to think as he went to his quiet house. He pointed his lance at the background out the window. Meow, meow. Rika, don't do that. What are you doing? I need to sleep more. Please let me sleep. Jay Gunn, with a tired voice, begged and turned around. But Rika didn't care. Still meowing, she kept scratching Jay Gunn's back. Beep, beep. He could now feel the vibrations coming from the top of his bed as he woke up more. Jay Gunn pulled his phone and muttered, waking me up so I can take a call. I don't need to take a call. It was a phone number that he didn't know. Rika glared furiously at Jay Gunn, who was going to throw the phone away. It was a glare that was saying she wasn't going to let him go. Jay Gunn, looking at that glance, put the phone to his ear. Hello. E.L. Is this writer Ha Jay Gunn? A man's voice was asking. Jay Gunn pulled himself up and answered. Yes, so, excuse me. I am on Tequan, who is taking care of the search website, Naven Genre Literary Service Planning. Yes, Hello. Jay Gunn stood up, putting his legs below his bed. A conversation that he heard for the person in charge of the digital literary contest came into mind. There were going to be places that were going to ask for interview, so Naven was one of them. I want to have an interview about writer Ha Jay Gunn's writing tendencies and things relating to your life. The interview will be on the main book of the month corner as well. Jay Gunn's sleep completely went away. Naven was the company that ran the country's biggest search website, Naven. It was about 15 years since the beginning. The daily usage was 18 million people. The users were 40 million. The global member registration was over 500 million. So it was the site that had the biggest size in the country. This Naven was going to put his interview in the main screen corner. Jay Gunn was a person, so he could not be not excited. He wasn't jumping up and down, but his heart rate was definitely getting faster. You can come to the company place, or you can pick a comfortable place. But to our point of view, we want to have the interview at your writing place. How is that? My writing place? Jay Gunn asked while looking around. This room was the only writing place that he had. It was filled with the minimal materials needed to write and live. Yes, writer. Is that difficult? Jay Gunn answered immediately. It was an important place that he spent writing till now. There was no fancy, but there was no shame. Isn't it an error that a writer should even be shamed that he was writing in a shabby place? With that thought, Jay Gunn immediately answered, I'm fine if you can come to my house. I'll be fine. Thank you. Then we must make an appointment. Tell me what day you would like to meet. How about Thursday? Yes. I will call back a day before, and I'll send to your mail about the general outline of the interview, so it would be nice if you can look it over once. Okay. Yes, then good work. Jay Gunn looked at Rika, who was sitting on the bed. Feeling the gaze, Rika laid back down and shook around. You woke me because it was Naven's call. That's it. Meow. Yes, you be my manager. But let's eat. You're hungry and I'm wow, what is this? Did I drink this much yesterday? There were 10 cans of beer on the ground. It was messy place because he couldn't think of a story. Jae-gun bent his waist and picked it up. Beep. A call came as he was about to clean up. It was editor Kwon Toan. Jae-gun remembered his call with Somi-ai and answered. Yes, editor. Writer, huh? You wanted to release a sequel? I heard from Somi-ai, so I called right now. You should have told me right away. Haha. Well, Somi-ai is in charge of me, and I thought you would be busy with other writers. There was no lie in Jae-gun's words. Toan was always busy. It was amazing seeing his personality and energy as he took care of all the Starbook writers, even as he was busy. Have you thought about what to write? Editor, I feel like I have to continue the series. Continue? The modern series? Yes. Jae-gun answered, continuing a series that was successful before. It was a decision that he made yesterday. He had no story to write, but he wanted to publish something quickly, so naturally it came to this different. The two main characters of the martial rankings and the modern rankings were two different characters, but they got the powers from the same origins. Taking that origin of power as the background, he was planning to write a story that these two characters collide as the third story. What do you think, editor? Jae-gun asked as he gave an outline of the plot. Toan couldn't answer quickly. In the end, he answered carefully, it's not bad. First, the two earlier series sold well. But the problem is that the main character is two people. A two-top story is definitely a story that readers dislike. Yes, I've thought of that. And the serial publishing is worrying as well. All of these were paper books, so to release a sequel to a previous work and to change it to a serial publishing is a bit too much. There's no confidence that the readers of the paper books will all go to the serial publishing. Then, I'll release it to paper books. Jae-gun added in his mind, for the last time. Other side of the phone, it felt like Toan was taking his clothes. Yes, writer. We should meet soon so when it's right. I'm fine today at any time. Then I'll see you today. I want to get some air. I'll come out to Giro. Should we meet at night? Let's do that. Then, let's just have dinner today. About 7 today, writer. Yes, I'll see you soon. Jae-gun cleaned up quickly and went to the computer. Cleaning his face somewhat, he opened Word. Phew, there's about 6 hours till 7. There's a lot of time. You need to write at least an outline of the last ranking series. Jae-gun started to type out a plot. It was definitely easier making on from finished story instead of creating a new story. As he was just about to get into it, ding dong, the bell rung and stopped Jae-gun's project. Jae-gun shivered because the bell almost never rung and got up. Who is it? It's me, writer Ma Jong-gu. Yes. Jae-gun opened the door with a horrified face. Two men were smiling very widely outside. It was Heedy Media's general manager, Ma Jong-gu, and AS assistant manager Park Young-soo. Two people both had a big box in their hands. General manager, AS assistant manager. What are you doing here without any warning? I had to give a present to writer Ha, so I came here slash. Yes, thank you. But what if I wasn't going to be home? I didn't think that far. I could come back later, or I can call later so. Jong-gu was laughing and answering. Jae-gun couldn't even get irritated because it was so stupid. This was the definition of pushing like a storm. Is this how Heedy Media's working style was? Well, at least come in. Weren't you writing something? Even as he said that, Jong-gu was already taking off his boots. Jae-gun moved sideways, and Jong-gu and Gyung-soo came inside and laid down their boxes. What are these? These are deer antlers. These aren't just deer antlers, but really good ones. But you'll be able to eat them for at least half a year. Writer is way too skinny. This is Heedy Media's hope that you will be healthy and write great stories. Jong-gu's words came out like it was practiced. Jae-gun, with a surprised face, managed to nod his head to acknowledge his thanks. He pulled out 2 cups. Have a drink of coffee. Thank you. I'll be using the restroom for a second. He felt that he at least needed to brush his teeth and wash his face as a human. He put a towel around his neck and went into the bathroom and locked the door. As Jae-gun leave, Jong-gu whispered into Gyung-soo's ears, "You're going to say it when the time comes?" Isn't it better to just give the present today only? It feels too obvious. Maybe wait a few days. Jonggu softly clucked his tongue. This guy is still saying these sort of words. It's the end nowadays if you can't get writers quickly. And writer Ha is huge. If we wait and lose, are you going to take the blame? Do you want to get chewed by the representative? Gyungsu couldn't answer. Jonggu's eyes caught the notebook screen. Jonggu, as if pulled, went over and looked at the screen and widened his eyes. Look at this. Isn't writer Ha already going to continue the ranking series from Starbucks? Gyungsu also widened his eyes as he saw that. I think so. I think so. You idiot. Look at it. If we take our times because it looks too obvious, then who's going to take the blame? Creak. The door of the bathroom opened. Jonggu and Gyungsu both immediately fell to the ground. Jae-gun was coming out. Jonggu, acting as if he was calm, put a cup of coffee to his mouth, but because it was too hot, he screamed, "Are you okay?" I'm fine. Writer, I am fine. Jonggu was answering as he was quickly ripping out tissues and cleaning the floor in his mouth. Jae-gun, smiling bitterly, stand in front of them. And then he said subduedly, "You came to ask for a sequel?" Jonggu and Gyungsu had no words. Jae-gun had suddenly brought up the topic that they were just trying to think of how to bring up. Ha. Well, instead of completely, Jonggu slurred his words to neither confirm or deny it and looked at Gyungsu beside him. Gyungsu, who got the baton, continued nervously. It's not completely like that. You finished Pegelin's Magician in 14 books perfectly, and we came here as a gesture of thanks. And so we thought to have your good health and write well, so we gave this present. No, I'm sorry, that's not it. Yes, that's right. What's right? Yes. You just said that's right. So I can just take this present and thankfully eat it, right? I could just have my good health and write. Now the story is over. No, that is. Writer. Gyungsu just suddenly blanked out as he was trying to continue. Jae-gun's face had a joking and mischievous smile. I was joking. Writer Ha's making jokes now. Thought we were getting kicked out. Ha. Jonggu, who was breaking a sweat, shivered. In this softening environment, Jae-gun's glance was heading toward his laptop. I'm making the ranking series. I'm going to make a third series following the martial rankings and modern ranking. Yes, I see. You're busy. I didn't want to pressure you. No, busy is not the problem. Jae-gun became serious and cut him off. If the story is decided, I can write. I don't know about the other writers, but that's me. That's the problem. I have no ideas on what to write. Therefore, that's the reason why I can't talk to you about a sequel. Yes. Then how about we plan together? No, nothing. Jonggu stopped his words and closed his mouth. To mention planning to Jae-gun, who he had criticized so much. Planning a novel was that the publishing company made a story and the writer made a book with that story. It's for the writers who can't think of any plot. There's no publishing company that would unfairly try to gain more profit. It's just a method that the writers and the publishing company work together. Jonggu had given Jae-gun a story in the past that he planned. And then to the drafts that Jae-gun had given him, he had thrown it out 3 times. It was simple why he did so. It wasn't interesting. But anyway, with that past, Jonggu couldn't possibly mention planning a story first. Rika said a small cry as she was yawning. The fall air was sing by the window. Gyungsu, who was sipping his coffee, suddenly opened his eyes and spoke. Writer Ha, I just thought of something. Yes, say it. Jae-gun's glance went from the window to Gyungsu. Gyungsu pointed to Jae-gun's laptop and continued. What if you continue the Pegelin's Magician series like the ranking series? Pegelin's Magician? Yes, it's a happy ending where Lloyd Mobic becomes a grand magician, marries, and has a son. It would be fun if his son becomes the main characters and starts a second adventure. Jae-gun scratched his chin and thought about it. Gyungsu continued frantically, worried that Jae-gun might shake his head. It's the same Pegelin's world, and you can use the previous series characters, so the story wouldn't be hard to make. Since the father was a grand magician, the son could be a swordsman or mercenary. Wait, let me think. Yes. Writer, think slowly. Jae-gun carefully thought quietly. It wasn't going to be too hard. It was the same as the ranking series. The previous story's characters and the world can be used to make a story. Gyungsu's offer was pretty enticing to Jae-gun, who couldn't think of anything. Let me ask something, Jae-gun said with his head up. Jonggu and Gyungsu stiffed. Yes, writer S say it. It's a series, so I don't have huge demands. I'll go with the previous deal, but is it possible with another $30,000 up front? Gyungsu and Jonggu's mouth opened. They weren't surprised at $30,000. Having a success like Pegelin's Magician that got 6,000 copies for each book, Jae-gun was a writer that they wouldn't be hesitant to give. They were surprised that Jae-gun's question was basically mimicking his thoughts. So, does that mean, writer, you will be making another sequel with us? Is that what it is? If you give me the $30,000 up front. Jae-gun answered with a smile. Jonggu and Gyungsu's faces brightened like a little child. Oh, of course, writer. 30,000 up front is nothing. No, we're sorry that we can only give that much to writer Ha. Ha ha. Ha. Thank you, thank you. Jonggu's voice became very elated as he was nodding. If he was any more elated, he was about to sing praises for Ha Jae-gun. Since we agree, let's sign. Give me the contract. Ah, yes, writer Ha. Park, contract. Yes, here is it. Gyungsu pulled out the contract from his bag. Jae-gun quickly signed the contract. The title wasn't made yet, so he put it as Pegelin's Magician Part 2. You truly have my thanks. Since the prequel became so successful, this one should be good as well. I hope so. Now I have to write it. At that word, Jonggu and Gyungsu both stood up. Then we should go so we don't bother your writing. We'll give the money by this night or next morning. Yes, thank you. Jonggu and Gyungsu went out and wore their shoes. As Jae-gun went to go out, the two people waved no. Don't come out, writer, we can go. Write well and take the present. It's not something just made randomly from anywhere. It's a really good one. It's at home shopping often. Haha, I'll take it. Then bye. Jonggu called the representative immediately as he was leaving. As he said what happened, the representative laughed happily. Yeah? You got the sequel contract this quickly? Why are you guys working so well? You guys must be crazy because you want to get that bonus money for the holidays? So you're going to give yous money? Jonggu laughingly answered. He could still picture the angry representative that was screaming in his office. Don't come back to the office and take a rest. No, now. You haven't had lunch? Come and have lunch with me. And let's have a drink and dinner somewhere nice. 1 o'clock is fine. The representative. One is about $10,000. You want to break the company? You be the CEO. Don't strain it and just come back quickly. Yes, I'll be there. Jonggu put his arm around Gyungsu. Assistant Park's speech has been really good recently. How do you speak so well? What are you talking about? It's all because of you. Let's have lunch with the representative first. Then dinner, I'll buy it. With the representatives of Phi, C, CA, RD. Ha. The two people laughed together. It was so loud that it could be heard by Jae-gun, who closed his windows. Are they that happy? This still wasn't real to Jae-gun. It was so weird that with one word of his, people could be happy or sad. He had lived as a no-name for a long time. It would take more time to get used to this. Phew. Well, since I contracted, I have more work. I have to run. Jae-gun started to finish the ranking series story. The Pegelin's Magician was next, and then if he finished thinking of the plot, he would write them alternatingly. Tap, tap, tap. 1 hour, 2 hours Pa Estes said. It was probably because of the drinks yesterday, but he felt really tired. Jae-gun would probably stop here if it was the old him because of dinner plans. But he had no reason to stop writing because of his health. He had the help of Say, Gun was mug. Stamina completely restored to full health with just one hit. Phew, my face is burning, my arms might fall off. About 4 hours, Jae-gun stopped his hands and rubbed his shoulders. Say Gun was laptop may have the power to write 10,000 letters, but it couldn't help Jae-gun's body stamina. No, I can't do it. I finished the story mostly, so let's stop here. I feel like I'm gonna die of tiredness. Meow, meow. Rika, as if saying that's good enough for today, pressed Jae-gun's stomach. Jae-gun hugged Rika and looked at the clock on the wall. There was 2 hours until the appointment. Jae-gun quickly showered and dressed in his new internet-ordered clothes. Cleaning himself, Jae-gun said to Rika's reflection in the mirror, I'm sorry that I always go alone. I would take you, but today I'm eating dinner, so I can't take you in. Even if it's the public transportation. Stopping, Jae-gun turned to look at Rika. Rika was tilting her head as if wondering what's up. Yes, that's it. The best way to take you. I'll have to buy a car. Meow. I'm gonna buy a car as that $30,000 comes in. Why didn't I think to buy a car? I like public transportation and I like drinks, but sometimes I want to take you out along. No, not sometimes, but daily. Jae-gun hugged Rika and rubbed her face. Rika was defying with a tired face, but Jae-gun didn't let go. But I don't know how to buy. I got my license at 20, but never used it. I should probably go and talk to the store? Or is it better on the internet? Meow. You're angry. You're tired of me? Wow. Jae-gun let her go as if he was sulking. Just then one method came into his mind. Yeah, why didn't I think of this? What an idiot. Jae-gun picked up his phone. Yes, Ryder, huh? I'm sorry, I want to ask something. Yes? Haha, yes, say it. I'll do whatever I can. Rika jumped up the cat tower and looked down at Jae-gun. With Rika, who was cute, everything she did in his eyes, he answered. Buy me a car. Yes? Car. Jonga's voice was slightly broken. Jae-gun sat in front of the computer and searched up cars. With the money you're giving up front, I want to buy a car that's below $30,000. I never bought a car before, so I wanted your help. Haha, that's what you meant. Haha, is that not possible? No, of course it is. What car do you want, Ryder? HM, I don't know about the car brand. Just something compact car, a fuel-efficient car, and something that doesn't cost too much to maintain. Jae-gun said, while looking through the pictures of cars. He thought of maybe getting a small car, but he chose the compact car because of giving family and friend a ride. He didn't need a car that was uselessly big and expensive. It just needed to have the minimum capacities of a car. A compact, I think a Hyundai is pretty good. There's a $14,000 to $24,000 car in the new models. What do you think? Pick one and give me one. You can make the options as you wish. Yes, Ryder. HM Hyundai. Jonga muttered as he was memoing. I'll do the options. What about the color? I'll do black. Black. I get it. It's not important, so I can wait. I'll write really well if you help me with this car. Haha, yes, Ryder. I get it. I'll call you when I'm done. Jae-gun sighed with relief after the call and looked at Rika. Rika wasn't moving from the top of the cat tower. She wanted to be away from Jae-gun's touch. I got a car. Now let's go out sometime. Go to a park and meet my friends and stuff. There was no meow that came usually. He opened the drawer on the desk. It had say gun was mug in it. After he knew it was an important item, he was hiding in his desk than the sink. Phew, this is magic. After a cup of coffee with that mug, all the stress went magically away. Jae-gun waved to Rika and left home happily. Hold him. Starbucks representative office. Toin was dumbfounded. Representative Park Jae-guk was nodding on the other side. Yeah, hold him. Make him an exclusive writer. With today's sequel talks, just get him a sign. Toin couldn't answer and lowered his glance. His GLA.SES were slipping and were hanging dangerously on his nose. He came in to report his sequel talk schedule, but Jae-guk was now just ordering him to get an exclusive contract with him. I don't like holding either mostly. It's hard to control writers sometimes. But we need Jae-gun. One of Jae-gun's projects is doing the work of 3 other projects, number 5 other projects. We need the money so that the company can grow. Toin couldn't respond to that. First, he couldn't feel that Jae-gun would take that contract. It was a problem even if Jae-gun took the contract because of his friendship with Toin. If he became a Starbucks exclusive writer, then he couldn't contract with other companies. It wasn't a project contract, but a writer contract. Toin knew Jae-gun was a truly writing-loving writer. He wasn't a writer that would be only fulfilled in the genre novel section. With his award in the digital literary contest, his power with emotions were already confirmed. He was a writer with potential that could grow. It was a hard thing to do for Toin to ask Jae-gun to be an exclusive writer. It was a person-to-person problem more than a company profit problem. It wasn't one day that he knew Jae-gun. It was a long time. He didn't want to interfere with Jae-gun's writing life. Why do you have no answer? Jae-guk asked. Toin came out his thoughts and looked at Jae-guk. I have some thoughts. What thoughts? Ryder Ha is not going to take that contract. Jaegak clucked his tongue. Isn't it your job to take a contract any way that you can? Your style of work has been weird lately. Why have you changed so much? Isn't it representative that changed instead of me? Almost came out of his mouth, but he pushed it down. It was getting clearer. Now, the aging representative's brain had the thought of Ryder equals money. A few years before, it wasn't like this. Say it right, huh? Jaegak patted Towin's shoulder and said softly, if I don't have you, who can I trust to run this big company? I've worked with you for how many years? It's almost 10 years. 10 years. Go clean this up and have a vacation with your family for about a week. I'll give you the vacation money. Jaegak's offer didn't cling with Towin at all. Well, there was nothing else to do in this spot other than nodding his head. I'll try. Yes, just call no matter what time. Towin went back to his office after he left. He could see Somi-Ai's back. She was focused on her work, typing hard in her computer. A bitter smile came over Towin. In Towin's eyes, Somi-Ai was really enjoying her work as an editor. It felt like she was overlapping his past self when he came in. It's been a long time. Towin muttered to himself and stopped his steps. If there's a high, there's a low. Looking at Somi-Ai, he could feel the path that he had to go. Somi-Ai. Ah, yes, editor. Somi-Ai was startled and looked up from her screen. Towin asked as he looked on her screen. Do you have a lot of work today? No, I've finished everything done today. This is something that I wanted to finish early. Then, get ready to leave. Let's go out together. I'll go out? Ah, with Ryder, huh? Towin smiled instead of answering. Somi-Ai immediately saved and turned off her keyboard. She was smiling as she was taking her stuff. I haven't seen him since the writers' meeting. She couldn't help but get excited at meeting Jae-gun. He was a person that just gave strength, with a comfortable smile and polite speech. His ferocious eyes when he was working came up. I'm ready, editor. Yes, then let's go. The two people went down to the parking lot. Somi-Ai asked as he was getting in. Is it gyro today as well? Yes. Ryder Ha likes that place, and it's comfortable. The car went out of the parking lot. Towin had no words while he was driving for a while. Somi-Ai was looking outside, not asking first. As the car stopped at a light, Towin said first, lowering the volume of the radio. I'll say it before we get there. Yes, editor. Say it. The representative wants to get an exclusive contract with Ryder Ha. An exclusive contract? Somi-Ai widened her eyes. If then, Ryder Ha can't write anything else. Yeah, he doesn't want to miss any of Ryder Ha's writing. Somi-Ai could see his bitter smile. She couldn't think of anything that a new editor could say. I'm going to resign soon. Resign? The company? That was completely surprising. With Somi-Ai, who was flabbergasted, Towin said stolidly, I was there a long time. With the atmosphere and that, it's time to find a different path. It's better than getting pushed out. But editor, I know this may be rude to say this, but you're really good at working. You have the representative's trust. It's because I can't respond to that trust of his. Towin cute Somi-Ai's words. As the light turned green, he pressed the acceleration and continued. Just you know it. I thought I should tell it to you, so I said it. Yes. Somi-Ai said weakly with his head down. Towin raised the radio volume again. A K-pop song whose lyrics couldn't be understood was turning up loudly. It's a series, so I would like the contract to be like before, with 10% from 3,000 books up 1%, and the 6 for the electronic books. Thank you. Ryder Ha. Here, take a drink. Jae-gun got Towin's offering. There was a lot of sashimi and seafood on the table. Here, a toast. Toast. Tion and Somi-Ai and Jae-gun put their cups together. After he drank, Jae-gun picked up a piece of sashimi happily. It's been a while since I ate one of these. It looks good. Go eat a lot. You like sashimi. Ah, there's only the editor for me. Somi-Ai, you have some too. Ah, yes, Ryder. Starled. Somi-Ai, who was blankly staring, picked up her chopsticks. Jae-gun thought to himself, what happened? Jae-gun's observation skills as a writer came up to him right now. There was a heavy air between Towin and Somi-Ai. It was different from their previous meetings. Jae-gun felt before, but Jae-gun didn't ask at first. If it was important, Towin would have said it before. He was an amazing editor that did everything for his writer. So Jae-gun felt it, but he wasn't nervous. I guess I can't expect anything too good, because it has the previous two characters. With Jae-gun's word, Towin said carefully, I think so. It won't be too bad, but I don't think it would be too amazing either. Towin wasn't a person who said something that was false. Jae-gun liked Towin for that reason. Jae-gun let out a question as he was pouring a drink to Towin. I was thinking of a TI, but nothing is coming out. Maybe I shouldn't name it the realm rankings because they fight in the other realms? Or maybe the double rankings. It feel weird with rankings and double. It's all weird. Do you have anything that you have in mind? Writer, huh? Yes. Jae-gun stopped and looked at Towin. Towin had a different look than before. Yes, editor. Towin was conflicted. He was still a Starbucks editor. He needed to do everything he needed to do and think of the other things. Thinking that to himself, Towin asked, would you sign a contract to be an exclusive writer for Starbucks? Exclusive? Yes, exclusive. It's not a project, but a contract with writer Ha. Jae-gun's gaze slowly dropped down. Jae-gun was thinking, he's grown enough to get an exclusive contract, and from a company that came in the top 3 in the domestic genre market. If he became an exclusive writer, he wouldn't be able to publish anything for the other companies. Only with the company that he contracted with. But he would have a salary that came in intervally like a regular worker. He could expect better treatment and sponsors because he was an exclusive writer. However, Jae-gun had been jealous of the exclusive writers of Starbucks before. They were best-selling writers, so they had the requirements to sign as exclusive writers. There were companies that only did exclusive contracts, but they were few and far between. Jae-gun has seen Starbucks exclusive writers before, and they looked complacent, even thought they couldn't write. It was because of their salary. Because they couldn't write, they went on vacation internationally, shopping, etc. All of this can be seen by SNS. I know this is an idea that requires some thought. Towin said, opening a new bottle. Think slowly. You don't have to decide right now. Jae-gun took the bottle and poured one to Towin and Somi-ai as well. As they toasted again, Jae-gun said clearly, I will decide now. Towin and Somi-ai stopped at that position. Jae-gun one-shot a drink and put him down on the table. I'm thankful for the offer, but I don't think I can do an exclusive contract. I see. I can't contract myself to write. I want to live life like I did, writing freely. Towin bitterly smiled. He knew that this would happen. A weird emotion of happiness and disappointed at the same time came in. I know you're doing the right thing. I'll cheer you on. Somi-ai, who was beside him, looked at Towin. Is this really it? No more persuasion or arguments. What is he going to say to the representative when he gets back? Jae-gun took some lettuce. With a piece of sashimi on top of the lettuce, he continued. I have never been a writer for Starbucks. Yes. Looking at Towin, Jae-gun was smiling. I have always had a contract with you. Our relationship is going to continue as long as I can keep it. I'm flattered. I did nothing. What are you talking about? Don't say it's tiring and push me out. Somi-ai understood as these two people were talking. They were being considerate of each other. It was because of the writer-editor bond that they couldn't say anything else from their eyes. Both of them understood each other. You should eat this when it's fresh. Get faster. I am eating busily. You and Somi-ai eat as well. I've been watching, but you guys haven't been eating. Yes, I'll eat, writer. There were no further discussions about work. For 2 hours, these three people talked about small things in life or about the writing world. A dish of sashimi ended, and the fish stew was almost empty. I've ate well. No, it's because of you that we ate well. Towin smiled as he swiped the company card. As they left the restaurant, a cool air hit the three people. It was almost past 9. I didn't contract with you because we were too busy. Towin snapped his fingers. It was about the sequel contract. He forgot all about it. We can do it right now. Let's have some coffee at a cafe. I'll buy the coffee. Jae-gun pointed towards the cafe across the street. Towin looked at his watch nonplussed. Actually, he had no time. He had to have a short meeting from 9:30 with a writer. A editor's life is always this complex. I'll take him in and sign it with him. Somi-ai, knowing his schedule, said, it wasn't a hard thing because the terms were already laid out. Writer Ha, I'm sorry. I need to go somewhere. No, do go your work. I'll see you later. Yes, writer Somi here, the contract. Toin took out a contract from his bag and gave it to Somi. Then I'll be going now. Writer, take care. Somi, I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, you can go now. Toin went with hurried footsteps. Jae-gun and Somi went to the cafe across the street. What do you want, writer? I'll buy. What do you want, Somi? No, I can buy it with my company card. Don't lie. The editor took it, and I want to buy it. Coffee at least. Jae-gun asked while looking at the menu. Somi looked at the menu and answered. Then I'll take a coffee mocha. Give me an ice Americano and a cafe mocha. There were no customers, so it came out fast. Jae-gun and Somi went into a corner and sat together. Let's decide on a TI. With the contract on the table, Somi said. Jae-gun put his hand and took the pen. I'll just give it a temporary name. Somi quickly put the terms in the contract, and Jae-gun confirmed each of the terms and signed. Therefore, the contract as quickly signed. I hope you'll do well for a long time, writer. How many are you planning now? About 10 books, maybe. The two characters from the previous books are fighting and being comrades. There's going to be a lot of stories with them. I'm curious as a reader. There's going to be a book with both Kyeonma and Yujin. One is a loud and vigorous person, while the other is a cynical person, completely polar opposites each other. Yeah, I can't confirm what's going to happen. It's raining. There was rain outside the window. People outside were running with clothes and bags over their head to avoid the rain. What do I do? You don't have an umbrella, writer? I'll go buy one from the store. Somi was already getting up. Jae-gun was surprised and stopped her with a wave. The store is right beside here. Let's go when we're leaving. Yes, let's do that. She looked like a person who put her effort into everything that she did, so she was never relaxed. Maybe it was the drinks, but Jae-gun felt bad for Somi, who always moved quickly. Somi, yes, say it. Is there anything wrong with the editor? Jae-gun asked. He was planning to ask that as he went with Somi in this cafe. Somi shook with an embarrassed, said face. It must be because he was tired. With Somi, Jae-gun tilted his head. But even if he was tired, he felt very different today. And your face wasn't that good either. Did you feel that? Yes, totally. It must be because I didn't sleep well yesterday. I'm sorry. I think I bothered you. The editor worked consecutive nights too. Somi didn't say the truth. She was an editor working below Toin, and Jae-gun was a writer. She had no intention of saying stories about the inside of the company, as it may bother Jae-gun. He must be tired. Jae-gun nodded, as if he understood. He couldn't erase the feeling that Somi was hiding something, but it was too much to ask more. Well, the contract is over, so let's get up. Somi should rest as well. Jae-gun stood up first, pushing his chair back. Somi, following Jae-gun, stood up with her bag. Let's go get an umbrella. As Jae-gun said that, the rain was pouring even harder. Jae-gun and Somi went into the store following a connected path. There were about 3 to 4 people waiting to buy an umbrella. Hello. Is there only one umbrella left? The clerk answered towards Jae-gun. Yes. There was no restock today, so that's the last one. If we came later, that could have been bad. Jae-gun took the last pink umbrella and bought it. Moving closer to Somi, he put the umbrella over their heads and said, It's not bad to walk together. It's a bit small, but let's go. Yes. Looking down at her feet, Somi said with a slightly shy voice. The two people slowly walked toward the subway with one pink umbrella. Jae-gun changed his hand that he was holding the umbrella and moved to the other side of him. It was a car side. With Jae-gun's small considerations, Somi smiled. The subway wasn't that far. Moving across the road and up the staircase wasn't long before they were timed to separate. Be careful, and take this. It was when they were behind their stations. Jae-gun gave the umbrella to Somi-i's 2 hands. To the shy Somi-i, Jae-gun said with a firm face, Pink isn't my type. Then I'll go. Writer, I don't have any reason to get hit by rain when I get off. I'll give you the drafts of the first 5 books by the end of the week. Jae-gun was already turning around and waving his hand. Looking at Jae-gun, she glanced at the umbrella she held with 2 hands. With her small 2 hands, she was holding it firmly as a dear present. Thank you for taking the interview. I'll show you as soon as the editing is finished. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. The Navan employees left out the door. Jae-gun sighed while he's sitting down. His back was covered with sweat. That interview is really hard. Why does it take so much time? And so many pictures? Meow. Rika climbed on top of Jae-gun's knees. They also took pictures of Rika with Jae-gun. It was because of the opinion that a writer with a cat looked good. Rika seemed more tired than usual, but I didn't tell them that I wrote novels with the name Pyeong-cheon-yu. I wasn't trying to hide it, but, oh well, it probably won't matter. Jae-gun started his work with Rika on his knees. It was the draft for Hidia Media. The first book was done, and he was starting on the second. The title was Pegelin's Swordsman, as the previous book's character's son was a swordsman. I'll send the 5 books to Hidia Media in 4 days. I'll start the 3rd series of the ranking series by Monday. His 10 fingers flew across the keyboard. With, say, Gunwa's notebook and the power of reusing the previous series world, the writing went very fast. Without realizing that Rika was out of his knees, and without realizing the sun was already going down, Jae-gun fell into in his work. It was on the morning after 4 days. The Hidia Media team was sitting down and looking at the monitor screen. Everyone was reading the same novel. The office was very quiet. There was only the sound of a mouse click, a keyboard, and a person sipping coffee. Wow, this is good? What? Already done? Park Kyung-soo clicked the copy of the 3rd book after he finished the 2nd book, and then he fell back into the story again. He was so deep into the story that he was almost forgot that he had to read it as an editor. Ma Jong-gu was the same. This is amazing, this guy. Did this guy really get some drugs? He never ceases to surprise me. Jong-gu's job was mostly business, not editing. He left the editing and analyzing to the lower employees like Kyung-soo. And that same Jong-gu was sitting on his chair, deeply entranced by the novel. His hand was busy trying to untie the necktie, strangling him. Time pot said until 11. Jong-gu lifted his head as he felt the vibrations of the alarm he set earlier. On the position of his glance, he could see the workers' faces that were glued on the screen. How was it? There's no need to go to the meeting room, so let's discuss here. It's Beast. One employee looked toward Jong-gu and gave a thumbs up. I thought it might be hard with the previous story's world, and the main character's son is the lead, but now, after I read it, it doesn't look hard for a reader who hasn't read the previous story. Another girl employee continued. I think so too. If they read Pegelin's Magician, they might have a little more enjoyment, and if they haven't, they might enjoy it nonetheless. Kyung-soo said the last word. The story is dynamic and fast. The main character is now a swordsman, so the battles are much more intense than the previous story. I can't guarantee that there will be more copies, but the minimum 3,000 copies doesn't look hard at all. Jong-gu smiled and nodded. The employees were all thinking the same thing as him. He pulled out a phone from his pocket and called. Beep, beep. After he took a shower, the phone that he left on the bed was vibrating. Jae-gun brushed off his hair with a towel and went over. What? Is the confirmation already done? Jae-gun muttered as he saw the name on the screen. It was Hidia Media's Ma Jong-gu. It had only been about 4 hours since he sent the 5 copies of Pegelin's Swordsman, but there was a call already. Yes. Writer, huh? Hello. I got your copy. This work is really interesting as well. You've already read all that? I've read about 2 to 3 books. The entire planning team read it, and they complimented it a lot. Before even reading, it feels like the 2 eyes are getting sucked in. Huh. Jae-gun scratched his nose and giggled. He didn't dislike Jong-gu's remarks as before. You've taken a lot of care into this, writer, so that reader who haven't read the previous series could read it. I could feel the consideration. I feel good because my hard work has been rewarded. We could get a schedule for printing right away. Until the 2nd book, I don't see any typos. You're amazing. It was obvious. He used, say, Gunwa's GLA.S.SES to pick out the typos and bad words. He had completely reduced the work that editors had to do. Since the last series got about 6,000 copies, this one will also do well. Thank you for your hard work. And you finished it so quickly. I was so surprised that I might have fallen over on my back. Writer, you've been keeping a storage, right? Ah, yes. Jae-gun slurred his words. He couldn't say that he didn't sleep at all for 4 days, and he used the power of, say, Gunwa's laptop and mug to help him. Anyway, thank you. I like the cover that you sent me, so just use that. I'll send the rest of the series as soon as I can. Yes, there's no need to hurry, writer. You've already sent 5 books, so we have time. Don't hurry and just write well. And thank you again. Yes, you too. Gun dried off his hair and drank a coffee with, say, Gunwa's mug. After a 5-minute rest, the energy came back to his body. He felt as if he was being led to the laptop. I need to write the 3rd ranking series. He finished the plot up to the 10th book. Now he only needed to write the story as he made it up. Before he started, Gun licked his dry lips. Rika, I'm kind of worried. Meow. Petulant Swordsman was made so the readers didn't have to read the previous series. The main character is the previous series' main character's son, and I've explained it briefly. But this 3rd series for the ranking is different. The previous 2 series mains are coming up, so I'm not sure if it will be good. Rika came down from the cat tower and walked towards Gun. Gun put out his 2 arms. But Rika ignored it and sat down on his lap. What is that to not complain anymore? You've decided already, so finish it with your own strength. Rika answered with a step on Gun's stomach instead of a cry. Gun touched Rika's face and asked, You really take care of me. Maybe we should marry. Meow. Rika shouted and dropped her head. It was the feeling that she didn't want to be bothered anymore. Yeah, I've decided so. Let's do the best I can. Tap, tap, tap. The ranking series was started. Like the same with yesterday, there was only the sound of keyboard typing in the small one room. What is happening? A huge fist went down on the desk. Representative Park Jegic of Starbucks was screaming with his face red. The shouting was directed towards Tuwin, sitting across from him. You didn't even get an exclusive contract, and you made him release a sequel with Heedy Media before US? Are you doing your job right? Do you have any effort to work? Representative, the sequel is best released from the original publishing company. It's good for the writer in many ways. You think I don't know that? You're trying to teach me? No, I'm really going crazy. Aha, Tuwin was getting broken daily now. Yesterday was because he couldn't get an exclusive contract with Gun. Today was because Gun's sequel with Heedy Media. I don't want to see you. Get out. Tuwin left silently and went to the office. Somiai's face was filled with worry as she saw Tuwin. Did he get yelled at again? Petulant Swordsman was released by Heedy Media. The beginning had great reviews like the previous series. After the original 3,000 copies, there were already 1,000 more copies printed. After she hesitated for a second, she carefully went to Tuwin. She had things to report. Editor. Yes, go ahead. Even though he was yelled at by the representative, he still tried to greet Somiai with a smile. Feeling her heart becoming cold, Somiai opened her mouth. The 5 copies that writer Ha Jae-gun sent us. About the 3rd ranking series. Yes, I've read until the 2nd. I've read till the 3rd book. How is it? Somiai couldn't answer quickly, and she hesitated. Tuwin wanted an editor's review. It was also a review that couldn't be said very easily because of the atmosphere. I think it's best not to go over 2,000 copies. Somiai said in a quiet voice. 2,000 copies is not small. If there are 1,000 copies printed frequently, that's considered pretty good in this terrible paperbook market. But it was nothing compared to the 5,000 copies printed of the previous series. It requires knowledge about the previous series. It's going to be hard for readers who haven't read both the martial rankings and the modern rankings. It requires patience to like the characters. Tuwin nodded silently. He was thinking the same. He had a slight difference in the number of copies. He was thinking of releasing 2,500, maybe because of his personal trust in Gun. Go with 2,000 copies. Tuwin said with a voice like a sigh. It was the feeling that everything was confirmed with this decision. Put the schedule on the seer. I'll leave this to you. Yes, editor. Somiai turned around with no energy. There was nothing else to say. It was her that knew of Tuwin's situation, so it was even harder. Tuwin took off his SES and presses around his eyes as to pressure them, and he put his neck way back. He could see the fan on the ceiling with his 2 eyes. Click, click. The time went by. Tuin was waiting with his two eyes closed, resting on the chair. He could see his editor's life sing by through the darkness. There were a lot of things. What should he say? It was the days when he had no worthwhile undertakings, but also no regrets. Moments later, editor, the representative, said to come immediately. Tuin opened his eyes at an employee's words. He didn't hesitate, and he stood up. The old chair that held him for 9 years were moving weakly back. Tuin stopped in front of the representative's office. If he entered this door, he couldn't stay as a Starbucks editor anymore. He knew that, but he could do no other thing but to open the door. After a deep breath, his hand was slowly turning the door and not O.B. What is this? Why are you only having 2,000 copies of the third ranking series? Heedy Media is already printing 1,000 more copies with Petulant Swordsman or whatever, and what is this? Screams came as soon as he opened the door. Tuin opened his mouth as he closed the door. I've told you that if you didn't read the previous series, the meaning is do business, push, go with the people and leave. Why are you spouting such stuffy words all the time? What did you sell your job, Rain? Jegek was pounding his chest. There is a great probability that many will be refunded. You should look further, Representative. If Jagun's cost drops, then the consequence goes to the writer as well as the company. Shut up. Jegek's shouts pushed down Tuin's justifications. So useless. Is it because of the age? Is your brain not working very well? Do you have dementia already? These were personal insults now coming from Jegek's mouth. Tuin closed his eyes. He had heard many screams from the representative, but this was the first he had heard something so humiliating. But now it was fine. Jegek's insults were making Tuin's decision easier to make. Representative. What? Tuin pushed his GLA.S.SES up and lifted his head. Looking at Jegek's angry and annoyed glance, he answered in a calm manner. Company, I'll resign. What? Jegek squinted his eyes like a person blinded by the sun. And then Tuin repeated with a louder voice. I want to resign from this company. You? Are you saying this because I got a bit loud? No, that's not it. I am not doing as the representative wishes. With this, I cannot keep the editor position anymore. Wait a second. Just sit down. Jegek waved his hand as he stuttered. He was stunned. It had been 9 years since they first got together. He knew that Tuin was not the kind of person to be swayed by emotion. Jegek went to behind the desk and drank some water. One wasn't enough, so he drank another cup. He sighed and walked in front of the window. Are you serious? Jegek, after a while, said. Before Tuin on the sofa could respond, Jegek asked again. Are you serious? Why are you resigning? What's the issue? It was a rhetorical question. Jegek turned around and sat down the opposite of Tuin. And with his anger quelled, Jegek continued with an anxious expression. I get it. My words were a bit rough. The electronic team is doing very well, but my daughter and her husband are playing around like they're going to ruin this company. I gave her friend a position in marketing, but she sucks. Nothing's going right. It must have been because of that. I was too harsh. I'm sorry. Really? Tuin was quiet. Jegek's words were honest. He wasn't a bad person who would get angry easily. If he was, Tuin wouldn't have lasted 9 years. He was a person who really took care of Tuin when Tuin took care of him. That's why he worked for so long. But an apology couldn't change Tuin's words. It must have been sensitive. Let's go out earlier and have a drink. Let's cool it off. Jegek, with a softer tone, tried to comfort Tuin as he tapped his shoulder. But Tuin immediately shook his head and said, I will resign, Representative. Why? Jegek couldn't stand it and suddenly stood up. He couldn't take this resignation like this. There wasn't an editor like Tuin. He was good at editing and business and was a person who got work done with writings and employees. I'm 45 years old next year, Representative. 4 years ago, I reached 50. Are you bringing resignation even though you're not even 50? I can't stay in this business forever. One problem is that even the representative won't be able to keep his position, right? Jegek could only take deep breaths. Tuin was rethinking the reasons why he wanted to resign. The collision between the representative's feeling for writing as money, the increasing issue with a family-based business. He couldn't deal with the stress any longer. His body and mind were already fatigued. I want to get a good job before I get any older to feed my family. I'm sorry I said this so unexpectedly. Please understand and take it. Jegic stood up with a sigh. He took out a cigar and put it in his mouth. In an office that was designated as non-smoking for so long, he lit it. Well, let's have a drink. As the cigar was half-burned, Jegic said, "It's been a long time since we've been together. We're not a relationship that can be just cut with a word. Let's at least have that." "Yes, sir." "Okay, go do work." Tillwyn lowered his head and turned around. Jegic didn't turn away from the window until the end. Tillwyn went outside instead of the office. He went to a convenience, bought a lighter, and sat down on a blue chair under a parasol. He still had the cigar that he bought a long time ago. Phew, it's been a while. There was dizziness as soon as he took a sip. Tillwyn lowered his glance from the people around him. From his phone, he was calling his wife. "What's up at this time from you?" "I just have time. What are the kids doing?" "They aren't back from school." "Look at the time." "I see. Did something happen?" "Your voice isn't very good." Nothing happened couldn't come out his mouth. He didn't want to lie. His wife was an editor too. After their second kid, she resigned because of her health and became a housewife. "I wanted to say something this morning. You're not looking very good recently. Come early, I'll make you something good." "I'll be late. I have a dinner spot with the representative." "I get it. I'll call you later." His wife quickly continued to Tillwyn before he hung up. "Wait, what?" His wife had no words for a while. Only her breaths were coming through his ears. Tillwyn threw away the burned cigar and took out another. As he was going to light it, his wife's word went to his ear. "Don't be forced to stay." Tillwyn's face lost its color. Unexpected words from his wife flowed into his ear. "You can resign if it's too hard. You've done a lot already. 10 years of trying to get food on the table for our kids. You've worked nonstop." What are you talking about?" "Do you know what you're like when you sleep? Instead of snoring or dreaming, you're working. Writer, the draft is good. And then when I look closer, why do you have so much white hair? I can't pluck it because you might wake up. You know my feeling." His wife's voice was slowly turning into sobs. Tillwyn took out his GLA.S.SES. He was pressing his wet eyes with his finger. He couldn't beat his wife. She also looked straight through him. That power only made his heart more painful. "Don't struggle alone. The management that you talked about during the summer, let's do that together." You remembered? The writer management was something he was thinking of doing after he resigned. He had already said things to a few people. He had only said it in pa.s.sing by while drinking, but his wife remembered as always. "I didn't want to say anything before it could be confirmed, but I looked things up. It looks good. Let's start together. I was a smart editor. You know, right?" After the sobs, his wife laughed. A laugh as bright as the spring wind was tickling his ears. "Of course. I know." Tillwyn put away the cigar and put his face down on his hands. From his hands shivering to his entire body shivering, he was comforting himself about how good this was a phone call, not a video call. "Look at that, Rika. That was the convenience store I've worked until last year. You see that store over there? It's cheap and good. I must have 500 dishes." J-Gun said to Rika on the side seat. It was the car from Heidi. With his first singer of Rika, he was taking a ride around. October sunlight was reflecting on the new black car. Rika was quiet instead of misbehaving. She was either sitting or looking out the window, enjoying the drive. "Maybe I should stop by." The way back home, J-Gun stopped by at say Gun was Garf. J-Gun opened the singer seat and Rika hopped out. "I'm here, sir." J-Gun greeted to the grave. Rika went around as she was checking the grave and came back beside J-Gun. "It's already fall. Since I've been writing with you, time has been going so fast." Clearing the dishes laid on the grave, his book, and some cups for drinks, J-Gun said. It was the things that he had laid when he came here earlier. J-Gun was sitting down next to the grave after he cleaned up. The sun was setting. Looking at the red sky, a sigh already came out. "Sir, I have no idea what to write about." J-Gun opened his mouth as he was complaining. "I want to write about something that I like. As you said, with caring about the reader. But I have no idea what to write about. I don't even have any hardships anymore." He had gotten an advance from Heidi Media with the Pigeon series, but there was still money like a monthly salary from the ranking series. Until last year, money about $12,000 were coming in monthly. After the paper book was done, he could wait for some more profits. He could do nothing and still live comfortably for about 2 to 3 years. It was amazing as a writer. I thought I was working hard. It's hard, sir. Se-Gun-woo had no words. Jae-gun sat there for a while until he brushed himself and stood up. And then Rika followed her. Beep, beep. As he came home and was cleaning Rika's feet, a call came. As he recognized his friend's name, he smiled and picked up. Jongjin, since you're calling, you're out early? What are you doing? Come out if you're not busy. Let's have a drink. Jongjin's voice was rough. His hard breathing was coming through his ears. I'm going out right now, but say it early. Anything happened? Jae-gun took off his pants with the phone between his shoulder and his ears and asked. Jongjin sighed before answering. It's nothing serious, but come out. Let's talk after we meet. I want to see you, Jae-gun. I get it. Where do you want to meet? I'll see you at your neighborhood. I'll take the subway. It's be about 20 minutes. Okay, I'll go. Jaeyoung changed quickly with a nervous mind. As he was wearing his socks, he said to Rika, Jongjin might have to come and sleep here today. Hearing his voice, he's not doing very well. In these days, he pours himself in. Just take it for a day. Mo. Rika was answering with waving his tails. Jae-gun couldn't take it anymore as he looked at her eyes. Knowing that she wouldn't like it, he rubbed Rika's nose and he left home. He walked there to the subway. Jongjin called as he was going to arrive. I'm in the first exit. Turn around. Jae-gun turned around, surprised. Jongjin was bitterly smiling right in front of me. You came quickly. You fly here. The subway was right there. What do you want to eat? I'll drink soju as the drink. You're starting already. What is it? It's nothing. Let's get a seat and talk. Yeah, there's a jockball store right there. Let's have that in a while. Jae-gun and Jongin went in and sat down. Soju and the appetizers were on the table before the main. Jongjin, as if he was waiting, took off the cap and poured drinks to each cup. Here. Hey, drink when you have food. It's on an empty stomach. You too. There's the appetizers. Let's toast. Well, his body fevered up as he drank in an empty stomach. Jae-gun took the bottle from Jongjin as he was about to pour himself another drink. Don't pour your own cup. What's wrong with that? I think the dialogue has flipped between you and me. I remember this dream. It was the college meeting. At Hama. I remember. When I was cold because of Myung-hoon, we said this. Jongjin was smiling now. Pouring a drink. Jae-gun was smiling too. Say it. Whatever it is. If I can help you. You can't help me slash. What is it? Hyojin. Jongjin didn't hesitate and he answered immediately. Jae-gun tilted his hand and squinted. What? Hyojin is the reason. Jongjin drank a cup. Taking an appetizer with a wrinkled face, he continued. I think she has a person that she likes. How do you know? I looked on Twitter, and the feeling is that. She's been saying that there's been so many boys coming into her eyes. No picture. No, there was no picture. Don't judge immediately. It's probably nothing. Yeah, is that it? The reason why you were mad? It isn't a serious problem? You haven't even confessed to her. Yes. Hey, shut your mouth and just eat. It's probably just nothing, right? Maybe? You know that girls say things on Twitter like they have things? Hyojin's probably like that. You're really a paranoid person. Be quiet. Jae-gun felt like this was absurd, but Jongjin was serious. Jae-gun understood that Jongjin liked her that much, but he was completely cramped. There was nothing that I could do to her. It was Jongin's words after the second bottle. If it well between me and Hyojin, I was thinking of what to do for her, but F***K. I feel like even dating is bad with my small salary. Hyojin's a princess. Maybe to your eyes. I feel like she's good-natured and easygoing. She eats Sunday guksu very well. Sunday guksu isn't the best food to describe easygoing, but my mind is like that. I don't know. I feel like Hyojin has a man already. I'm sure. I'm completely sure. It's a fact. Jae-gun listened carefully to Jongin's words. It was from his work to Hyojin's relationship to his family. He talked about everything. Jae-gun didn't respond and only listened carefully. You were hard too. I'm sorry. After the third bottle, looking at Jongjin, Jae-gun apologized and sighed. It was a G.O.D.O. friend who helped in times of need. As the backbone was set, he was going to be the first one to help. G-Gun said to himself, I can't end this like this. Let's go to a karaoke bar. Jongjin was say 9 ing after the payments. J-Gun looked for a bar. He found one and pointed. Okay, let's go there. Sing and relieve your stress. Hey, wait, stop. Jongjin pulled J-Gun in the opposite. We go to a close one. Where are you going? This guy doesn't know the world. Follow the older one. Jongjin pulled J-Gun in a karaoke bar in the building's 3rd floor. He had no way of knowing what the difference between the place he picked and this, but J-Gun just followed Jongjin and went into the elevator. Come in. As Jongjin went in, a woman in her 30s greeted them with a smile. The stress was evident beneath the makeup of hers. Jongjin was shaking as he went over to the counter and asked, You can call her? Yes, of course. 2 people. We're only going to be here for 2 hours. Just give us 4 bottles of beer. How much is it? $156. Jongjin put down his card and paid. J-Gun was shocked that he couldn't say anything. He had no time to stop him. It happened so fast. Go in and sing some songs. The 2nd room. Yes, J-Gun, let's go. Jongjin pulled J-Gun into the room. Not understanding the situation, J-Gun asked with a pale face before he sat down. Hey, Park Jongjin, what are you doing? What am I doing? Let's have fun. What are you talking about? How was the fee over $150? What is this place? J-Gun's 2 eyes were looking at the room. It was a room with a huge TV on the wall with 2 mics. It was a plain karaoke bar. You idiot. How do you not know this when you're writing? I called a helper. Helper? J-Gun asked since he didn't understand. Jongjin laughed and continued as he took off his coat. A karaoke helper. What? J-Gun squinted immediately. He had never experienced this before. He knew it through the internet, but he only had a little information about it. Don't be nervous. We're only singing together and having fun. I don't know what you're thinking, but it's not a disorderly, chaotic environment, so be assured. Where did you learn this? I got it from my superior. We came here once. We just cleanly talk and sing, and then we just leave. It's much better than just 2 men singing here alone. I don't understand you. J-Gun shook his head. J-Gun's actions right now weren't very good in his mind. He had no plan to reject him for the reason of losing to pleasure. He wasn't a child, and even he had that flexibility. But the problem was different. Did you have this feeling to play because of Hyojin? It's not what you think. And it's already fate that. I'm not getting with Hyojin. J-Gun thought Jongjin was already drunk as he was laughing like this. He didn't know that he would get drunk this easily. J-Gun asked as he sat beside him. Were you working overtime a lot? How did you know? I can tell from your face. I feel like you might collapse if I just tap you. Let's go to my room and sleep. I'm not tired, idiot, and I already called them. Then I can go out and cancel it, so let's. Creak. As Jan was saying, the owner opened the door and came in. 4 bottles of beer with snacks and a plastic cup came on the table quickly. J-Gun said to the woman, Ma'am, I'm sorry, but we're about to go. Going. Hi, J-Gun. What are you doing? You be quiet, I'm sorry. I'll give you the beer cost. With J-Gun's words, the owner pointed behind her back sullenly. The girls are already here? Yes. J-Gun could see them. 2 girls were standing behind the woman's back. They were both in their early 20s. With a see-through short hot pants, with black stockings, with heels, they were very skinny. We just go. The girl on the left asked. She had a pretty face that looked like a cat. With heavy makeup and hair that was pulled up, the 2 girls looked the same like siblings. No, come in. Jongjin stood up and pulled them together. At the same time, he pulled out $30 and gave it to the woman. Bring me some more beer. As much as the money gets. Yes, I'll bring it. The woman closed the door and left. Understanding that it was too late, J-Gun gave up and sat down on the couch as he fell down. The 2 women sat beside J-Gun and Jongjin and opened the beer bottle. Should I pour it? I'll just drink it. J-Gun took the bottle and drank a sip. It was an uncomfortable and weird feeling. His heartbeat was faster than usual. What's your names? Jongjin asked. The 2 people looked at each other and answered. It's Dassel. Solji. They were names that was felt spontaneous. But anyway, it was all fine. The girl that called herself Dassel was beside Jae-gun. She lifted the remote. Can I sing a song? The girl picked a song and stood up. As if he waited, Jong-jin shook the tambourine and shouted. Jae-gun looked at the screen and simpered. There was nothing that isn't too much. It was the thought that came as time went by. As Jong-jin said, it wasn't a chaotic atmosphere. They sang songs, alternating, and danced when they felt like it. In between, they drank and said small things. That was it. They were people that they weren't going to see each other after this. There was no need for heavy talks. How many drinks do these girls drink each day? Can their bodies stand this? Jae-gun clucked his tongue as he looked at the empty bottle below the table. After our time is up, they're going to sing with others and drink more. It felt like even if he was paid, he couldn't drink this much. Yeah, ha Jae-gun, go sing a song. Jong-jin shouted as he was singing and having fun till he was sweating. Jae-gun shook his head and refused. He wasn't the type of person to have fun in front of strangers. Yes, Park Jong-jin, thank you for letting me have this experience. Anyway, it was a positive thing as a writer to have a lot of experiences. Maybe the day will come when I write about these 2 days. Jae-gun thought this as he clapped to Jong-jin's singing. At that moment, are you mad? The girl next to Jae-gun asked. As Jae-gun wrinkled his forehead because he didn't hear, the girl said louder to his ear, are you angry? Why do you have no words? That's not it. I just can't sing. Not singing. You're not talking. Do you not like me? No, if I tell you truthfully, I never had an experience like this, so it's awkward. Phew, so boring. What's your job? I feel like it's nothing with strength. Jae-gun thought for a second. He didn't want to tell her that he was a writer. So the thought that came up was the job was his debut work. I go around markets and I sell electric pads. Electric pad? If you're talking about market, you go around the entire country? With a truck. I have a Lamborghini. What, a Lamborghini? Makes no sense. Even though she said that, she was smiling as if it was funny. Jae-gun smiled with as an answer. They knew that nothing was truthful in this place. This place was somewhere that even lying didn't feel bad. Just work hard. There is an easy job to get money. Just working every day to eat and live is something to be grateful for. The woman said after the song was over and it was less loud. Jae-gun was thinking. It was something that didn't fit with a girl who looked to be in her early 20s. Yes, everything is hard. He could see through the heavy makeup, a look of sadness in her eyes, the chin that was shaking because of her size. It was a feeling that the girl's hard life was sing through him. Want a drink? Yes, gimme it. Jae-gun's mind was solemn all of a sudden. Thinking that it was a reader's overthinking, he berated himself and drank the cup. Time went by very fast. The 2 hours said bye and the alarm that sent the message of goodbye was ringing. I had fun. Jae-gun stood up quickly and pulled up Jong-jin, who was moving limply. Jong-jin drank a lot, and he was out of control for the 2 hours, so he was completely tired. Goodbye. It was nice to meet you. The two women waved their hands and said their superficial goodbyes. As the women stayed as if to calculate something, Jae-gun and Jong-jin left. As they left, the cool air was pushing onto the... Jong-jin stretched and he yawned. Jae-gun asked as he was stretching, is your mind a bit better? HM. Jong-jin scratched his nose, looked around, and shook his head. Seriously, it was a waste of money when I woke up. Why did you get drunk so early? I must have been tired. I had a lot of fun, but it's too expensive. Next time if we're going, you stop me. You insane person. Let's go get some sialiangtang. Good. Can I stay at your house for today? Yeah, I can get some blankets. The two people ate a hot dish of sialiangtang and came back to his house with a taxi. As he opened the door, Rika jumped out from the cat tower and greeted him. Rika, it's Jong-jin. Come to me. Jong-jin said as he opened his arms. Rika glared at him with a sharp glance and went to the cat tower to avoid him. What? Are you discriminating? Right now, she sort of is a bit shy. Go ahead and clean up. Jae-gun took out the clothes to change into. As he took them, Jong-jin looked around the one room and said, you got a lot of money. Can't you move to a larger place / Why? This is the best place to write. You have a cat, so isn't this a bit stuffy? And even so, the location is a bit too weird. Move to a place where the subway is 5 minutes away. I like this place. It's quiet. The place where Gun-woo was resting. He might think about moving to a larger house nearby, but he wasn't going to leave this place. Jong-jin, as if he didn't understand, shook his head and went into the bathroom and locked the door. Using this time, Jae-gun took about a $100 bill and put it secretly into Jong-jin's wallet. It was half of the cost of the karaoke bar. I want to give everything, but if I did, he's going to get made later. So, how about we write today's diary? Jin sat on the chair and turned on the laptop. He was rewriting the diary that he hadn't written for a while. Maybe writing a diary would help him find a good plot and a story. I wrote Petulant Swordsman. I went on a drive with Rika. I went to the grave of Gun-woo. I met with Jong-jin and went to a karaoke bar. There were so many things to write about. It doubled up to twice the size with Jong-jin entering the day instead of only being with Rika and him. Jae-gun, feeling the heat of Rika on his knees, wrote the diary. What did that girl say? After he finished writing, he thought of the words that the girl had said. Looking through his memory, Jae-gun quickly remembered and typed on the keyboard. Just work hard. Where is there an easy job to get money? Just working every day to eat and live is something to be grateful for. This has a good feeling to it. A sentence that's plain, but has human feeling and emotion to it. Jae-gun repeated the words in his head. He didn't even know that Jong-jin finished washing and was standing there right behind. What are you writing? Diary. Jong-jin didn't ask more and only yawned. Aren't you tired? Where do I sleep? Sleep on the bed. Then you. I'll finish writing and get a blanket to sleep on. I get it. I'll sleep first. You sleep early too. Jong-jin dived into the bed's blanket and laid down. And then in 1 minute, he was sleeping, breathing softly. This guy, he must have been really tired. As he saw Jong-jin, he felt the pain of the employees working at companies. He remembered his father who didn't rest for one day to feed his family. Jae-gun fixed Jong-jin's blanket and went back to his place. Then his glance went to the diary. Just then, an idea came to him magically. Jong-jin, who was struggling from work, and the karaoke helper she met earlier was whirling in his brain. Jae-gun's 2 hands went to the keyboard. He didn't think it was with his will. It was more of an instinct. His 10 fingers started to hit the keyboard very fast. Tap, 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 tap. He couldn't feel the time. The mechanical keyboard's sound rang around the small room. Jong-jin didn't wake up at all. He was sleeping soundly like the keyboard sound was a lullaby. Oh, what? Water. Jong-jin muttered as he woke up from thirst. Jae-gun pa estat set him a cup of cold water. Slash. Air. Jong-jin didn't even open his eyes and drank it eagerly. He drank it all and looked out the window, sighing. The world was brighter outside. What time is it right now? 7. Go clean up. Let's go eat while we're leaving. I don't want to. I'll probably throw it up. And I have to get ready. Jong-jin lifted himself up. His head was about to crash. It felt like someone was spinning the room around him. But if he didn't wake up, he was going to be late for work. Jae-gun said as he sat back down. Amazing, Will. Park Jong-jin. Office workers are amazing. It feel like you're mocking me. I'm serious. And what are you doing? Jong-jin was about to go in the bathroom as he caught sight of the monitor. The screen was filled with letters and words. Did you write for the entire night? Yeah, I couldn't sleep. Jong-jin opened his mouth, surprised at the indifference he showed. Hey, you drank a lot too. Aren't you tired? I work at home, so I'll feel less tired than you. Don't say random stuff. Don't I write in the office? Writing is labor. You're gonna fall down first. Go and wash up. Jong-jin went in the bathroom. Jae-gun resumed typing. It was a synopsis and a plot that he made during the night. His eyes were almost blind, but he couldn't stop until he finished. Hey, Jae-gun. What? How? When did you wear all that? Surprised. Jae-gun looked back at Jong-jin, who was changing. Jong-jin looked at him absurdly. It's already been 10 minutes. You really can't do anything when you start writing. I'll go. I'll take you to the office. Just keep writing. I can't block your writing in the middle. Jong-jin refused Jae-gun's offer to drive him there. I'm going early to walk a bit, to wake up from that drink. With nothing to do, Jae-gun wore slippers and went to see him off. The autumn air went inside as he opened the door. As he ducked to try to avoid the leaves, Jae-gun asked, "Hey, I can write a novel with you as the main character, right? I'm the main. My life is interesting enough to write a story about me." "No. Do you even need my permission? Just write." "I get it." As they were talking about these things, they were already at the subway station. Jongjin dove into the huge crowd of people. Jae-gun went back home as he couldn't see Jongjin at all in the crowd. "Rika, go eat. I'll write a bit more." Jae-gun took off his shoes as he came back and continued his writing because his brain was working much more efficiently now. An office worker struggling with life and a poor karaoke helper's meeting. Their two common traits are loneliness. Yes, loneliness. The two people who have no one to lean on are leaning on each other. The male main was his friend Jongjin. The female main was the karaoke helper he met yesterday. A feeling of success came. He was sure that as an economic as well as a writing project, it was going to be a success. He couldn't control his excited body. As the morning went by and lunchtime came, the sun went down and evening came. Jae-gun forgot to eat and was only writing. Rika didn't bother Jae-gun, who was writing intently for his new book. "No, frick, the character is awkward." Jae-gun rubbed his head in frustration. There was no problem making the male main with Jongjin as the model. The problem was the female main. He had way too many things he didn't know about a karaoke helper. And the solution was to go there again. He doesn't hesitate when he made a decision. Jae-gun stood up, cleaned, and changed his clothes. Then he picked up a memo and pen and left home. It was just after 8, and it was already becoming loud and crazy. Jae-gun got from his memory and went to the karaoke. It wasn't hard because it was only yesterday. "Come in." The owner of yesterday lifted her head and welcomed him. Jae-gun asked the woman who seemed to remember him, "Hello, do you remember me? I came yesterday with a friend." "Yes, I remember that you came here. It's just, can you bring the girl who was there yesterday?" The owner wrinkled her face. For a customer asking for a karaoke helper, he seemed weird. "What for?" "Oh, hey, well, I want to sing and have fun. I liked her." He decided to hide the fact that he was a writer. Then it felt like the story would get messed up even more. The owner looked at him with suspicion. "Didn't you just meet her for the first time yesterday?" "Yes, that's right. If it's the first time, it's hard to find even with their name. There's too many rude people out there." The conversation wasn't going right. After a thought, Jae-gun pulled out $30 from his wallet and held it towards the owner. "I'm begging you. I'm not a bad person. I just really like that woman. What to do?" Unlike her words, the owner's hands, deep with manicure, were taking in Jae-gun's money. "Who are you finding?" She was a bit shorter. Her face looked like a cat. She said her name was Dassel, and the other was saying Solji. "That's all fake names. I know Jae-young, but I don't know the woman that you're looking for. Can't you contact Jae-young?" The owner laughed as if it was absurd. The two people don't know each other. They came from different offices. That's it. That's why the two girls seemed awkward to each other. In front of the nodding Jae-gun, the owner picked up her phone and called someone. "Hello. Yeah, this is the hub. It's just yesterday. Hey, when did you come yesterday?" "About just after 8. Hearing Jae-gun's words, the owner continued her words. "Jae-young came here just after 8. "Yeah, you remember? Do you know the girl who came with her?" "No, she has a nomination." Yes. Chief Kim, using the name Dassel?" "Okay, thanks." As soon as she cut off, she called somewhere else. "Hello. Yes, hello. This is Hub. Do you have a girl called Dassel? Did she come yet?" Yes." "Okay. Can you give her the phone? She has a nomination." The owner glanced over to Jae-gun and continued. "He's not a weird guy. I can tell by looking. A young guy." Yeah, okay. I get it. Thank you." As she hung up, the owner drank a drink of water to cool her burning throat. And then she explained to Jae-gun. "She's not there yet. She's about to come to work. I told them to call her here as soon as she comes. Just wait." "Thanks a lot." Jae-gun sat down on a chair next to the entrance. The owner gave a beverage to Jae-gun from the refrigerator because of the tip she got. "But what's your job?" "I go around the country and sell electric pad." The owner looked annoyed and snorted. "You're lying. I can tell you're a man who has ink on his hands." Well, I get it. The owner didn't ask more and turned around. Jae-gun was admiring her observation skills and shook his head. After about 30 minutes to an hour, the girl didn't show up. Jae-gun killed time by watching the TV. Maybe she's not coming, or she didn't come to work. Or like the owner said, she was fearful of meeting a rude person. If he knew this was going to happen, he would have exchanged more conversation with her and gotten her contact information. I can't do it with another girl. The reason that he was writing this was because of the words that Dassel said. If it wasn't for those words, he wouldn't have even thought of this story. Just to finish the story, he couldn't give up on the person who he had gotten the feeling from. It wasn't a story that was for trivial fun. It needed human feeling. It was a need as a writer. Just then, the bell rang with a clear ding. Jae-gun turned around and opened his eyes wide. The girl was coming in. She was the same silhouette as yesterday with the same hot pants. Hello, I have a customer. Ah, you came. That person. The girl was surprised when she saw Jae-gun. Hello. Yes. The girl replied awkwardly. The owner gestured to Jae-gun behind her back. You can go into room 2, same as yesterday. Ah, yes. I'll pay first. The girl went in first, and Jae-gun pulled out his wallet. 2 hours, no, 3 hours, please. You're going to be there for that long? Yes, how much is it? $135. What about the beer? Give us 2 bottles first. Jae-gun paid and went into the room. The girl sat awkwardly with her hands folded on her lap. Were you surprised? A bit. The girl's reply was short. Jae-gun took off his outer garments. Just then, the owner came in and gave out the beer. Jae-gun then opened his mouth. Hey, yes. The girl shivered and lifted her head. Her expression was one that was fearful of him. She was fearful of the favor that he would want. I want to ask a favor, so I came here. What favor? Instead of singing, could you talk with me? Of course, I'll pay you with the same fee. The girl thought his words were weird. There were a lot of people who looked for karaoke helpers because of their loneliness. But the young man in front of her put talking as the main purpose. Talking comes with playing and singing. I want to have a serious conversation. Things about your work. Of course, if it doesn't bother you. My work? What? The girl asked surprisingly. Jae-gun thought he couldn't hide it anymore and said the truth. I'm a writer. Rita? Writer? Yes. I thought you go around and sell electric pads. It was a joke. I'm a writer. Jae-gun never introduced himself as a writer first. The weight of being a writer was very heavy, and he was not mature enough to consider himself that. When I met you yesterday and came home, I thought of a story. I wanted to make a female main with karaoke helper as their job, so I made a quick plot. The girl was listening to him with wide open eyes. But I got stuck. I have no idea about the job of a karaoke helper. I can't write or anything like this. So I came here to ask you for information. Jae-gun's words went into the girl's ears clearly, but the girl was still staring blankly. Is it hard? No. The girl lifted her head. She was rubbing her sweat-filled hands on her ankles. It's not hard, but it's a bit surprising. Understand. There's no customer like me. So, it's only a conversation? Yes, as I said. If I just answer things, I get the same amount of money. Of course. The girl smiled widely after asking again. Her lips deep with lipstick was sparking. It would be stupid to refuse. It's good for me. The girl reached out and opened the 2 bottles of beer. Cheers. I'm sorry, but I don't. Jae-gun refused politely. If he drank, his mind would be befuddled and he wouldn't be able to write. He didn't want to drink. But the girl didn't back off. With a frown, she turned around and muttered, No cheers means no contract. Then just 1 drink. Jae-gun gave in and picked up the bottle. The girl immediately brightened and cheered. 1 shot. Yes, this thing. The girl was already driving the beer in her mouth. Jae-gun swallowed once, and with a fierce face, he started to drink. He cliched his eyes closed because of the drink. The girl, who finished drinking, was looking at Jae-gun with a smile. Jae-gun barely drank the entire thing and moaned as he put it down. He crumpled the empty can unintentionally. What kind of man is this? The girl smiled as she looked at the coughing Jae-gun, and she lighted a cigarette. Between her lips, a bunch of smoke came out. The time is ticking. Start. Ask me anything. KH. Yes. J-Gun took out the memo and the pen. He regretted not having his laptop and asked his first question. I want to know the beginning of this job. The girl looked at the ceiling. I dropped out of high school. The relationship between my new mom and me was bad, so I left. After I worked in many places, I found this job. It's only been a month. Yes. J-Gun was surprised. Instead of just saying that work here for money, she voluntarily talked about her personal information. It was nice news for J-Gun. It was going to be easier making the female main character. How did you find out? The internet. After I saw it, I got an interview from the person here at a cafe. Then I came to work the next day. I come at 8 and until 2. If there's a lot of people, I end at 4 too. 8 to 2. Aren't there tips? The frequent people give tips. If they aren't frequent, some people give it depending on their moods. There's always the people who give $10 and make a fuss about it. It's tiring. Yes, it must be tiring. J-Gun didn't rest at all, even while responding back. The white paper was slowly filling up with words. Why is it so quiet? The owner at the counter felt it was weird. It was too quiet. Even though a lot of time passed, said, there wasn't a song coming out at all. Did something happen? It was a world with weird people. There's no way to see inside a person. Sort of nervous, the owner went to J-Gun's room. HM? They're just talking. As she looked inside, the girl and J-Gun was facing each other and talking. The owner became curious. Were these two people talking about so intently, even if they only met yesterday? Hey, give us 4 more bottles. Yes, I'll be there. The owner went straight back to the refrigerator. There was too much work to be done to care about one person. So that ended her interest in J-Gun. The night creeped in. With the increasing number of customers singing, the night was getting hotter. But one room stayed quiet till the end. Phew. Thank you. It was about 2 hours when J-Gun put away the pen. He had gotten the answers to a lot of the questions. If he wrote a bit more, he was going to find more information he needed. He didn't know at this point what sort of information he was going to need. Thank you. I'll use the information you gave me today very well. Could I ask you again if I have more questions? The girl pulled out another cigarette and nodded. Her eyebrows were shivering on top the narrow eyes. The girl was also a bit tired after the 2-hour talk. I work at 8, so as early as possible. If it's later, I'll drink more and I can't talk too much then. I get it. It was tiring, right? The girl shook her hand and laughed. Not really. It was fun. Fun. It's the first time I've gotten questions like these. It feels like I'm a star. Like that. She let out her tongue. Then her face seemed very youthful. It was probably more younger if she didn't have a makeup. Call me there. Not to hear. The girl gave a phone number and the name Dassel on the memo. J-Gun smiled and thanked and sighed. To the girl who had saved him. For real. The draft started. Days that began with writing and ended with writing went fast. He wrote at least 16 hours a day, but he couldn't see the end. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. If it was the length, he would have finished a long time ago. He had the special notebook that made him write very fast, but he just didn't like the writing that he wrote. The writing that he kept and the writing that he erased were about equal in amount. J-Gun typed and asked his master, Sir, how do you think of this moment when the helper goes to the motel with him? Don't ask. There's no answer. It's just that the writing is a bit too much. The important thing is that 2 people met each other, but the writing is ruining it. Erase it all. Is it? I don't want the writing to be too light. I'm not writing a simple romance novel. This is also a growing-up novel with the mains growing up. You care too much about the quality that it might be harmful. Don't worry about that. Worry about the sincerity. Use the words that come to your head first. That's real writer. Yes, sir. I'll remember it. Say Gunwoo was teaching his student with effort. J-Gun was writing with the same amount of energy. I got stuck again. Not enough. J-Gun was stuck again, and he touched his forehead. There were too many issues with the female main. It can't always be like this. It can't end with always singing and drinking a few bottles. I need more information. He already thought that this was about to happen. He didn't ask about the Embara.S.Sing things when he met Dassel. It was the first conversation, and there was the feeling that he could ask again later. Can I ask again right now? It was about 9. There was a huge possibility that she was helping other customers. But he decided to send a message at least. H.E.L.Low. I'm the writer from before. I'm sorry it's too late, but could we meet? Jae-gun hurried, because he was going so well until this. He wanted to see her today, as fast as he could, and listen to her. Her reply didn't come too fast. Jae-gun was nervous enough, because he knew that she was busy. He waited about 1 hour. The phone vibrated. Jae-gun lifted himself up from the floor. Sorry, was working. Right now? I'll go. Hub. There's a Hansung Pacha. I'll be there. Okay, 20 minutes. Jae-gun switched clothes to a shirt and jeans and left. He thought about driving, but it was a bar, so he felt that girl would make him drink some. Here. Dassel held her hand up as he went in. She was in the corner. Jae-gun said through the hall and sat down next to her. There was a bean sprout stew and a bottle of beer in front of the circular table. We're not going to sing, so this place is better. Dassel smiled after she said. There was almost no makeup this time. The clothes were not flashy and normal. It was a brown jacket and tight jeans that girls in their 20s wore. Pretty. He thought she was pretty in the beginning, but now she was really pretty. She was a natural beauty. There was light on her face without any help. Did you eat dinner? I'm hungry. I didn't eat. You can eat whatever you want. Can I get anything I want? I love spicy things. I do too. Okay. Hey, give us some chicken. Dassel offered a cup to Jae-gun after she ordered. Jae-gun thought it was good that he didn't bring the car and took the drink. So what are you wondering? It was hard to ask as the first word. He didn't want to drink, but his mouth went to the drink anyway. There are things that aren't good, or things that are a bit inappropriate. What's that? You're saying it very strangely. The customers won't always just go and sing only, right? Dassel looked with narrowed eyes. Jae-gun, embarrassed said, picked up his chopsticks. As he picked up a bean sprout, Dassel laughed with her mouth half opened like she understood. You're curious about that? Do they go to a motel and have a CX? Yes, just like all sorts of stuff. Jae-gun scratched his head with an embarrassed said face. Dassel opened her mouth, indifferent. There are a lot of girls who do that because of the money. When they're done, they quickly come back to work at the karaoke bar. Yes. I don't go because I don't need money, but there are some people that want to go and have a drink together. They give me the same hourly wage, but I don't even go. That's because when I do and they get drunk, they badger me to go to MT. It's so frickin' tiring. Jae-gun took out a memo and was jotting points down. Dassel added while picking up a pickle. There are people that do in the karaoke bar instead of going to MT. Inside, there are places that don't allow it, but some do. They order soju and sushi in the sides and sell panties and stuff. Panties sell. Before doing it, they sell their panties. As a greeting, if they get about $30 to $50, they take off their underwear. You think the men will be able to stand it? They drink a lot and then completely lose it, so they give $100 more and go all the way. This was information coming from a current worker. Jae-gun diligently tried to write down everything that Dassel said. His hands were hot and sweaty as he was writing a lot. It's a bit cold, Dassel murmured while rubbing her arms. Jae-gun stopped writing and said to her, Let's switch seats. I think the wind is cooler there. Just sit. As she said that, she went around the table to sit next to Jae-gun. Her perfume permeated into his nose. You write really fast and well, Dassel said as she looked at the memo. Dassel turned her body towards Jae-gun while keeping her gaze. And then with her skinny legs, she put them on top of Jae-gun's legs. Jae-gun froze. It's warm like this. Why, is it heavy? No, it's fine. Dassel's breath was coming directly to him. The girl continued to talk to Jae-gun, who felt strange. Where was I? You have anything else? Yes. I want to know about the rude people and accidents that have happened. The interview continued. Dassel said with her legs on Jae-gun's legs like they were a couple. As time went by, Jae-gun got used to it. The other people didn't care at all. All of them were having their own conversations within their own group. Thank you. I think that's good. Jae-gun covered the memo up. There were 2 empty bottles on the table. Jae-gun only drank like 3 or 4 cups. Dassel alone drank a bottle and a half. It was hard, right? Dassel put her head on Jae-gun's shoulder instead of answering. A sigh came out of her lips. No, I said before. I feel good because I feel like a star. I want to be a star. Why do you think? Because they get a lot of money? there's that, but no, it's fine. Dassel pulled away and picked up a bottle. Jae-gun took the bottle away and poured her a drink. You're really kind. Considerate. No, I'm not. What's your name? I don't ask this a lot, but I'm curious. You don't even tell yours, so why ask? My name is Dassel. I know it's a fake name. HMP fine. Dassel drank another cup. Jae-gun got worried. He didn't know what her drinking limit was, but she drank a lot. I want to meet my mom, Dassel said as she put it down. Jae-gun looked besides him. A big sigh came out as it was mixed with old memories. There's those songs that the singer sings to find their loved ones. They want them to listen to their songs and contact them. I know, so I want to be a star. If I can go on TV, Mom will recognize me. She left me and ran away. But if I become famous, she'll contact me. Dassel put her head down with her lips closed. Her two eyes were filled with warm tears. I'm sorry. I must have been tired today. Why am I like this? Jae-gun gave her a tissue. Dassel took it and tapped her eyes. Actually, I was tired because I had a rude customer. I got angry, so I left, and there was a message from you. So I answered you right away. Yes. I'll be like this for a bit longer. She put her head on Jae-gun's shoulder. Jae-gun's two eyes were looking at the ceiling. His shoulders were heavy. It wasn't because of her head. It was the weight of her confession. It won't be a simple fun read. I promise. Jae-gun thought of another reason for the novel in his head. He will write a story that will comfort her mind. Jae-gun was quietly pouring himself a drink in the corner of a loud bar. Nexon's office. Mobile planning tea. The employees were all having a depressed face. Team leader Suhee was the same. It was the feeling that they were the SH at E.L.L of themselves. Cheer up, team leader. I'm fine. Hemi was the hardest worker. I'll be at the restroom. Suhee didn't go to the restroom, but to the rooftop. There was a park that employees could rest on, but there was no one there because of the cool weather. Phew. Suhee sighed as she got a coffee from the vending machine. The game that they were making was about to be SC.A.ped. It was very common for games to get canceled, especially in the mobile team. The feeling of despair felt bigger this time. Jae-gun's scenario was good. Jae-gun's scenario that he put so much effort into was about to be SC.A.ped. She didn't feel good when she thought of that. Suhee pulled up her phone. Her fingers were looking for Jae-gun's name and was pressing the call, But-ton. Suhee, you answer quickly. Writing? No, I wasn't writing. I came out. I see. There was loud noise and music coming from the other side of the fiend. Suhee tilted her head and asked, Where are you? Karaoke bar. Yeah, I have work. That's funny. What work do you have instead of singing at a karaoke bar? You went with Jongjin. No, not Jongjin. Someone else. Okay, but when are you going to buy me food? You promised to buy me something when I came to congratulate you for the digital award. Suhee said. With a HM, Jae-gun answered slowly. Yeah, I will. Okay, when's good? The hesitant voice disappointed Suhee, and she bit her lip. She was hoping for a meeting today. It was then. Hey, let's have another bottle of beer. Wait, let me call. Suhee's eyes brightened. It was definitely a girl's voice. Jae-gun definitely answered to that voice. That means it wasn't a Pa.S.Sing girl, but a girl that he came with. Hello? Suhee, yeah, I'm here. Today might be hard. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow? Let's see, I have no idea. I'm not sure if I have an appointment tomorrow. I'll check when I get back. Because of her pride, a lie came out. Actually, Suhee didn't have any appointments today or tomorrow. Then check and call me. Okay, I'll hang up. Suhee plopped on the bench after the cow. When she put her hand on her chest, she could feel the fast beating. Small sighs came out of her lips. It must be a girl that he knows. Even though she repeated the thought, she wasn't comforted. Suhee opened the photo folder on her phone. When she put in a Pa.S.Sword, a photo came out. It was a picture of her and Jae-gun standing together in college. Sigh, this is getting me again. Inside a cafe, Jae-gun sighed repeatedly as he was reading the story that he wrote on his phone. The conversations with the female main are so bad. The scenes that have emotions are terrible. Her SCX is a girl, but she acts like a boy. It wasn't only Jae-gun's thoughts. Professor Han Heezen said the same thing when he sent it to her days before. The female main's actions seemed bad, so she couldn't get into the story as well. Rika, what do I do? I need your help. Rika's two eyes with a special light opened. I need the power that made me feel Somi-Ai's emotions that time. But what do I do? I can't ask Somi-Ai to come to my house. AMD, I can't go to Starbucks office and right next to Somi-Ai. It's not even a fantasy book that was contracted with Starbucks. Jae-gun wrinkled his face and shook his hair. It was a serious issue. To feel that he needed a female's emotions this bad. Isn't the hair a bit shorter than the picture? The two girls at a nearby table was looking at Jae-gun and whispering. Jae-gun was deep in his thoughts that he didn't feel the gaze that was headed towards him. He must have cut it. I think it's right. Look at this picture. It's the same. What if it's just a similar person? You say that now? Since you lost the rock, paper, scissors, you're just saying stuff. Just go. Quickly. One girl with her phone came up carefully, and then she tapped the end of the table and said, "Hello. Yes." Jae-gun lifted his head, surprised. A girl he had never seen before was standing in front of him with her face red of embarrassment. Smith. What is it? I'm sorry, but I was wondering if it was right. The girl showed her phone. His gaze went to the screen. It was the Today's Book section on Naven. The interview with writer Ha Jae-gun, who wrote A Dumb Woman, was on the screen. Yes. It's right. Yes, that's me. As he answered, the girl covered her face with her two hands, and then she gestured to her friend at the table. It's writer Ha Jae-gun. The two girls stood in front of him. As their suspicions were confirmed, they were spitting out words quickly. I was unsure, but it really was you. Oh my god. I'm so happy. As soon as I saw the interview, I bought the book. You have no idea how much I cried. And now I'm reading 90's Child, and that's amazing too. How long has it been since you had a cat? It's a Russian blue? I also have one. It's also female. I should have brought my book. I left it. I need to get it signed. The girl pulled up her phone and asked Jae-gun anxiously. I'm really sorry, but could you take a picture with me? Yes, sure. As soon as Jae-gun allowed it, the girl asked a nearby employee to take a picture. I'm sorry, but could you take a picture? Yes, sure. The two girls crouched in front of Jae-gun, each to their side of him. One girl was covering her mouth, while one girl was posing with two verses with her hands. The employee took the picture. I also followed your Twitter. It's Dalabong Bong. I would feel amazing if you follow me back. Yes. Jae-gun answered. He remembered that he had told Naven his Twitter. He hadn't used it in a while, and he forgot it. Okay, I'll do it as I sign in. So good. Thank you so much. I'll tweet this picture too. A few people nearby were looking at them. They had faces like, who was that to deserve this commotion? He was glad, but also embarrassed, Astat said. It was a strange feeling. He couldn't believe that someone he didn't know could recognize him. Naven is really strong. There's people who recognize me. It was just then. Please sign for me too. Writer Ha Jae-gun. Is there another person? As he turned around, he broke into a smile. It was Suhi. Her outstretched two hands were holding a dumb woman. What are you doing? Sign it quickly. Suhi moved her hands up and down and urged him. Jae-gun took the book and got a pen in his name. On the blank sheet of paper, a signature became engraved. It was the first signature he gave to anyone and didn't feel like it had confidence. It must be his girlfriend. She's pretty. We should go. Writer, thank you. Yes, thank you. The two girls left the cafe. Looking through his window, the girls were still looking at the picture taken with Jae-gun and blabbering happily about it. Ha Jae-gun, already a favorite writer. Suhi said in a joking manner as she sat across from him. Don't you have to wear a hat around now? Is it okay with just a hat? You need a mask too. Don't tease me. It's not that much. Those people just recognize me conceptually. A laugh came out as he looked at Suhi. With a beige blouse and a gray scarf on top of it, it fit the color of autumn very well. He almost spits out the words, "You look pretty," out of his mouth. Here. Thank you. Suhi checked the sign as she got the book. It was a strange, awkward sign, and there was a sentence on the bottom. Ha Jae-gun's first sign goes to Lee Suhi. Haha, that's cool. Her lips, with a red tint, had a small smile. I'll keep it well. I read it too fast. I should have read it slower. I already read the 90's Child as well. Just wait. I'm working on another story. Wait? Really? Sui's face had surprise now instead of laughter. It's only been so long since he won with 90s Child and A Dumb Woman. And now he was making another one. And the fantasy series was still printing. She wondered how J-Gun's 24 hours looked like. How long is it? It's about 16,000 words for the draft. There are a lot of errors, though. J-Gun, how many hours do you spend on writing? I'm not sure if you asked the hours. I think I spend everything on writing except for the eating and sleeping. You're amazing. Really? Sui muttered, shaking her head. She was more than a bit worried. More important that writing is health. If you're sick, you can't even write. J-Gun's face looked a lot skinnier than before. Sorry. You should drink something. I'll buy. She pulled down J-Gun, who was getting up. I'm fine. I drink coffee at the office a lot. We need to eat. I'm hungry. Okay, what do you want to eat? I'm good with anything. Anything? Yeah, anything. J-Gun answered with some gusto. If it was king crab, or sushi, or steak, he could now buy anything that he couldn't even think about before. Okay, let's go. Sui stood up and pulled her bag around her shoulder. On her eyes, there was a smile. You're not going to regret it? Of course. Go ahead. J-Gun answered confidently and went out the cafe with Sui. There's another store that recently came up near the office. It's closed. What do they sell? You'll see when you get there. When he got there, it was a store that sold spicy ribs as their main dish. J-Gun's face got pale even before he went through the door. It's another spicy meal. He didn't think he was bad at eating spicy stuff, but he wasn't totally good either. The chicken that he ate with Dassel before was spicy as well, and he almost died eating that. Welcome. 2 people? Come here, the employee said with an energetic voice. J-Gun and Sui sat across from each other at a table. Give us 2 cheese ribs. Hey, can you drink? I'm fine. J-Gun answered immediately. He didn't bring his car, so it was fine. And it wasn't with anyone but Sui. He didn't want to feel awkward by refusing to drink because of writing. Give us a bottle of soju as well. Brand Liesel. Yes. The food came out quickly. The ribs looked spicy just by looking at it. The cheese was boiling on top of it. Sui gave a rib onto J-Gun's dish. Eat it. Thanks. J-Gun, with his gloved hand, took a rib and took a bite out of it. It was fine for a second. Then in 10 seconds, his face burned hot red. This isn't a joke. It was double what he ate with Dassel. His tongue couldn't stand being in his mouth and was flopping around. Is it that spicy? Eat the cheese. Sui gave some cheese onto his dish with a spoon. J-Gun frantically poured cheese into his mouth. Sui was smiling as the whole spectacle was fun. You can't eat spicy things like before. This isn't the spiciest thing. You didn't eat spicy things since college. Remember you cried when you ate that tteokbokki near the school? That place was incredible as well. No, aside from that, you just eat spicy things really well. This is just you win, you win. Huh. Sui pulled the bottle out to J-Gun. As she poured a drink to J-Gun, he poured a drink to her as well. This is great. Since it's hot, it goes in better. I can't eat this without soju. It's hot to me too, but when I came here with employees, I got addicted to it. Yeah, even though it's spicy, it's amazing. The 2 people talked about small things. The world, their friends, the college days that they both remembered. J-Gun and Sui's face were busy smiling. Here, give us another bottle. J-Gun looked at Sui's face as he took a second bottle. Her face was a bit red, but it still had the strong and focused gaze. Realizing the gaze, Sui asked, putting the back of her hand on her face. Why are you looking at me? My face really red? No, it's just you're strong with drinks as always. What? You're thinking of MT at freshman year. Sui looked at him. J-Gun laughed instead of answering. It was the freshman year at MT. A few older girls gave Sui a few drinks, making very stupid excuses for it. They wanted to break the strong and confident Sui's will. But Sui didn't break. She survived while standing up to almost 10 girls alone. And in the end, the people who fell drunk were the older girls. Then J-Gun already knew. Sui didn't have a huge capacity. She was just average. But she didn't back down because of her strong pride. The feeling of sympathy was still in J-Gun's heart. So J-Gun helped her without anyone noticing. When the people didn't notice, he poured water in Sui's drink and made it weaker. Sui didn't know. Even his best friend John Jean didn't know. It was his secret. What are you thinking? My cup is empty. Drink slowly. You're getting drunk. Jae-gun laughed while getting a drink from Jae-gun. That's funny. Since the words came out, but you know I'm really strong at drinks? I almost killed 10 girls. Almost kill. Wow. Like the game company team leader, your language is very different as well. Sui sighed slowly after a loud voice. A shadow that couldn't be hid by the light was present on her face. What's up? HM? No, nothing. Suhi waved her hand and answered. Because of Jae-gun, the company came up in her thoughts. She didn't want to tell Jae-gun right now that the game that they were developing was about to be SC-8.ped. Ah, you were writing another story. Sui clapped her hands and changed the topic. What is it about? It's a romance about a girl and a boy. But there's a lot of stuff when I started writing. It's about society or about the suffering of the office workers and stuff like that. Jae-gun lifted his cup and drank. With a bitter expression, he continued his words. I said before I finished the draft, but there's so many things wrong with it. The female main character's emotion and actions are just awkward. She feels like a man. You portrayed it well with a dumb woman. But that's because the model was my sister. I knew her from a young age, so I could portray it well. This is different. But Suhi didn't understand. What about the quest you did for our game? That was amazing. I saw that and thought you really understood women's feelings really well. I was surprised. He couldn't say that he got Somi-I's feelings. So Jae-gun changed the topic with a loose voice. But it's hard. I'm writing all day except for eating and sleeping, and it doesn't work out. Liar. Was it the drinks? A word that was in her mind came out without even her realizing it. What? Jae-gun asked with wide-open eyes. Suhi answered, trying to look calm. When you called me earlier, you were at the karaoke bar. I think you have fun a lot. Ah, that's not. Jae-gun hesitated while putting his glance somewhere else. Suhi one-shot at a cup, thinking that her assumptions were right. Her face was calm, but inside it was boiling like the cheese on the plate. You can say that you met a girl. Ha, Jae-gun. What's up with you? You're 27. Is anyone going to eat you? Suhi grabbed the bottle. Jae-gun took the bottle away from her, who was pouring herself a drink. Don't do that. Drink slowly. I'm strong, so don't worry. The soju filled up the empty cup. Jae-gun said, while looking at Suhi, who was bringing the cup to her mouth. I went to see a karaoke helper. Suhi froze with her cup on her lips. If it went in her mouth, she might have spit some out. She was that surprised. Jae-gun quickly added, looking at her pale face. Don't think of it that way. I want to go for an interview. Interview? The female main character is a karaoke helper, so I need to know things about it. So I went there myself. There's no other way. Her suspicions didn't disappear quickly. She could believe that he went there for an interview. Since a long time ago, he was always the type to get directly involved for his writing. But did it only end in an interview? When I heard the voice, it was really friendly. The words were on her tongue, but she couldn't say it, because she didn't have any excuse to say it. Suhi muttered, because she was angry that she was probably overthinking this. I want to read that. That book. The one that I'm writing? What else? How fun would it be to read a book that you got directly involved in? I want to read it right now, but I can't sew. The bar was loud and the lights were dark. Therefore, Jae-gun didn't recognize that she was just saying it and accepted it as her truth. You want to come to my house? You want to read it now? I only have the ending on my phone. If you read it with your hawk eyes, that would be amazing. I thought you would be busy, so I didn't ask. Suhi was completely shocked that she forgot her upset feelings and sat there with her mouth open. How did the conversation get like this? It's only about 8. We were going to drink again, so let's drink at my room while reading. I'll drop you off when you're going. Okay. It's fine, but we ate, so let's go right now. I'll buy. He was really happy. The feeling that a writer got when someone wanted to read his story was the best feeling. And it was even better with his smart friend Suhi reading it. You left your car? Let's get a taxi. The two people sat next to each other in the taxi. The night setting went by quickly out the window. Suhi couldn't calm her beating heart while looking out the window. It wasn't a pa.s.sing comment. But did I come too easily? Won't he think I'm weird? It felt very fluttering and also a bit worrying. She went during the day, but at this nighttime, and with some drinks, She was going to a room where a man lived alone. It was on her mind, even though it was Jae-gun. Without any care about her anxious mind, the taxi ran non-stop to the destination.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.